Alrighty. Are we live? Are we live? There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely wild. If you were there on the live watch list yesterday, we were doing our watch list, and in the middle of the watch list, you had an attack on Israel. Israel attacked Iran. The futures went absolutely insane. We were down like 1.5. Gold was up 1%. Oil was up 4%, and it was huge. I'm telling you, we're even talking black swan potential. Came out of nowhere. First time Israel struck Iran. All of that, right? For us to be awake right now, stocks are right at break even. Bonds are still green. Oil is red. And gold has even flipped red too. Why? Because Iran downplayed the attack, which was a good sign because that means less escalation. So it was absolutely wild. It sucks because now we got a little bit of earnings here. You don't have data. We have a lot more coming into next week, but it's a big expiration today, and all day I'm sure we're going to get a little bit more of this back and forth. So it went up, it came down. I don't think the story's over just yet, but it really was captivating to say the least yesterday. So that's the setup we got right now. You had a couple things out of China. They banned WhatsApp in China. There was even another headline there too, and then a couple of earnings. Procter & Gamble did good, but they came down. They came in a little lighter. Analysts are focusing on the lower guidance for revenue that was given by Netflix. Other than that, I think the global tensions, markets set up where we go. It's been 5 down days in a row of red. I think that's the setup for now. So, Chad Adonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're ready. It's going to be a wild Friday, but good morning. What up, Ray? What up, Evan? Sungrown, NRG, Tim Whitman, Fofo, Kelvin, Smasher, Najee Wolf, baby. Good morning. What up, Devlin? What up, Candy? B. Dizza, Jerry Williams. Good morning, baby. Battleborn, Mark, Monica, White Shits, Doppler, Mo, El Trapato, Christina. Good morning. Dino, Samuel, Carissa Hines. Good morning, Anza, yee, Troy Lemon in the house, baby. Mark J, Bizza, humble business, baby. Good morning. What up, Diamond? What up, Todd? How you doing, winning loser? Good morning, Prabo. Health Wave ready to go. I know Wookie got the law tar. Kevin G, Victorians, baby. Hey, it's Pete, Mana Flash, Regal, Wacky, Straw Hat, Peggy Williams. Good morning, Gary Avari, Jonathan, baby. What up, Open Face? What up, Sarah Sosa, Greg Ale, baby. Prabo, Floorstale, Matt, Awaz, Charlie in the tray. Oh, good morning, baby. Happy Friday. You better turn up on Friday. You better like the video and put a smile on your face. It's Friday and the Fed will cut rates. Friday on the Fed. Oh, no? Okay. All right, like the video, baby. Good morning. That's what I'm talking about. So, Chad, I hope you're ready. I got the news. I have the plays, all of that. So we're going to get into that. But let me bust out Josh AI. I'll have him, it's not that much, though. It's not that much. So let's get it, baby. Good morning. U.S. futures recover as Iran strikes seem contain. U.S. equity futures clawed back most of their early losses, while the bid for haven assets unraveled after Iranian media appeared to downplay the impact of Israeli strikes. Oil switched to a decline, wiping out an earlier sharp jump that took the price of Brent crude above $90 a barrel. Treasury yields retraced much of an early move that drove the 10-year yield 14 basis points lower after Israel launched a retaliatory attack on Iran less than a week after Tehran's rocket and drone barrage, according to 2 U.S. officials. An Iranian military official signaled Tehran doesn't feel compelled to react to the blasts, which U.S. officials say were caused by Israeli strikes. contracts on the S&P 500 erased a loss, while those NASDAQ 100 futures were 0.2% lower. The dollar gave up an earlier gain. The latest moves cap a dismal week for markets after solid economic readings and hawkish Fed speak forced investors to revise the timing of a keenly anticipated pivot to easier policy and the scale of potential rate cuts. The S&P 500 is now tracking its biggest weekly decline since October. And of course, we can't ignore the attacks, but it feels like stronger inflation and growth data and repricing Fed cuts is dominating market attention, said Maria Vaitmain, senior multi-asset strategist at State Street Global Markets. New York Fed President John Williams said, while it isn't his baseline expectation, even a rate hike is possible if warranted. His Atlanta counterpart, Raphael Bostic, said he doesn't think it will be appropriate to ease until toward the end of 2024. The Fed may hold rates steady all year, Minneapolis Fed Chief Neil Kashkari told Fox News Channel. With inflation sticky, central banks don't have the option to look through spikes in oil prices should they happen, said Rajiv DeMello, a global macro portfolio manager at Gamma Asset Management. They will have to revert to higher for longer rates, which at this stage will be a shock to all markets. Despite Friday's moves to allay fears of a wider war in the Mideast, the events are unsettling and will keep investors from taking bold bets. According to Michael Brown, strategist at Pepperstone Group Limited in London, no one will want to be short of crude in the havens ahead of the weekend, he said. From a risk management perspective, you can't say definitively that geopolitical risk is done and dusted, so we may see another bout of de-risking. Ultimately, it's a case of people being reluctant to take on too much exposure. Corporate highlights: Paramount Global shares jumped as Apollo Global Management Inc. and Sony Group Corp. are said to be considering a joint offer for the media company. Procter & Gamble Company boosted its profit outlook as the maker of Pampers diapers and Dawn dish soap couples steady price increases with easing commodity costs and productivity gains. Netflix Inc. shares dropped in pre-market trading after the streaming video company reported results that included a downbeat second quarter revenue forecast. Infosys Limited forecast tepid sales growth for the year, a sign that overseas clients are limiting tech spending until the global economy picks up speed. American Express shares gained in pre-market trading after first quarter revenue topped estimates as consumers continued to flock to the company's premium credit card offerings. L'Oreal SA stock surged Friday after reporting better than expected first quarter sales as strength in Europe and North America helped offset a slowdown in shopping by Chinese travelers. Top overnight news: Israel launched a retaliatory strike on Iran less than a week after Tehran's rocket and drone barrage, according to two U.S. officials. Iran downplayed the incident and said an attack by Israeli drones failed. The IAEA said no nuclear sites were damaged. Iran said it has no plans to retaliate immediately. BBG: China ordered Apple to remove some of the world's most popular chat messaging apps from its app store in the country, the latest example of censorship demands on the iPhone seller in the company's second biggest market. We are obligated to follow the laws in the countries where we operate, even when we disagree, an Apple spokesperson said. WatchSJ, China to impose increased fees on imports of propionic acid from the U.S., a move that comes just days after Biden called for higher tariffs on Chinese steel aluminum imports. WSJ Dow Japan's national CPI undershoots the street in Mar, coming in at +2, 9% ex-food/energy versus the street's +3% forecast and down from +3, 2% in Feb RTRS. Raphael Bostic reiterated his view that the Fed shouldn't lower rates until closer to the end of the year, while Neil Kashkari raised the prospect of holding all year. BBG, a full panel of 12 jurors has now been selected to decide Donald Trump's criminal trial in Manhattan, the first for a former American president and a crucial challenge to his bid to regain the Oval Office. Several more alternate jurors still need to be chosen, but the judge judge overseeing the case indicated that opening statements could begin on Monday. NVDA is the subject of a somewhat cautious cover story in Barron's, with the article focused on the intense competition facing the company from both third parties like AMD and some of its largest customers. Barron's U.S. bank reserves fell by $286 billion in the week through Wednesday, the largest drop in 2 years, as Americans paid income tax. Fed data show total holdings in the banking system were $3.33 trillion, a level Fed officials weighing the path for QT may characterize as abundant, though reserves are pushing nearer to scarcity. BBG Tesla recalled 3,878 Cybertrucks, an NHTSA notice showed. It said the accelerator pedal pad may dislodge and become trapped, causing the vehicle to accelerate unintentionally and increasing the risk of a crash. BBG. So there's more. S&P futures, little changed, well off of worse levels Friday pre-market trading. Nevertheless, major indices on track to log their third straight week of declines. Treasuries firmer with some curve flattening, though yields remain higher week to date. Dollar index is down by 0.1. Gold is down by 0.6. Bitcoin is up by 3. WTI is down by 0.7 despite today's geopolitical headline, with the grade lower for the week. Big focus on Israel's long-awaited response to Iran's drone missile barrage last weekend. However, strike appears to have been carefully calibrated and is not stoking fears of regional escalation. Still, fluid Middle Eastern situations remain one of the several pressure points for the market, including this month's hawkish turn of Fed speak amid continuing economic strength and a bumpy disinflationary path, raising volatility. VIX near 6-month high. Stretch sentiment, positioning indicators, and weaker buyback support are also a thread in the bearish narrative. At the same time, more positive takes on solid labor market, resilient consumer spending, longer-term AI headwinds, and particularly broader oversold conditions. Israel struck a military base in Isfahan, Iran overnight, though scale appears to be limited. Iran has downplayed the damage. Commentators have suggested an effort by both parties to back away from further escalation, despite Iran earlier this week threatening retaliation for the tiniest act. More hawkish bent in Fed speak continued overnight, with Minneapolis Kashkari saying that the Fed could potentially skip cuts altogether this year, following Williams yesterday, who raised the very remote specter of the Fed possibly hiking. Goolsbee, the only speaker on Friday's calendar. No economic data of note either. Elsewhere, some attention, weaker than expected UK sales, while German PPI mostly in line. Bank of Japan Ueda reiterated rates may be warranted if yen's decline significantly push up inflation. Netflix earnings and revenue beat, with subs add ahead of consensus. However, full-year guidance seems to have underwhelmed and note of elevated expectations. AXP report largely in line, though non-interest revenue was weak. ISRG beat with analysts positive on procedure movement. SLB softer after U.S. results saw some offset of stronger international. PPG revenue Q2 EPS guidance missed, but company also announced new $2.5 billion buyback. While NII and fee income were better, though NIM was weaker. Outside of earnings, Para up on headlines that Sony and Apollo could be considering a joint bid. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. There's more. Israel strikes targets inside of Iran. According to U.S. officials, U.S. and Israel held high-level virtual meeting about possible Israeli operation in Rafah. Atlanta Fed President Bostic does not believe it's appropriate to ease until the end of 24. Fed Kashkari says rates could potentially remain unchanged in 24. Fed's foot dragging on rate cuts grates financial chiefs from economies large and small. Ueda confirms a potential policy change if yen weakens, pushes up inflation. ECB Kazakh says too early to declare that euro area inflation has been vanquished. ECB Simca says several interest rates are more likely, but does not need the chart of course to chart the course precisely. ECB Vujicic says FX markets calm so far, but risk of policy divergence between Fed and ECB. China largely expected to leave benchmark lending rates unchanged on Monday. Netflix subscriber growth easily tops, but following password share, but revenue forecast underwhelms. Sony considering joint proposal with Apollo to acquire Paramount. Apple removes WhatsApp and Threads from China China app stores at request of China's internet regulator. Google announces workplace restructure to streamline rollout of AI products. Bank reserve balances dropped by the most since April 2022 for tax deadlines. Japan CPI slows more than expected as core measure falls below 3 for the first time since November 2022. UK retail sales misses expectations in March with higher prices keeping shoppers away. U.S. junk bonds experienced the biggest outflow in 14 months amid spike in treasury yields. South Korea readies forex response amid discussions about potential multilateral intervention. Yuan's appreciation against basket of currencies in contrast with weakness against dollar is threatening export competitiveness. Biden administration threat to impose more tariffs on China and signals potential for more anti-Chinese election battle. Wow. Chadadonia. It's kind of early. We got through that quick, man. So I got a couple of pre-market movers for you. ISRG, they're up 4-1 off of earnings. Shopify is up 3-4. Morgan Stanley upgrades to equal weight. WIT is up 2.5 off earnings. First Solar, 2.5. Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight. WRK up 1.3. DJT up by 8.6. They send letter to NASDAQ regarding suspected short-selling activity. Para is up 8.1. Sony and Apollo considering joint proposal. RSI 3.1. Craig Halliam upgrades to buy. IMNM up 1.9. Globe Life up 1.8. PEV up 18. BROG up 14. SUG-P up 11.4. TWG up 10. Huma up 5.3. MNDR up 4. Bitcoin stocks trading higher. Netflix down 6.4 off earnings. ARM down 2.5 off PNB Paragraphs downgrade to neutral. Solventum down 2.4. ON down 2.3. BNB's Paribas downgrade to underperform. Mobileye down 2.3. IP down 2.0. Mondi says does not intend to make offer for DS. PSTG down 1.8. Raymond James downgrade to outperform. Zoetis down 1.7. SLB down 1.7 off earnings. VST down 1.6. Spotify down 1.5. Ulta down 1.5. Jeffries downgrade to hold. Procter Gamble down 1.5 off earnings. Micron down 1.5. Coupang down 1.5. CCJ down 1.3. Tesla down 1.2. Cybertruck recall. AXP down 0.8 off earnings. RF down 0.7 off earnings. AU down 2%. HSBC downgrade. CDE down 2. MLEC down 15, AILE down 15, Serve down 10, IZM down 10, PLCE down 4, delaying 10K to the year ending, expects significant decline in net sales. Nova down 3.7, Wells Fargo downgrades to equal weight, and Chinese 80Rs are all trading lower. Wow. So SMCI pre-market, after the company released a PR and did not issue revised forward guidance to the upside per their recent past earnings PRs. So they came out with an early morning PR or early earnings, and then they didn't upgrade guidance. Interesting. So Chadadonia, I got a couple of things I'm going to be looking at here. I'm going to be watching Netflix, Nordstrom's and Kohl's. Again, Nordstrom's and Kohl's, any of the buyout plays with all the volatility stuff going on. It's just a nice little pocket to keep your eye on. Keep in eye on Intel. Again, we're moving well into chips, so just keep in mind, now that we're getting over this week, next week, we are going to get into a lot more earnings. Snap and Meta, that even fits in that category. Then Shop and Ulta, both got analyst activity, one upgrade, one downgrade today. We'll see if they start moving, but I like Ulta out of all of those. But besides that, I don't think we have anything crazy. We got a lot of time, actually. We're pretty early on that one, so give me a second. I will go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Good morning, baby. I'll see you in a little bit.
Explained it, like the risk is that if inflation, it could go two-sided, but let's talk where we are now, that if people continue to think inflation's getting higher expectations, it could bleed into actual inflation. Now, right now, and they look at long run because there's a lot of noise in short run. So yeah, in that article, I was talking to Benson Durham, who's at Piper Sandler, but he was at the Fed, New York, and the board, very good wonky options guy. But he looks at long run, five-year forward inflation expectations, even kind of models them to splice out some other forces, say like liquidity premiums, and says, they're too high. They're not screaming, fire in a crowded theater right now, but they're too high. They're above the Fed's target, and the Fed will be, that he thinks is what could really, his words, get the Fed's goat if they start to really unanchor. So that's on the radar of people. Like, you have to keep those contained. Of course, actual inflation has been troublesome 3 months in a row.
Yeah.
Hot CPI. So we'll see.
And this geopolitics and oil really take another leg higher, Liz. It can manifestly change the narrative as well. Great column. Encourage everybody to go and read it this morning. Liz McCormick on the bond markets. My guest this morning are Morgan Stanley's Dan Kelly, Macquarie's Terry Wiseman. Terry will be with me in just a moment. Dan Scully is with me. That's the beauty of live TV. Dan, good to see you in the end. Here we are.
Good to see you.
So I've just looked at bonds for the month. They're up 40 basis points. The bond market has aggressively repriced to a higher for longer narrative. I would say stocks have got away with it so far. Do I de-risk? Do I still have an option to protect myself? How do you look at the bond repricing relative to equity?
Yeah, excellent question and good morning. And I think it's a function of what you do within your allocation, right? And on that particular note, just this week, our Global Investment Committee, led by Lisa Shallett, made a couple of allocation changes to our outlook in terms of adding to larger cap equities, reducing small caps, and actually reducing some of our fixed income exposure on the duration side. And importantly, adding to real assets, right? So again, it's a question of staying invested here, yes, but mixing up the allocations within your portfolio to adjust to what's obviously a very fluid environment.
And that's what you basically say, net. This pullback is a healthy correction of overbought conditions. And
triple net, Chatadonia. You got the TV. You got the headlines. I'm telling you, man, if you were there last night, it's actually wild. We were talking about there being a rally, but not by the top. I thought it would happen like at the ding-ding, but even pre-market, man, it's already a crazy day. You're hearing all the news and everything else, but Chatadonia, you're here right now. You've got to hear it all. Tell me, what is your first play of the day? What do you got for me, Chatadonia? We need 500 likes in 9 minutes. Oh, yeah, like the video. SPY puts, Tesla puts, short SPY, long oil. CO coming off the bottom, waiting for CLZB. Watching SPY puts, Netflix puts, sell open, buy Procter Gamble shares, SMCI, Tesla calls, UWM calls, SPY puts, Tesla puts, Netflix calendar, calls on PHILO, ZC long, MO long, IWM calls, Nike calls, QQQ, war puts, TZA calls, NVIDIA, Netflix puts, how's Netflix conference calls, SPY short out the money, Apple puts, long bond, short SPY, Netflix 500, SPY shorts, DJT short and oil, UUP, Netflix dumping, puts on calls, Tesla calls, Microsoft calls, buy calls at open, TSM, Holden, UVIX, M2K, Meta calls, God did, SPY strangle, TZA, short SPY, NVIDIA calls, TSM, Starbucks calls, SMCI puts, Netflix calls, and the final play. Palantir shares, QQQ short, Clean Spark long, and Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh, on a Friday. Oh, and are you kidding me? That's insane. That's insane. A peach as the final play? Oh, wow. I thought, man, history in the making, man. Yesterday, you got the war history. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? That's a Friday for you, Chatadonia. That's a Friday for you, Chatadonia. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Peach Nation, I don't know. You guys might have been empowered by that right there. On the plays, on the final play. Oh, man, that's crazy. So, Chad, we got a couple of minutes here, actually. So we're ahead with all the news. We got time. Is there any questions? I do need likes, so I don't know if y'all can help me out. I got my bills due. I owe 1,000 likes by 6 a.m., 6:30. So I don't know. I need if y'all could just like the video for me. You got a little bit of time, but I could answer a question if you want me to do a dance I can't dance, but I could answer a question. I got all the news, man. I got all the news. The live last night was crazy, man. I'm telling you. We were just doing our watch list because again, we've been doing those Thursday night live watch lists, and I was midway the keys, and then all of a sudden it started dropping. I wouldn't call it a fake black swan. I mean, I was like a gray swan. We were talking about kind of how it hit yesterday, but I think the thing about it, you guys got to realize, Iran de-escalated. That's it. I mean, it's funny because Iran was just saying how they would not, the littlest thing, they would react to it. But low key, I mean, it's kind of wild to think that this could have been a lot worse all throughout. Like, this could have been awful. So it's like that event and what happened, it definitely held a lot of weight. But the fact that Iran was just like, nah, was more of an overreaction. I don't think so. I think it had the potential to go crazy if Iran came back and was like, oh, yeah, we're going to respond to this. But the fact they de-escalated, so, I mean, now it kind of puts us in the middle of, is it escalating more, or are they going to try to let this calm down? Which is good for now. They could be lying, and then they'll attack, and then the market will do its thing. But we will see. But Chatadonia, that being said, I'm sure we're going to have an exciting day today, even in the next week. But here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Whether or not you agreed with the orders that you were given, you made a commitment and sacrifice for other Americans and people you have never met, and it had a very big impact on your life, and a lot of people don't realize it. So the least we could do is show that love and appreciation, and I encourage all of you to always keep that up. So veterans, for real, from the bottom of my heart, and I know everybody here feel the same way, thank you, baby, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, coaches, anybody making their communities work, baby. God bless you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for doing good to your community. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, Chatadonia. 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 So that's it, man. You got 2 minutes. Honestly, you have 2 minutes to the bell. If you have any questions, you let me know. But in the meantime, I'm going to play you Uncle Answers because you could get his new song. It's out now. It's out. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple Music. It's on Jay-Z's little thing. Oh, it's everywhere.
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly.
So good morning, Blake. You ain't like the video. I'm gonna just play this song until 1,000 likes get hit. We only have a minute. We only got a minute, baby.
Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle
Mr. Buddha.
Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been
Good morning.
You could put me with the greats, big man.
All right, we got 1 minute, and you you need 80 likes in 1 minute. This song is called Marty McFly, baby.
Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my heart to stay. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith, and don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God moves.
Alright, we did it, baby.
That's the way that God proved. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from
How do you mute it?
You
gotta like the video. I said I'm gonna play it till you hit 1,000 likes. Y'all did it, baby. Y'all did it. So that's it. You could shut it up. Simple. All you gotta do is like the video. We hit our 1,000 likes, baby. So good morning. So let's get it. We got 25 seconds. Again, war headlines in the background. A couple of things overseas, not to mention the earnings. You have Fed Goolsbee today, and that'll probably be your only catalyst. And then keep in mind all of the earnings next week. So, Chad, thank you for liking the video. Let's get it. You have less than 5 seconds until the bell. 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty, man. That's crazy, though. So, again, futures are down 1.5. You broke below 5,000 last night. So, the fact that we're up here right now is kind of fascinating. But we have a very, very big range on the day. Yeah, Paramount up 10. Again, Sony and the other people said that they wanted to get involved in it. And then you're at 5,006, so you're honestly only a couple points off the low right now. So, again, if you're waiting for that 5,000 break, I mean, it might happen bright and early here. Already sent out the plays. Where's Netflix? It sucks. So, Netflix, I liked it, but unfortunately, I do think the environment and the analyst activity was not good, but we'll see the next price level. I think it's like 566, I want to say. Yeah. 566, 568. So if it flushes from there, I think it could go down to like 540. Options are hot. Yeah, you're literally already there. So 563 now, that's already breaking it. And then watch some of the banks too. Don't forget their earnings were good and they've kind of been holding. So even though there is a little bit of that fear here today, just keep in mind any of the earnings plays that did good. And then Procter & Gamble got clapped. ARM got a downgrade. So they got clapped there. ARM, and then there's another ON. ARM and ON both got clapped there this morning. Bank on the high, AXP. Nice. They were down. So watch, that could be a post earnings. If they start to pop up and they actually do good. Yeah, all the contracts are cheaper on AXP. So that could be a potential post earnings. Again, the spreads are wide on next week, but it's all over the place. Damn. I just bought those for 12. It could be like DFS, yeah. They gapped lower and then they just took off. That's not filling. DJT still going up. LVS, there's Tesla, AXP trying to work its way up. Again, that AXP chain is insane. I like it, though, if you could get it at the right price, depending on what move it is. Again, but if that fades in 10 minutes, it's over. But I do like that idea. We'll see. We'll give it a second. SMCI, again, SMCI gave like a quarterly update or like ahead of their earnings, and they every time they do that, they usually raise guidance. They didn't this time, and people took it negative. NVO, Baba got a candle. SPY is green. So Dow Jones is the only thing in the green right now. NASDAQ down by 0.3. Russell down by 0.27. SPY is barely red. So compared to yesterday, remember, we just sold off. Today you gap down, and now we're actually getting up to filling the gap. Meta, Apple, NVO in the green, Caterpillar. High ticker is still pretty active, believe it or not. Meta, where's TSM? They're down another 2. And then UAL killing it. AXP contracts, they took off already. I was trying to snake some for like 12 cents. They already went up to 50. So that move is already doing it. Good call out, Ari. IMF assumes full reversal of oil output cut at start of 25. IMF sees OPEC Plus starting to lift oil output gradually from July. IMF full reversal of oil cuts at start of 25. Intel, Clapper, AMD. AMD down 2.5. I think NVIDIA is only down 0.5. And then Netflix, they bounced literally off the 562. Want to play it now? AXP or Netflix? But both of them, no. AXP, I wanted it, but I couldn't get those contracts cheap enough. And Tesla's right at break even. Bonds are going lower. So if anything, out after yesterday, it was even weird that the bonds went up, but they were more sticky in the morning. They held their gains way, way better than any of the other assets, but they're starting to slip now. Oil came up a little bit. Oil's back into the green. 5,007. SPY coming back down again. This is near the lows of yesterday. Or I guess we hit 5,001. TSM, they got a pop there. That's 2%. They were down. AXP still going. Procter Gamble still down 2. Disney. And then bonds still going down. So that's I think a little bit more of the development from yesterday, or at least it's unwinding. Dollars down. CVS X dividend. Oh, yeah, where's MP Dubs? So today's X dividend on MPW. 1 hour, 45-minute watch list. Yeah, bro. I mean, we were just watch listing away, and then the world went crazy. So it worked out. Tesla, right at break even. Bonds trying to catch a bid. SPY back to VWAP. AXP took off there. That one did it. That uncle's song is called Marty McFly. So again, you did fill the gap already today. So if you were waiting for a gap fill, I mean, it was small, but you did that in the first 6-7 minutes here. Meta dropping fast. I'm surprised Meta didn't get clapped more off of the WhatsApp thing, but they are below 500 now. And then AXP still, so that AXP is going to be the one that got away, unless that comes down. Netflix is coming down 7.4. So again, the 560 is like 560 to 550 and 540 on the low side. And then SPY coming back down now. So again, gap lower, 3 candles up, fill the gap, and now 3 candles down. You're right, literally 2 points off the low. 5,001. We broke, futures broke 5,000 last night, but intraday cash open, you have not had SPX trade below that yet in a couple months. Netflix. CLB, GCT, SMCI on the low. SMCI really flushing. Again, Meta's there too, though. I think all your big tech. NASDAQ's down by 0.5 right now. And then SPY fighting a little bit. Netflix, SMCI on the low. 558. Yeah, so 555, and then 550, and then 540. So you got $3 more. 555 will be another level for Netflix. SMCI selling off. IWM new high. Interesting. Meta grab. Remember, Meta and Snap, they're next week, I believe. Snap was up earlier. They came back down. Intel on the low. NVIDIA is about to come down here, too. Airlines are doing great. It's kind of funny, man. AXP. So that's up 3% in 10 minutes. And then SPY back to VWAP. So that just had a little bounce there. So maybe it doesn't move as fast. You know, we spent how much time was it yesterday? No, the day before that, I felt like it was yeah, you spent like 20 minutes here. You made 20 minutes in the first candle range, and then we moved. And it's a big expiration today. UAL is popping. They're going up. AXP is still going crazy. Google on the low. Google and Meta. And Coin now. GCT was already selling off. Materials on the high. Why is XLB ripping? That one's quite interesting. Celsius on the low. Now, MPW closed at 5 yesterday. Yeah, and then today's ex-dividend, though, so it should have a sell-off, but we'll see with everything going on. And then Nordstrom's still up. Oh, yeah, where's Kohl's? Kohl's not down. SJM on the high. There's Nordstrom's literally on the high ticker. TSM pop rejected, came back down to 2. Travel popping. Expedia, Booking, Airbnb. Yeah, Airbnb's in the red. Wells Fargo, 52-week high. And then SPY again at the low. Oil's right at break even. 5,005. You're just literally hugging onto the low here. Wells Fargo is starting to break out a little bit. Again, banks were pretty solid to start off. Like, banks are up 0.75% today. Netflix, Para, Google was dumping there with Meta a little bit ago. I don't know if it's still down. SPY right at VWAP. VWAP is your opening candle. Yeah, Google's still flushing. Google's down 0.9. Apple's down, but remember, they were already near the lows just yesterday. And then Meta's down 1.4. Nordstrom's back up. So they didn't really get affected. Macy's was going up there too. And then SPY, that green candle, still working, but turned red. Oh, yeah, I forgot. LMT and RTX. Honestly, the stocks didn't really move that much. Aggressive buying. Dollar trying to come up, but still down 0.25. NASDAQ down 0.6. SPY barely red, and then Russell's green. So whoever called that out earlier, literally that last like 5 minutes kind of coming down here on the other indexes, the Russell has been running. Netflix. We'll let that one a little bit. The Netflix contracts are all dead. I'm looking at them now. I think I'm going to wait a little, though. I want to put down a place marker because Netflix, again, it just has a wide range here, but the premiums are still a little juicy. It just depends on how it moves in the next week. NVO, I might wait till after earnings, so we'll see when we get our deposit. But I still kind of want NVO with the Airbnb covered calls. The volume, so it's going to pick up. Again, today's a big expiration. 6 million in 12 minutes isn't that bad. So honestly, I think today's volume is going to be a little larger. The watch list was crazy last night. I can't believe that happened, man. The way it all played out is like, it's kind of nuts. And then again, we were even talking about it rallying, but the fact it even did that, by what? Like 1 a.m., 2 a.m.? It's kind of nuts. Tesla files recall of 3,000 vehicles, NHTSA. That's the plan on ARM. The same plan when I made the play. So like I said yesterday, I'm going to encourage you guys to keep up with it, but don't. If you're not following with it, I can't help you, sir. But it's the same exact plan. I made it very clear. Now you got me sounding like Corinne. The Ibotta, no, was that the one with Uber? I think, no. That one came out yesterday. But there's one, it's like Sabata or something. Sabot, Sabapa, Sabubu. It's like something that Airbnb or Uber owns, and they sold off like $40 million of it, I think. If I'm going to be Corinne, I'm going to just go dress up right now and let me get a good outfit. If y'all going to make me keep repeating and then say, I think I made it clear, I'm going to go get me a hot pink suit. I'm going to be looking fly as hell. And then you're going up here now, so we're back up to a little bit of op. It's kind of like yesterday with first couple minutes, had your downside, and now you're getting this vertical out of nowhere. I mean, you have lifted about 10 points. Baby high would be 50.23, but remember yesterday we told you 50.56 from day one. That's what we're going to be looking at. So I think that is still going to be another resistance point. It seems so far away at this point. Netflix chilling. Again, those contracts actually went up. And then JP Morgan and banks all day. Again, Bank of America 2.5, Wells Fargo 1.3. Honestly, in the midst of all of this, banks are going like ape shit. I do think they are the top performer here. And then CCJ's coming back up. AXP, bro, that was a fire call out. The contracts were dirt cheap, but it only lasted for like 2 minutes. I put in a bid, it wouldn't fill, and then they were gone. Goldman, they're up too. All the banks are doing very, very well. I think it could be because Wall, but then again, Wall didn't, it barely moved, but they had earnings. Marvel, that's the first chip company I've seen green, I feel like. AMD's coming up, still down 1. SMCI's down 7. Inflation hotter in items Americans can't go without. Piper Sandler. TSM, they had the 2% down, then they popped up to like break even, then they gave it back up. Remember, they don't move a lot, but they were just at 140. The earnings yesterday, I think next level, 126 to 123. Your SQQs didn't move. I mean, if you, I don't know. I don't think you could have traded it pre-market, but last night, I'm sure they were on fire. If we opened up where we were last night, it's crazy because, like, if you didn't watch the watch list with us last night and you weren't there and, like, you just woke up and saw it today, I don't think you understand how dramatic it was. But, like, last night, it's been a while since I've seen futures down, like, almost 2% in pre-market. Yeah, so it was really bad. But then again, the whole downplaying of the situation and how it's played out, man, very, very wild. Very, very wild. It was crazy to watch. I mean, it was also, again, just even the implications, you know, like what could have happened. But like I'm saying here, it's just by morning they de-escalated it. And you're not, like, again, futures were down almost 2%. What happened? It was just, bro, like, I wish, let me see. I want to see if I could get to it on the watch list. Because, like, I'm telling you, we were just doing a normal watch list. Like, I did not go live for that event. We were just doing the watch list. So, like, look, this is how it starts off, you know. Like, and I hope you're having a wonderful evening. You know what I'm saying? We got a special watch list here. Once we're looking, gold is starting to pop off. I think I'm talking about
right
it.
now.
Yeah, right there. Just 5-10 minutes in.
And it looked, the yen's going up too. Yeah, give him a little bit. I hope you got going up. I think it's
Where was it?
I think it's where was it?
It's April. That has. Well, I was trying to see the first part because I wanted to show you futures were already down. So, like, again, we're 16 minutes into the watch list, and then this is futures right now. Look at futures. You're down 0.35. Futures are already below 5,009. Again, this is how it looked like middle of the night. Gold was near the all-time high. And then you had the bonds even up 1-2. Oil was up 2 at that time. Later in the day, oil went up 4. And then, again, look at your futures were down 1-3 at that moment. So it was nuts. I'm telling you, but, like, we were just going, like, I was literally going over the keys. I was going over the plays, and we're, like, talking about what's going to happen. And then, like, the news started breaking in the middle of it, and then it got blown out. But that's why I'm saying, if like we opened up with any sort of semblance of what you had last night, oh dude, it would have been nutty. But then again, Iran, not really responding and downplaying it. I mean, it was a very mature move by them to de-escalate the conflict. It was actually nuts. So whatever point I'm saying is the calm you see, even then it don't even look that crazy here. Pre-market, it just looked like a normal day. Holy it was not. But then again, the fact that the news did not lead to an escalated conflict, I mean, there you go. The catalyst was literally Israel attacking Iran. So we heard about it in as it happened. So the futures started dumping during the watch list, and it was unconfirmed for 20 or 30 minutes. So we had it even really early, and then you started noticing this fat reaction on all the assets, and come to find out, Israel conducting a strike on Iran. Only goes down on threats. Once it happened, we buy it all. I mean, buy the invasion. The art of war, there's going to be something done about the attack. I'm sure down the, Iran will probably save it. I thought Israel was going to do the same thing. But at this point, I mean, I do think Iran made a good decision. I was saying last night, you got to realize that was about to start another conflict. So if Iran really wanted to get into a conflict and didn't want to sell their oil, they would have escalated that. But I do think it was better for everyone. But for now, I think they're going to hit later. Something's going to happen. Like I said, I thought Israel was going to do this. I thought Israel was going to use this attack as a reason 6 months down the line to do something and be like, oh, this is a response to when you guys did that. So I think Iran might try that if that's the case. But otherwise, I mean, yesterday was really close to expanding the Middle Eastern conflict. That's the theme of yesterday, is that we literally, thank goodness somebody wanted to de-escalate, but you were very, very close from that turning into a whole nother party involved in an active conflict. So it would have been nuts. Was that CCK? And then Netflix popping. So those contracts, they went up almost 100%. So I guess I did have good timing. I just didn't take them. We're going to have another day of, I think today is going to be I wouldn't call it indecision. It's pressure. It's momentum. It's all the momentum. Literally, this is about to be our third week in a row of declines now. We've already went down 5 consecutive days. You're below the levels at this point. We're moving with momentum. That's what I was saying. Good earnings, we're shrugging it off. Anything else going on, the data is actually staying with us. People don't like it. You have hawkish Fed. So if anything, I mean, you just have pressure at these lower levels, especially even at 5,000. Again, we hit 5,018. So you're trying to do a little green shoot bounce again. This is E-Trade Pro, and the other one is Thinkorswim. This one's Thinkorswim, high-low ticker, E-Trade Pro. And I have Fidelity for the long term, too. Beal, Disney on the high. SPY, candle's doing good. It's at least higher than open. And then SPY is in the green. NASDAQ still red. Everything in the green. Even the VIX is in the green. Disney trying to come up. Again, Netflix, 3 candles there. Back to its high of the day. Gold, it's like right at break even. Futures are technically down. ETF up. Where's silver? Yeah, their daily's all still holding up. Is Tesla in the green? Oh my gosh, really? Oh my goodness, it's Karen's birthday? Oh, happy birthday, Karen, Big 8. That's like the best birthday to have. You know that? Oh, no, my goodness. Happy birthday, Karen. Tell your dad get you a long term. Amen. Amen. That's what's up. Happy birthday. Look at the chat going crazy, too. They heard it's Kara's birthday. That's hype, man. April 19th. CRMD. Popper. UAL again. My goodness. Oh, no. UAL's coming down. Was that DAL? I swear I just saw an airline on the high. Video. All right, bonds have flushed again. So, bro, this has happened every other day. Because, again, now you're going to have to ask yourself, is the market going to follow it? And then, actually, today, if we hold the relief, if we get relief in the market, that'll be interesting. Bonds dropping a little bit more. Would I mint the deed to my home on blockchain? If I needed to. If that makes... I don't know why I would need to, but if the opportunity arose where I needed to, then yeah. But I don't really. High ticker is actually fully gassed, almost. Netflix going up. I should have grabbed that. I should have took that contract. Those hit. Those went 30 cents to $1. And then bonds still a little lower. Again, Netflix, NVIDIA. Any other chip makers? I think just AMD. But SMCI still into the low. Amazon still red. Apple's near the bottom. And then Microsoft. Interesting. I think it's all Russell names. What if Bill Ackman tweets? Would he be him? It depends, but I mean, again, last time we heard him was the rate cut plays, I think. But so far, that's gone out the window. Are we ignoring the war? No, it moves fast. I mean, right now, I still think there's an element of unknown, but generally the idea here is that Iran's response by saying it wasn't a big deal, people are thinking that's going to de-escalate a little bit. UNH going up again. Remember, they were on fire yesterday. Citi, more banks, and then SPY right near the high. Again, bonds just sold off there the last couple minutes. Iran called timeout. No, Iran was just like, that's cool. That's not even a big deal. Like, it's Iran kind of, and it doesn't make sense because it'd be like a guy totaling his car and he's like, nah, it's chill. I'm not even. No, but if he's chill, then fine, I guess. I'm telling you, like, Iran could have been they could have gotten very worked up over this, and that's why I think that's why we had the reaction. I think oil and all that stuff, we just thought Iran we didn't think they were going to take it lying down, but they were like, they downplayed it heavily. See, I mean, here's the difference. What was the difference when Israel got attacked? Y'all don't feel me. Israel got attacked. Israel downplayed it. None of them hit Israel. But then Israel said, we're going to retaliate. So same thing happens to Iran. But what did they do? They said it was nothing. They downplayed it. But then they didn't bring up retaliation. So that's why you got something good in that sense. Pinduoduo on the low. Netflix still working. Again, banks, high ticker, fully gassed right now. Not like fully, but I'd say like 75% of the way. It's because they can't. They broke. Well, I don't know if like they're fully broke, but they want money. And that's why I made a joke about it earlier because you guys are like, wow, I can't believe Iran is the adult in the room by de-escalating. But it's just like, if you haven't kept up with the headlines, Iran's oil output is highest that it's been in a while. Iran's making more money than ever selling oil. They need that money. So I think they don't want to get in, again, why threaten the Strait of Hormuz and get involved in all of that? Again, take the attack and then sell another $35 billion of oil. But they're selling good oil right now. They haven't been in the past, but now they are. So a lot of people are talking about how Iran wouldn't want to disrupt its recent oil output that's been helping it out. International Atomic Energy Agency says there's no damage to Iran's nuclear site after the incident. And then bonds, they did not go down for 5 minutes. SPY did not go up, though. Zoitis on the low. SMCI still flushing. SMCI, they gave like a they usually give like a pre-quarter update, like on their earnings, like ahead of it, and they came out with the update today, but it didn't include a financial guidance raise, which the last 2 times it has, and it popped up. So people were kind of disappointed because they gave their quarterly update, but this time they did not move. It's like a quarterly update ahead of earnings, but this time they did not say that they're raising guidance. Netflix move what's priced in about pretty much, yeah. MPW X dividend. So it should go down. I think, again, the dividend pays off 3%. So we'll see, but it's also holding up still from that good news. So I wonder how much it will sell off. Amazon. And then bonds trying to work their way up. SPY right below VWAP again. So we're still doing the dance. $5.011. I mean, today's range is literally, it's 20 points, 15 points, give or take. So kind of small for now, but we will see. PSFE, pay safe. Again, there's a lot of names on the high ticker. I think a lot of them are Russell. The Russell's doing amazing. Russell and Dow. Dow's up 0.4. Russell's up 0.6. NASDAQ down 0.4. SPY's right at break even. There's UNH again. Remember yesterday it ran up and then sold off, and now once again it's here today. There's no data. I think we have Austin Goolsby, and that would be it. BABA, I mean, any price, I think below 74. 72. BABA is just a matter of your risk tolerance, and if you do think they will be here in 10 years and be able to actually execute a comeback. Leave Netflix up. Meta flushing. SPY coming down again. Apple's at the low too. High ticker still has name. Apple, Meta, Microsoft, all going into the lows right now. coin. I mean, I think crypto had a little bit of a rally. Yeah, all the crypto names are trading good today. GLD, SLV, they look the same. City again. More banks, bro. I'm telling you, banks went on fire. Boeing. So Boeing, low-key, in the last couple minutes, went red to green right there. TU, SPY, just holding up here. 511. This was the top. This is literally the gap fill. You're just holding it. World markets, I mean, they've kind of all over the place. So FTSE 100 barely red, 0.35. Euro stocks 50, 0.18. The Nikkei went, no. Bullshit. Hold on. It says the Nikkei went green. That's actually crazy. No, it's still down 0.7. On the futures, at least. Hang Seng went up, and then Germany's down by 0.4. I think that's it. So most of the world just barely moved. Again, this is the Nikkei right here, but last night, even then, like, Japanese futures were down almost 3%. Let's go. High ticker still gassing. You got a green shoot. Again, bonds still holding up. You got Boeing there. Netflix recovered like 2% from the bottom. ClearSpark still going. Them and a couple of the crypto plays. And again, high ticker fully active. Everything from crypto to BP. Yeah, you got a lot on there. What's so unbelievable for those markets to go green? Because they were down 3% almost last night on the future. So that same future still was red, but I was like, wow, that would have been, because they closed earlier. So that just would have meant that you have the relief bounce globally before even, like, what, 5 a.m. Eastern? It's kind of wild. And SPY still holding up. It's trying. I mean, you've been here for like 10 minutes or so, a little bit more. Again, healthcare stocks are moving up. XLH or XLV, UNH, Humana. Mara's just going up with all the crypto names. They're not doing as good, but ClearSpark's up 6. Coinbase up 3.8. So I think they got a little bit of that crypto bounce after even selling the other day, too, on some of the war headlines. PayPal vote, just normal voting. I mean, again, we only voted on the Disney one because there was a lot going on, but I don't think the PayPal one has any big presentations. Wells Fargo and then Fidelity. So Fidelity's popping now, and then Wells Fargo 52-week high. But yeah, all financial plays are doing amazing. REITs are even up. Uncle really did that. God bless you. I like Marty McFly. It's a good one, man. It's a good one. Oh, dude, that's whack. Man, let me see. I think I'm still banned on Twitch. I should be unbanned tomorrow, I think. Yeah, I'm still suspended. But, bro, it's Preform's birthday. Oh, but he's usually in the Twitch. We can't see him in the YouTube. But Preform's, baby, happy birthday. And it was Lori's birthday, too. Oh, no. Hey, man. A lot of birthdays, man. April 19th, 20th, 18th. Y'all been partying, huh? I wish I could give you a Twitch horn, man. They playing me. They playing me. High ticker running again. So Boeing, literally, high ticker still has the gas. I mean, the market hasn't moved in about 15 minutes. Bonds are near the low once again. Where is oil and energy? Oil is coming back up. Oil's at 0.52 on the day. So I had a big gap down and then come. Oh, wait, no. That's not oil. That's just the ticker CL. Well, oil is coming back by 0.15. SPY going lower. Again, big tech is like literally NASDAQ is leading this. Your Apples, your Microsofts, your Googles, those are the ones going lower, adding pressure. SMCI, bro, it's getting murk. Down 12 now. So it's about to be right at 8. When was the last time I went down here? Yeah, this is a new low. Last time SMCI traded here was end of February, and then a couple of days after the earnings fiasco. So yeah, SMCI down big. Again, that guidance or lack thereof this morning, that really, really clapped them. The market broadening out. I mean, it's hard to say today, even though you're getting Russell doing good. There's clearly winners and losers today, but given all the broader pressure, it's hard to say broadened out. 2 weeks ago, a month ago, it did broaden out. Remember when everything was feeling good, market was still fully green, you didn't have this downside pressure, and then every other day, it would switch between laggers and leaders, but you'd have a lot of the equal weight going up. Today, I just too much pressure to try to assert that, I would say. TSN on the high. Tyson Chicken. SPY 2 candles down. Bonds near the low too. So, flush mode has a couple of things. Back to 5,005. Remember, this was a low yesterday. So 5,005, we were like, no. And then we gapped down here below it today. So 5,001, you hit that on the second minute. But that's technically the new low of the month. No updates on the Gill buyout. They haven't said the offer, but they are hosting an investor day to break down what they're going to do. Oh, I think there's a call today at 2 p.m. No, it was yesterday. But there's another one that they're going to do. But we're just waiting, and then they're going to probably announce what their offers were. And speaking of which, where's Coles? Bonds flushing, and then SPY near the low, then getting a green shoot. Boeing still going. And NVIDIA bottoming. There's a lot of pressure in chip land. So it'll be hard to say. And then again, yesterday, people were talking about NVIDIA being in a technical correction, being down 10% from the high. Dollar to close. It's the best time to buy. Somebody was saying that on Bloomberg this morning. You still got earnings. Just depends on your risk there, but so far earnings have been good, but the market has brushed off a decent amount of it. SPY bounce. I don't know. Bond just hit a new low. It wanted to bounce, but that green candle's turning red. You got TSM on the low now. So again, you're right near the lows, kind of near where you opened. Again, Boeing 171, almost 171.50. Meta again. Meta's down 2. Apple down 1, trying to go down, and then Microsoft down 0.6. Let's see, what time is it? It's not even an hour. So we've only been here for 45 minutes. So right now, 45 minutes into it, believe it or not, you have 394 names in the green on the SPY, 108 in the red. Dow Jones, 20 names in the green, 10 names in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 48 names green, 53 in the red. So it's not even that bad of a day, which is kind of weird. So legitimately, SPY has more names green Dow is very strong, and then even the NASDAQ is 50-50. It's just you have more pressure from Netflix, Meta, NVIDIA, AMD, all of those are weighing a little different. So very interesting breakdown. That PG coming back on the high. Again, they had good earnings. I think they had good earnings, but revenue was a little lighter, but they guided up. And we're going over. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, every day this week, we have hit a new low of the week and month, even today. So every single day, you hit a new low. Monday, new low. Tuesday, new low. Wednesday, new low. Thursday, new low. Friday, new low. Every single day. A new low of the month, a new low of the week. So now, and that's why, again, 5 consecutive down days is pretty wild. And now you're 1 point off of setting another low. There it is, 5,000 flat. 5,099. We're either going to break it or we're going to bounce really strong off of it. But again, yesterday, to give you an idea though, here's the sad part. Yesterday, futures at 5,000, zero respect at all. So keep this in mind. If futures do flush, if we can't hold 5,000, 49.80 to 49.70, I think will be in play. Just from how we moved last night. But we'll see if cash open has any more support. 5,059 is the low of the day now, or 5,099. So he bounced off of that low, literally hit new low by a couple points, maybe half a point. Bonds hit the low and then bounce. You think this will be the story of Q2? The war? No. Unless Iran wants to escalate it, but I think the story is going to be the same policy shift. That's it. When, if, how, they cut rates, what the data shows, and then are we actually going to get that policy movement? We may hear about the war, but I don't think it'll be an issue unless Iran and Israel both want to smoke with each other and to make it like a real war. What happened to buy the war? This one's a little different. Again, this isn't Russia, Ukraine, different geography, different resources at play. And it's not like this is the first sign of it. So it's not like this is remember with Russia, Ukraine, they invaded and then you debated for another 6 months, 3 months before they invaded again. And that was the invasion that you bought. Gold on the high. Yeah, so gold waking up, silver too. Silver is actually outperforming, no way. Tesla waking up. NVIDIA is still dying. And SPY too. Chattadonia. Oh, not so fast, buddy. You broke 5,000. Literally, I'm telling you, if it doesn't even hold up here in a weird way, 5,000 don't really have that much respect. You just flushed it 2 points right there. But if it doesn't hold up, I mean, I'm telling you, I think you could go as low as 49.80 real quick. Yeah, 49.82. Honestly, I think it just goes down there right away. You might get 49.88 or 49.82 though. So if 5,000 don't hold, I do think it's 20 points lower. Oh, Ben D, baby. And Mr. Buddha. My man. Oh, Arna. Thank you, my friend. Happy Friday. Bond yields hit another new low off that too. NASDAQ down 0.75%. Russell up 0.4. Dow 0.38. SPY down 0.25. You've been here for just under an hour. NVIDIA down 8.25 now. Again, Microsoft and Apple are weighing on it too. Half of the NASDAQ is in the green. It's just your bigger names are starting to sell off. Tesla's in the green. That's funny. Yeah, Tesla's right at break even. Hawaiian Electric, remember they had news yesterday. The VIX is starting to climb. VIX is back up. No shit. Yeah, VIX ain't giving back up all the way. SMCI below 800. Apple falls to 11-month low after Meta apps report. Coca-Cola, again, some of these defensive value names are going up. Like Coca-Cola is just ripping on all of this. SPY going lower. So, Chad, this is below 5,000 now. So, 49.88 or 82. I really think those are our next levels to watch for. $9.96. Bro, it's fun. Bro, the high ticker is going crazy. I think oil's starting to run up. Because I'm seeing a lot of energy names there, but you are watching a lot of defensives too. So again, I mean, the Dow being green really highlights this. But your value plays, your defensive names, or if people are, they're just getting out of one area and buying the other. Or at least, again, you have strong support in certain areas, even though you just got this little sell-off now below 5,000. 4.9. I don't know what the level would be, but 4 on the SPY, but 4.980 is in play today. So 4.9, you shot by 4 points below 5,000. We'll see. Is Blinker live? I have no idea. No, I don't think he is. DD on the high. Man, the high ticker is still very good. So, again, you're bouncing. A VWAP didn't move on that. It sucks. You got that little move there, but, again, we were just talking about broadening out, but I just think all the value plays held up. LMT on the high. LMT and RTX, so defense like Pew Pew, they're still holding up as well. Yeah, LMT, several candles. Just watch. Maybe it does it like it did last night. If we just watch oil and gold go crazy. So oil, gold, some of those war plays are catching a candle right now. Oil's back to 0.4. Gold went back to the green. I think the dollar's down. And then bonds are the only one. Bonds don't have a bid. 8 minutes. Really? So he comes on soon. Goolsby. MO's up. Yeah, anything that's not tech and just like boomer stocks are going up today. Pretty much. SABEW annual conference. And then SPY going lower. So see, apparently I thought Goolsby was later, but yeah, he is going to come on here. I think in 6 minutes. 4996, man. You're right there at the low still. So again, 4982, 4988. That's what I'd be looking for. And again, welcome. You are now below 5,000. So you have not done this since pretty much the beginning of February. And if we go to 4982, a little lower, you will now have wiped out 2 of the last 4 months in the market. So that's also part of it. Remember, February was an excellent month. If you guys do not recall what February did to the market, it was absolutely massive. So again, February, you went from what? Oh, I guess we got a little bit more. Never mind. You have 100 points to fill February. So we've given up half of it, but February till March, I mean, that was like a 300-point move or something. So to give up that already, it's kind of nuts. We still have a little bit more cushion, though. It's going to be another 100 points. SMCI getting worked right now. Again, LMT, RTX had that pop. You saw a couple of gold and oil names move up, too. I don't have any war headlines, but they all moved. And then SPY, I'm surprised, though. It's not holding up 5,000. Like, it didn't defend it. But you're, like, kind of air braking, 4993. But then again, I guess we're 5 points away from the first level I told you, 4988. Otherwise, 4982 will be the real solid level. All right, you're going lower. So 4992, there it is. It's picking up a little bit more. So 4991, 3 points away from level number 1 I just told you. That's going to be a baby level. Otherwise, 4982 is the real money. So, yeah. So 88 was like the low. This is like what, February 5th? February 7th? And then here's that. Then finally you'll fill this gap right here. That'll be like 498182. And then if you really drop below there, we start getting into the 60s and then 30s. Well, we'll just go with 4982 for now. Pfizer looking strong. I mean, it's what I told you guys a couple months ago. I just said one day, I said there will be a day where everything sells off and all of your value names go up, and then you're going to like them, you know, because every other day where you're like, why is everything up but my value names aren't? Well, days like today, that's where they come to do their work. ARM 99? No way. Yeah, that hit it. So 96, bro. And if it breaks that, that gets hideous. I don't know if it'll flush 96, though. I think that is the max. But, I mean, anything's possible in this environment. SMCI rumors to downgrade. It just, they didn't give guidance. That's all. Every time they give these quarterly updates, they come out with a higher guidance number. And the fact that they didn't today, you know, lower guidance out of ASML the day before, you know, it's just not that good. And then TSM just warned of global demand, but they were the only good one. NVIDIA flush, SPY 2, Procter Gamble. So value, again, value Dow plays. Dow is killing it today. Even the Russell, but SPY is going down even more. And NVIDIA, big caps are all selling off. Meta was already down too, 599 or 4990. So 2 points away from baby level, and then another about 10 points from the real gap fill solid level we've been kind of watching for a while here. So we will see. And then it's been about an hour. You're literally 45 seconds shy of 1 hour into the day, coming off of crazy headlines last night. 15 million on the hour. That's a lot of volume. So you are above average. Again, it's a big expiration too. Oil names moving. Devon Energy, XOM, Oxy. Literally all oil plays popping. XLE. Surprisingly, oil futures are not going that crazy. BP, SPY, green shoot off the bottom. Said hi. No headline right now. I mean, most of your headlines were last night. And then you're not going to get data. You're going to get Goolsby here in a second. I do have a live feed, but he's not on yet. Goolsby, makes sense to wait, get more clarity before moving. Hold on. Troy has some comments there. So I think pre-written statements from Goolsby coming out.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to get started with the next session. My name
Holy
is Nick
shit.
Timmeros. I cover the economy.
Bro, Nick
for the Wall
Timmeros
Street
is
Journal.
interviewing him.
And I want to thank Cebu for having...
Zotan Timmerai got it all in one place.
Who is the
all in one
president of the
take.
Federal
That's
Reserve Bank of
crazy.
Chicago. Austin previously
Goolsby, persistently
served,
high
as
housing
the,
inflation is
chairman
main
of the
short-run
Council of
problem.
Economic Advisors
That's
for
crazy.
President Barack
You got your
Obama,
boy Timmeros
and was a professor,
interviewing
at the
Mr.
University of
Golden
Chicago.
Path.
So, Austin, let's get right into what we're seeing in the economy right now. Last week there was an
So little pop so far as this has
that
began.
showed,
Pre-written
the CPI
statements
showed
there.
that now for
Goolsby
3
says
months,
inflation's
been
3
a
months
little
can't
bit
be
firmer
dismissed.
than
You'll hear
maybe
it.
what people were expecting.
Says makes sense
after
to
we've
wait.
seen
Says
better
Feds need to
readings at the
see
end
if
of
data
last year.
points are overheating.
My first question to you, Austin, is have the first 3 readings this year on inflation changed your view about how long it's going to take to get inflation all the way back to the Fed's 2% goal?
Mechanically, yes. Just the way we add up the inflation, it's going to make it. It's going to take longer. I always say 1 month is no months, but 3 months that's at least one real month. So if you take a broad view, inflation got way above where we were comfortable with, and it's down a lot. 2023 was an excellent year for the mandate, for the dual mandate, that inflation fell close to as much as it's ever fallen, and we did that without having an increase in unemployment and without a recession, which is mostly unprecedented. But now that we're seeing, after 6-7 months of very strong improvement and close to 2% inflation, something that's well above that, now I think we have to recalibrate, and we have to wait and see. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be as rapid as it looked for the previous 6 or 7 months. And I always say that I'm part of I'm one of the proud data dogs. I looked up what's a group of dogs is either a pack or a kennel. So if you want to join the kennel of data dogs, what's the first rule of the kennel? If you are unclear, stop walking and start sniffing. And with these numbers, we need to do more sniffing to get where we are.
Now, the Fed is always looking ahead, right? You have to set policy based on a forecast for where you see the economy going.
Indeed.
And so maybe, a couple months ago, I don't know where your forecast was, but your colleagues, put down projections, and I think it was 2.4% core inflation at the end of this year. That moved up a little bit in March, 2.6%. What difference does it really make if core inflation's at 2.4 or 2.7% at the end of this year? Should that really make that big of a difference to how you're setting policy? I mean, to be clear, inflation was 5%, almost 5% a year ago.
Yeah, look, we're going to get to 2%. We said it. That's our stated target. The mandate. We must, in my view, for credibility purposes and for content purposes, get inflation back to 2%. If, as the statement that the committee put out says we want to have confidence that we're on this path to 2. If you are confident that you're on a path to 2, the timing, 1 month is no months. You know, as I say, if it's 2.4 in December, but it was 2.6 in November, that's not where it is. But it's the broadly, are we on path to 2% in a reasonable time frame? And that's the thing that we gotta pay attention to. And it brings relief to my colleagues that I should have said
NVIDIA
at the
flushing
outset.
and banks
I don't speak for
ripping.
anyone else on the committee. I can only speak for my own opinion.
And then see if the bond's inverse if we go lower here.
As a group,
Again, Goolsby sounds a little more hawkish.
We
believe
don't
it or
just
not.
mechanically follow, hey, what was the CPI last month? That should determine what the FOMC move should be next month. I think that would be kind of overly indexing on one number.
Right. So the Fed has a dual mandate, price stability, which you've defined as 2.0% inflation over time, and then maximum employment, which I would interpret as a reasonably healthy labor market.
Yes.
Last year, early this year, you'd referred to this sort of soft landing as a golden path, that we were on this golden path towards being able to have the economy achieve those goals without a big trade-off, right? There had been a fear that maybe there would be a trade-off. Is that fair to say? The golden path would essentially be not much of a trade-off between.
Yes, look, this was a reference to 2023, that if you take the history of not just the Fed, but central banks in all the advanced economies, they virtually never got inflation down significantly without a deep recession. So the trade-off you're describing.
Right.
And I said through 2023 that because of supply chain healing, because labor force participation was rising, because productivity growth looked like it was relatively stronger than trend, and because Fed credibility had not gone away, so inflation expectations remained basically anchored at 2%. That opened a door to the golden path, that you could get inflation down without the trade-off. And we did. So that happened in 2023. That was the golden year. It's definitely more difficult for 24 because as the supply chain heals,
you're going lower again. You're 3 points
So
off
the
the low.
part
You
that
just bounced
comes
above
from
5,000 and then gave it up.
will be smaller.
So I'm telling you, no
still
respect
think
that
the
5,000. It's
labor
weird.
force participation and higher population growth because immigration that we didn't, some of those make it a little, is it complicated? It's not complicated, but you should just be a little hesitant to overinterpret quantity numbers as an indicator of overheating. Okay, so the center of the trade-off conflict comes if the economy starts overheating. Then you got to decide: which side of the mandate do we want to emphasize?
Right.
In a way, it's been easy. Not easy. It's been straightforward because we've been doing great on the employment side of the mandate. Unemployment rate 3.8%. Many of us are old enough to remember 4% was supposed to be full employment. So we've done great on the employment side, and we have not succeeded over a multi-year stint now on the inflation side. We did that in 23 without messing up the other side.
Okay.
My view
I think that was a new low, man.
Level of monetary policy restrictiveness. If you just look at
No,
the real
it wasn't.
Fed funds
It's right there,
rate,
though. You're about to
the
hit a new
interest rate
low.
minus
Again,
inflation.
4.988 and
That's
4.982.
high. That's historically quite
Those
high.
are
as
right
high
in
as
your-
it's been
in your vision.
Some decades, and I would characterize. You got to decide. You will have to decide if you hold that at that level of restrictiveness for too long. You will definitely have to start thinking about the employment side of the mandate too.
Right.
And all of that hinges on inflation got to keep coming down.
So I guess the question I'm building up to is, have these first 3 months of the year where inflation looks like it's running closer to 3% than making more progress to 2%, the economy's adding jobs. Maybe it's labor supply-driven immigration, so you don't have to worry about overheating, but you also don't have to worry about, you don't see obvious cracks in the labor market. Has the data so far this year changed your view about whether you can hit your goals staying on this golden path, or are the trade-offs going to become harder this year?
It definitely becomes harder this year, and I've been saying that 23, it was controversial when I was saying in 23 that I thought we could get inflation down a lot without a recession. As some of those factors, we get the benefits of them, it definitely becomes more challenging in 24. I sometimes find it helpful to break out the components of inflation and to kind of think through what happens. So
you started doing this last year. You said
I started doing it last year.
You said look at goods, and goods came down, and it stayed down.
And goods stayed down. So the one topper sentence that I will say is we were at or below 2% pre-COVID, and that wasn't from the inflation rate of everything wasn't 2%. Okay, and it's important to remember that. It doesn't have to be that housing inflation gets back to 2% and services back to 2% and goods back to 2%. That's not what it was before. Goods were at -1%, services were at 2.5%, housing was 3.5%. That's what it was for the decade before COVID. Goods are back to -1% deflation, largely from healing of the supply chain. Services were making progress. They were above 2.5%, but they were coming down. That services went way up for a couple of months. That's one we need to highlight and watch. But this,
and then bonds giving up, KMI, that's energy related. I'm keeping up the banks, bro. Their single financials are dominating.
That has not behaved the way we thought it would. So it's down from its peak, but it's still 5.5%, 6% inflation. And mechanically, we thought we understood how that number gets added up. And the market rent inflation is well down, but it hasn't flowed through into the official measures. If it doesn't, I still think it will, but if it doesn't, I think we're going to have a hard time. It's definitely going to be more difficult to get to 2% overall if we do not see progress on that.
So let's take this hypothetical forward then. Let's say that progress on housing continues, but at a much slower rate than what you're expecting, and maybe you have to wonder if housing is going to settle out at 4.5% instead of the 3.5% we had in the past decade. In that situation, do you just accept inflation? You know, let's say core PCE is running at 2 3/4. Do you just accept that?
No.
Keep policy tight?
Well, look, we will get inflation back to 2%. I don't know how to say it any different way. We will get inflation back to 2%. If housing is going to be 5% or whatever it is,
I think
then the other inflation has to be lower. We will get inflation back to 2%.
So it's his biggest problem, but he's saying
over what period
even
of
if
time
it's the biggest problem, they'll find a way to get to 2%, even if it's at 6%, apparently.
I'm not going to, it's not a over 20 years.
Interesting.
But it's the answer to that is not a like, does that mean December of what
that's
year?
So he is bullish. I'm telling you, he's bullish.
Are we on
and
a
he is very
like,
I think he knows the data a year out because he's not.
We had 7 straight months.
He's been saying over and over again, real estate,
where we were at 2%.
But he's saying even if it's 6, they could
so
still get to 2.
It is conceivable, and there's not it's not like breaking the speed of light that the physicists tell you is impossible. But it's getting more complicated as we work through several of the beneficial things that we had in 23.
So let me ask you about the labor market then. Does job growth need
SPY
to slow
coming up
down
off that again
for you to have more conviction?
I do think that was a little, it adds a dovish tone to his comments on real estate over the last couple weeks.
Gets at is it the elephant in the room? Maybe it's the elephant. This gets at the elephant in the room. Is the inflation that we have seen in the last 2 months that followed on the disinflation that we saw for the second half of 23. Is this a sign of overheating or is this something else? We don't know the answer. This is where the sniffing comes in. Now we wait and we see and we figure that out. I just want us to be careful over-indexing on jobs numbers looking strong when I gave this speech last year that we talked about. If you have positive supply developments happening, like labor force participation rates going up, like immigration bigger than what you thought, so population is increasing, like productivity growth higher than trend, then you are going to get stronger quantity numbers. Aggregate GDP growth is going to be higher. Labor force number of jobs created is going to be higher than what you thought was the steady state sustainable level. And so it's not, you got to just be careful taking aggregate numbers as a sign of overheating in that environment. So I'd say we're still looking. We still got to understand what's the nature of economic growth. And it's relevant, in my eyes, to look at what's happening in other countries. Okay, so the growth experience in the United States, you've seen, is well higher through and post-COVID than in Europe and then in most other advanced economies. If you start to see a rise in inflation all around the advanced economies, that's the suggestive evidence that something else is happening, like supply chain, supply shocks, oil prices, et cetera. And there are definitely geopolitical events, and the Taylor Swift album came out, and other things that are influencing the whole world, not just the United States. So I keep an eye on that too.
So, but
can't forget about the macro influences of a Taylor Swift album.
Rent is the main channel through which
there's the Phillips curve.
Why should we expect?
You got the SOM indicator, and then you got Taylor fucking Swift, man.
A lot of people have been looking
as
for
a macroeconomic event.
If the labor market is holding up.
The fuck you mean? It's not. It is.
Okay, wait. Say that again. So you say rent is what happens when wages meet housing. That's kind of your.
I mean,
thing.
I my job. My
so
income
wages are
prospects
strong, but look, if you think
he's
overheating,
bullying Timmerhouse. Look at
back up.
Timmy.
There's two parts.
Even
One is
Timmy's
just
like,
specific to
okay.
housing, and the other is the overall. What are the indicators
Bro,
of whether
Goolsby
it's
be
overheating or
bullying
not
Timmy.
overheating? We got big jobs numbers. We got very
you bulls are
strong
annoying.
and stable.
That's how y'all even just
consumer
be like,
spending. And those are kind of the strongest parts of the
y'all
economy.
won't even let Timmy ask a question.
There are other things in the job market that suggest you might call getting into better balance rather than spiraling up and overheating. The vacancies to unemployment
I feel like
rate
Timmerhouse is going to write the most bearish shit
closer
after
to normal. The voluntary quit rate. Back to little
Goolsby's like, no, let me tell you about this golden
matching what
pivot.
it was pre-COVID. Wage growth.
NATO agrees to provide
moderating to
Ukraine
something
with
that,
more air
depending what the
defense.
productivity growth rate is, might be totally consistent with 2% inflation. So that doesn't feel exactly like overheating. So that's why I say there's actually some cross currents. Then on housing, as wage growth is moderating to something like what it was pre-COVID, and as the market rents have come down to something like what they were pre-COVID or even below, that is what makes the puzzle of housing greater. So your puzzle, which is if wage growth is strong, then how could rents ever come down? They did. Look at market rents. The market rents came down. The puzzle right now is this mechanical puzzle of why is the official data looking so different from the market data, and we still don't know that.
Right. So you've been clear that you need to see more. You need to be more confident that inflation's coming down to 2 before you cut rates. I want to ask about the other scenario. Under what circumstances would you say, hey, you know what? We need to start thinking about raising interest rates.
Damn,
Maybe
Timmy's bringing raising rates into the convo.
Tight enough, maybe to provide meaningful support to reduce inflation.
He's probably going to shut it down. He's going to say no rate hikes at all.
Alt scenario.
Look at him.
Never speculate. That's how you don't. And as I always say, don't think that anything is never not on the table. You know, like the job of central banker is, the job of central banker is to be paranoid about everything.
Blown out today.
And so we are. I'm going to contemplate all possible scenarios. We're going to get inflation back to 2%. I just say that again. That's our thing. We will do that. And now we're just trying to figure out what is necessary.
He's just like aggro bull.
Do we need to be? And for any given
he kind of remind me of
rates,
Ryan Garcia just talking about the golden path.
Inflation coming down, you are tightening, okay? Because the real rate is getting bigger as inflation comes down. If inflation's going up, you're loosening, even if you're holding it steady. And you know, this is the toolkit. This is the business we've chosen. You know, in the words of the Godfather, we have one tool, and that tool is a screwdriver, and we can tighten a thing, and we can loosen a thing, and that is the tool we have. If your bumper fell off and tightening the screw is how to fix it, that's great. If it's like, can you make me breakfast? I said that before, and somebody was like, I have orange juice with vodka for breakfast. I was like, okay, then the tool will work. But you know, if it's not,
you're going to use the screwdriver as a straw?
You know, if it's hammer this thing together, then
I was like, I could cook an egg on a screwdriver. Heat that fucking screwdriver up. Kind of be reminiscent of like heroin,
I don't think it's productive.
At the end of the day, I could cook an egg on a fucking screwdriver. Give me that
what
shit.
Would be the condition hypothetically that you would raise rates, that you would cut rates?
Get to the bottom of this.
Because we have
weeks, mix vodka and orange juice
to find out. We're going to get all this data. My basic premise is the way we should determine our monetary policy restrictiveness depends on what happens in the data.
So is monetary policy tight right now?
I think it's tight. You know, I think, like I said, I think take the real federal funds.
Technically just said rate cuts are on the table, but his hype, everybody just kind of.
There's two and a half basic camps of how to answer that question. One is to have a model and derive an R star and say, is the R higher than the R star? There is a historical comparison, and then there is the de facto. I want to see
the golden screwdriver, baby.
And if I see that, then we're restrictive, and if I don't see that, then we're not.
Golden screwdriver. Mix your favorite
I'm more
drinks.
in at this moment, the historical camp. I just think the real federal funds rate is as high as it's been in a long time. If inflation keeps coming down, that is getting higher, even as we're just sitting and waiting. And if you hold at that level of restrictiveness for too long, then you got to start keeping your eye on the other side of the mandate too, that you would start seeing slowdown. And all of those things I said of why don't overinterpret strong quantity aggregate numbers as overheating should be sobering in that environment. If you, let's say with added immigration and labor force participation, the true steady state job growth is 200,000 a month instead of 100,000 a month. If you start seeing 100,000 or 80,000, you want to be a little careful of saying, oh no, everything's fine, because actually that would be a sign that it's starting to go the other way.
So I asked you about monetary policy and
no, this is, I mean, he sounded a little hawkish in the beginning, but generally he is bullish,
the stance of macroeconomic
and he's still very bullish.
Broadly, we have the IRA.
And again, the headline was, "It's not productive to speculate on raising or cutting."
Going out, or you may have a multiplier effect where TSMC or Intel says we're going to invest here alongside the U.S. Is it possible that macroeconomic policy, even though monetary policy is tight, that fiscal policy is to some extent offsetting what you at the Fed are doing?
SPY's back to open. So again, you've went below 5,000. We didn't hit the 80 level,
or a Fed man,
and you're back up now to the opening price of
fiscal policy business.
Again,
so I'm not
a little bit of bullish hype here from Goolsby since
Fed,
this
I always
started.
say,
That's when we started going up.
It's a Midwest thing. There is no bad weather. There is only bad clothing. You give us the conditions, and we'll deal with it. And if to me, the fiscal policy
Crowd love that
input, that's just the conditions. We'll figure out. I don't know is the answer. I could conceive of a scenario, let's say we saw in the 2000s, China booming like crazy, driving up the price of a whole series of commodities. And that was having a tough impact on a lot of other countries because they're dealing with those costs. There are definitely things that can happen that change the underlying conditions that have nothing to do with monetary policy. For sure, that's true. The second part of the question relates to a broader thing, which is sort of how much impact does the Fed's monetary policy have on business investment, on traditional drivers? And one of the complications of this moment, these last 2-3 years moment, is that the traditional business cycle, I told you, we have one tool, basically. We can tighten, we can loosen. And that normally works because the business cycle, the most cyclically sensitive industries are also the most interest rate sensitive industries. And so it usually, monetary policy is the direct stabilizer. And what happened this time, as you know, is that we had a recession that was driven by nobody can go to the dentist, and consumer durables demand went way up in the recession. And so now if you ask the question, how interest rate sensitive are elective plastic surgeries, I have no idea. And so we're trying to
Biden EPA allows summer sale
to the moment
of higher ethanol E15.
And that's not totally straightforward.
Get it? I thought they were going to make that permanent.
Close to 6% deficits in a peacetime full employment economy, which we haven't seen. Is that making it harder to get inflation back down?
Look, like I say, whatever the condition, you see what the inflation rate is, you see what the GDP growth rate is, we can see employment.
So you just went above 5,000 again, and we're back at it.
That's
so if it falls back below, I mean, this is going to be like 4 times.
Some people are alleging
no respect,
because slowdowns
no respect for 5,000
elsewhere in the world, what the value of the dollar, whatever. You can have anything in your model, but at the end of the day, the Fed people have to take the conditions and make forecasts of the conditions and respond to those, and that's what we're going to do.
So you were talking a little bit earlier.
Had a headline, we're going to get inflation back to 2%. Let me reiterate that part.
We got that. Has your estimate for the neutral rate of interest, this is sort of the nirvana where you're at your goal, you're probably, there's no shocks in the economy, very rare, but you have to have some kind of estimate of what your neutral rate might be in that scenario. Has your neutral rate estimate gone up? Do you think there's a short-run neutral rate that might be, higher right now, but it comes down so policy gets more restrictive? Is that?
Nick pulled a sleight of hand there. Okay, to call it the neutral rate is better. R star, I mentioned R star, that's the same thing. But when you say it as R star, then you realize, like, wait a minute, somebody's got a mathematical formula in there. And to call it neutral is to make it sound better. My thing about R star, and you can ask the research staff, they don't like that I say it. I started calling it R Sasquatch because it's fundamentally not observable, okay? And so you can there are two styles of how do you identify what is
He grows
R-star.
on me every time.
One is
like R
you can
Sasquatch.
build a model.
I like it.
And John Williams has
You just be making
done
up words like I do. That's why I'm a friend. Like,
most path-breaking work on
you
building
just call
the
in
models.
financial
And what goes
shit the
into
most
the model
random shit
there
in the world.
are a bunch of slow-moving things.
You guys are like, I hate him. That made me
demographics
love him.
and stuff like
I'm
that.
sorry.
Or you can indirectly say, well, this was the policy and inflation was still rising, so it must be that R star was higher. I'm a little impatient with the R star is a long-run concept, and our whole debate in public seems to be about a short-run, long-run rate. And I'm uncomfortable with that even concept, which leads me back to I'm mostly looking at the recent historical, what's a real federal funds rate? That's kind of my indicator. Now, if you really want an R star, you can back it out from the median SEP. They ask, what do you think the rate will be in the long run? And I think that median SEP is like 2.5%. And that might have moved a little bit, but it hadn't moved a ton. And you don't think of things like R star moving a ton in the short run. So I guess I'm a little impatient with the
Gold on the
argument
high.
that you would see wild
SPY coming
swings
a
in
little
long
lower
run
with oil.
interest rates over a short run period.
I want to turn it over to questions from the audience. Are there any questions in the audience? We have a mic. If you could state your name and affiliation.
James Medor, I work for Newsday, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about the impact of immigration on our economy, because obviously we are seeing more people come to the country. The state that I live in lives and dies on immigration. So how is immigration going to affect our economy in the short term and the long term?
Okay, super deep question, which I'm mostly not going to answer, but I'm going to say for us, for Fed, where our thing is dual mandate. Law tells us, Fed, your job is stabilize prices, maximize employment. How does immigration affect stabilizing of prices and maximizing of employment? A, it means aggregate job growth is higher than otherwise because population is growing. In a way, the measures of overheating in the economy are kind of per capita. And so if the capita is getting bigger, the aggregate total can be bigger. On inflation, I don't know what the impact on wages are at various parts of the distribution, but I do know that there are some sectors in the economy that have had massive labor shortages through the COVID times, where there are a high share of the workforce are immigrants. And leisure and hospitality, and in some of the other categories, you would think that you would see job growth stronger in those. So I think in the short run, that there is more immigration makes the dual mandate goals a little easier to accomplish. And then there's always the caveat of, but isn't everything relative to what you expected it was going to be?
Yeah, Netflix flipped back down to 7.7.
And there I don't know. So
oil's
one thing we
climbing up
found out,
again.
the CBO put out
Bonds haven't
this
dropped since
report on immigration, and it said last year there were millions more people than we thought there were. That it feels very impactful. If everybody knows how many people are going to come in, and then as many people, exactly as many people as what we thought are what come in, I think there are some aspects in which that's less impactful.
ADNOC unit said to consider investment in UGI propane business.
Hold on, I got to turn this. Sorry, I mean, you had my
Lillian
back
Kerbeek,
to you
Oregon
the whole
Public
time.
Broadcasting. I have a nerdy
SPY
question
going lower,
and a fun
UGI
question.
pop off that,
Are those
up
different, or
3.3.
you have one question?
Selling
They might be the same
propane
in this
business.
audience. So my nerdy question is, you mentioned that you have kind of one tool in the toolbox, but there's actually another tool that the Fed has that we haven't really seen be used, which is reserve requirements. Do you think there's a possibility, especially with some of the smaller bank failures that we saw last year, of changing reserve requirements?
This opens the door to the whole discussion about both the balance sheet and what the capital requirements are. I'm not going to get into the regulatory. The banking system, I view as overall, the safety and soundness of the banking system hinges critically on them having adequate capital. I believe that they do have that, but Vice Chair Barr is kind of the point person of thinking through those. The balance sheet is another tool in a way in the spirit
Ukraine
of
aid and
reserve
TikTok
requirements, but
bills,
remember,
clear procedural
broadly
hurdle
defined,
in
it's
house.
still the same tool. We're operating through a
UGI
channel
still
of
popping up
like
6.
a credit channel.
Check Snap and
that's-
Meta, the
can
bill
be
passed in
tightened or
House, but they're all coming down, so is the SPY.
I'm a little uneasy if
Silver's waking
we're
up again.
trying
They're
to get
leading gold.
sector-specific
Oil coming up here
in
just
our-
under
But there's
1%.
no monetary policy that's just for the housing industry, just for manufacturing or that kind of thing. I think mostly what we do on capital for banks should be about safety and soundness of the banking system, not really monetary policy. And on the balance sheet, we've been doing this QT and running down the balance sheet, but everybody should understand that under the way we do monetary policy now, since 2006 or 7 or whenever we changed to the so-called ample reserves regime, you've got to have enough balance sheet that the private sector is not out trying to hoard its own liquidity. And that means the balance sheet is going to be bigger on a steady state basis than it ever was in the old days. And if you get it too small, as I kind of say, my understanding is that the human body can live for 3 to 4 days with no water before you die. And how long exactly depends on conditions. Is it hot? How humid is it? Did you drink a Gatorade right before you started? But do you want to know? Do we really want to figure out, oh no, it's 37 hours or it's how many hours? We're going to get to a point where the balance sheet, it's definitely not a fixed number. It's probably not even a constant share of GDP, but it's going to be close to a constant share of GDP, and GDP grows. So balance sheet will stop shrinking, will start growing eventually. And it is kind of related to this question of bank reserves. I don't think of that. I think of that as something separate from what we're doing with monetary policy.
Okay, time for the fun question.
Yeah, I thought that was a fun question. What's the nerdy
I agree.
question?
So, reporting on monetary policy and Fed movements can get really rote. Like, here, we're going to get to 2% is about all we get to say.
How is that rote? That's not rote.
Is there any stories about monetary policy and economic data that you wish were being told by journalists?
The golden path. No, they're already talking about it.
I have been, let's answer a different question, but related. What have we been missing if productivity growth is going to be as fast as it's been for the last 3 quarters? That's fundamentally going to change everything about the economy in a way. And it would have direct implications for monetary policy. It would put us back in an environment that would very much be like the late 90s, where you could have faster wage growth without inflation. You could have faster GDP growth without generating inflation. And that's a series that is noisy, but it's worth absolutely paying attention to that. That's not even mostly about the Fed, but it has definite implications for the Fed. So I will watch that. If you asked, are there stories about the Fed? Yes, and I've tried. So one of the stories was in Detroit. The Chicago Fed has a Detroit branch. And our Detroit employees are super loyal to the Detroit Lions. And the Detroit Lions, after decades of being horrible, almost made the Super Bowl. And we run hundreds of millions of dollars of cash in and out of the Feds each day because we're bank to the banks. So when they put cash in their ATMs, it's coming from us. So we have these bomb dogs. And our bomb dogs moonlight as the bomb-sniffing dogs at the Lions game. So I told the people, I was like, these are the hardest working dogs in Detroit. You've got to get them some press coverage. And they did. They got them. They went on TV, and there were the dogs. And I had said,
they're good at sniffing too.
They're great at sniffing. They're in the data dog kennel. I asked for permission. Can I
give 'em
join
props.
you?
Good shit.
Sniffing
Fuck yeah,
out the
dog.
bombs.
You know it's shot.
I said that if the Lions won, I was going to give each of these dogs, there's two of them over there, Fox and Krill. Fox and Krill, I said, Fox and Krill, get a steak. We're going to get a steak and give it to each one of them. The Lions lost, but then they had a vote of the Fed employees, and by a 95-5 vote, they said it wasn't the dog's fault that they went for it on 4th down. So we gave them the steaks anyway. And so there is a human side to the Feds, especially the regional Feds, that is worth covering their role in the community.
Like, we're real people. We have emotions.
Wrong to
We
call
like
this a fun
puppies.
question, but thank you for being here, for letting us ask you this.
Yeah.
I'm Sarah Foster at Bankrate. I'm curious what you think about delinquency rates right now, particularly for credit cards and auto loans. They've been rising even though the unemployment rate is low.
Indeed.
What would happen if there is a slight increase in the unemployment rate? And kind of two-part question.
Yeah.
Considering how much more debt consumers have, how some auto loans, cars
Yeah.
are obviously not worth what they were a few
Yes.
years ago, could a slight increase result in maybe something slightly more painful?
Something worse. Okay. This is an important question. I'm glad you raised it. When I talked about the cross currents, and I said, look, there's some things about the job market that don't really look like overheating. They look like coming back to normal. There are also some measures in the economy that historically do not portend well. So if you look at normal times, if the delinquencies rate of consumer loans starts rising, that is often a leading indicator for things are about to get worse. The only thing, so that is an area of concern. What people are trying to figure out right now is that went way down. Okay, so it is rising, but the level that it's risen to isn't, if I just told you the level and you compared that to pre-COVID, it doesn't look that different. But if I told you delinquencies went up by however many percent, you would say, oh, if they go up that much, that's a terrible sign. So that's a different way to say we don't know. Sniffing must commence, where that's one we're watching. The consumer balance sheet got unprecedentedly strong after stimulus, the excess savings. You're familiar with that whole fight. So I think much of that is gone. We're back to more normal levels. Overall consumer debt levels are not especially high, but look, as you know, when things start to turn wrong on the real side of the economy, that doesn't just tend to be oh, that happened 1 month and then they don't continue. So that's our concern. I think this consumer delinquencies is one of the more concerning parts in the data at this moment.
All right, we have time for one last question in the back.
Chuck Jaffe with Money Life. And the Fed historically, and what experts say all the time, is that the Fed doesn't necessarily make moves until things break. But a lot of people who are watching...
Oh, look at the time.
But a lot of people who were watching and expecting rate cuts this year were saying that if the Fed made them early this year, that the Fed was moving from a position of strength. But now that rate cuts, and I know you're not going to speculate on what's going to cause them or when they're going to happen, but now that we are looking at rate cuts taking longer, when the Fed finally moves on rate cuts, will it be moving from a position of strength or will it be moving from a position of weakness?
The only reason I hesitate is that last part of, is that a position of strength or position of weakness? On the ground, I can't fully understand what that means. What does it mean to be a position of weakness or a position of strength?
That you are forced to act because otherwise you will get to that things break if you don't act.
That you're going to fall behind.
That we're going to fall behind. Okay, we don't want to always be late. We want to anticipate, and that's the language in the statement of, are we on a path to 2% inflation, connotes that, to my mind, that we are forward-looking. You don't just want to have what happened last month to the CPI, that should determine what the rate should be. Now, that said, when the SEP comes out, so take in December, the Fed's median SEP said there would be 3 rate cuts in 24. And the market immediately concluded that must mean 7. And they said, so then the market said they're going to be 7 cuts. And then Nick is hounding me, so why do you say 3 if the market says 7? Look, the thing is, there's only 8 meetings a year. So my thing is, you faff around, you're going to find out. You know, and so the Silicon Valley Bank, just back up. Don't fight the Fed. We had a board member who said he tells his people, we can fight the Fed as long as we want.
Said, don't faff
but the
around,
last time I checked, they're still undefeated.
Find out.
And
there
is a component of Silicon Valley Bank had hedges on the interest rate, and they got rid of the hedges. If you go back and read the Barr report, why did they get rid of the hedges? Because they took a bet. The Fed will never raise rates as much as they say, and the market is telling us that the rates are going to
around and find out, son.
I'm not. I came from the old school. My friend and mentor was Paul Volcker, and Paul Volcker used to always say, our job is to act, and their job is to react, and let's not get the order mixed up. So I think that means I'm saying whether we wait or don't wait, we're always operating from a position of strength, and we should be forward-looking, definitely, not just backward-looking.
Before we finish, I want to.
He stuck one in. He said, "Oh, we only have time for one," but actually, he had another one.
So we didn't talk about the election. I thought it might come up in the Q&A. You know, before you took this job, you spent time in the political arena. You would go on Fox News as defend Democratic Party priorities. You were very critical of Donald Trump, especially after he lost the election. And I know the Fed says it doesn't take politics into account, but given how you felt about Trump, can you unsee all that when you're balancing
mad
the
at that question.
Look, I told you, I'm a Fed man now, and the Fed does not include elections in our. We have a mandate. There's nothing about elections in the mandate. There's nothing about the stock market. You tell me the weather, I tell you what coat I'm wearing. This is what we're doing. I have no. You read the minutes. You read the transcripts. The FOMC
Nick hates it.
elections are not in the transcripts, and they shouldn't be. The mandate is the dual mandate is what drives our decisions, and that's what's going to drive our decisions this year.
Austin, thank you for joining us.
Exactly. Thank you. I like that. I was fighting it. Dude, Goolsby was on one today, bro. Yeah, Nick was kind of, wow, interesting. So it started off a little bit hawkish, but generally, Goolsby, I mean, he seems pretty optimistic. He's doubling down on the 2%, not moving targets. He talked a little bit about the QT, but his thing on real estate, and you even saw it there, the market had a little bit of a reaction, but he's constantly been saying how real estate's been the problem for inflation, and that's what they got to watch about. But then he kind of really said that no matter what, everything's going to come down, and even if real estate is strong, they think they're going to get it in other ways. He didn't speculate on the rate cut scenario. And then again, by the end of it, he found a way to turn it bullish. ARM at 97, absolutely abysmal, bro. So again, their earnings is in, I think, 2 or 3 weeks, but first downgrade, they're already a victim, but 96, 94, and then if they flush, back to pre-earnings. Starbucks Chicle, I mean, SMCI is at 772. Again, all of the chips, I mean, I think a lot of them are in correction territory. So, like, again, I mean, a lot of it sounds very weird to say that because of how good the chips have been, but, like, legitimately, you have a majority of these chip names, they're down 10 to 15% off of their recent highs. So that's where the whole technical correction comes into play. MU on the low. Yeah, MU too. Was it MU just at 128 or something? Yeah, man. So they even, again, that's even 20% almost from the top. It's actually crazy. Euro close is in 10 minutes. So we're already near the low. Again, everybody was bad yesterday. You know, that's, going back to what happened last night. I mean, I was just looking at the Nikkei futures, and someone was like, why are you looking at that? Why is that a big deal? Because, like, last night, everything moved in tandem. So if it was open and trading, it had a reaction last night. But the whole thing here. I mean, Europe found it was down, found a way to come back up, but then closed barely red. So we'll see. Oil's coming back down and bonds more red. I want the Netflix. I've been watching a play there. I was going to take it this morning, and then it popped. I missed out on it, but now it came back down, but still actually higher than what I would have paid for it. So I still like Netflix, but I do think the market momentum, you got to be able to shake this. SMCI is down 17. Damn. It was down 12, I think, here on the other low. But yeah, I mean, this thing was just at what, $1,200? So now it's getting back to 2 days after earnings. TLT volume is real. Yeah, that's sell. I mean, again, bonds, a lot of pressure. If the bonds do go red, though, today, I mean, maybe that opens up a door for the market. Remember, it is a big Friday expiration. NASDAQ is down 1%. SPY down 0.3%. And then, again, those defensives, Russell and Dow, that is still holding up. There was TikTok news earlier, something about the bill passing the House. Russia fired 1,200 missiles at Ukraine since January 1st, says Zelensky. PBOC Pan says Q1 GDP laid solid foundation for the goals this year. Hedge eye short on Starbucks. Interesting. Starbucks short report. So that's like what? I feel like last 2 weeks we've been getting short reports left and right. You should be familiar with how they work at this point. Somebody takes a position, writes up an article, explains why they're going short on it. And then Guggenheim lowered the price target. Where's the short report? I'm looking for it now. I don't see it. I don't see anything new on that. I see an old one from like a month ago. And then there's a price target downgrade, but Starbucks did just drop $1 and change. SPY coming near the low. The Qs are on the high, and the VIX is back up to green. And damn, that's what? Was that this morning, or was that based off of last night? Jeez. So the VIX is green. I don't know what that candle was showing, but apparently the VIX was above 20 today. 21. Q's not high. I meant the SQ. I figured you'd put 2 and 2 together, considering the environment. I feel you. Bank of England Ramsden says some of the fundamental in terms of U.S. growth dynamics are quite different from UK. He said markets more worried about UK inflation. What are all those? It's like the 5 ticker. There's like 4 of them. I think those are either preferred shares or something. I see them on the high. High ticker looks actually pretty active, but I do not see any familiar names, some random ones. Low ticker has tech, some more chips. Again, ARM, Qualcomm. Those are selling off a little bit more. No, that's not Meta. That's Esta. I mean, Intel even into the low too. Macy's flipped. So I'll watch if Nordstrom's turns around too. Yeah, Starbucks. I don't see that hedge eye report though. But I saw the Guggenheim thing. Euro close we dump. Maybe. It's hard to say it because, again, like last night, a lot of the markets all moved in tandem with each other. But then, after the Iran kind of cooled it down, they were able to make a move. So I don't know. Europe markets closed barely red. So, like, where the SPY is pretty much how Germany, Europe, and the UK traded. Euro closes in 5 minutes. And again, it's the monthly expiration too. So we might get some weird moves there. You think there'll be war shit? It depends on Iran. If they want a surprise attack, then we're back to literally what we saw last night. We're going to get back into that drama. But if they don't do anything, I mean, we shouldn't. If anything, you're going to go back to Israel and Rafah and hearing about that stuff again. Oil's coming down here a little bit, though, too. Again, all of that stuff just had a rally. SPY near the low. GE flushing. And ASML, I forgot about them. Again, they started off the bad earnings trend. Where's TSM? Again, UGI, they're selling off a part of their unit. Propane, they're still holding up. 4992, 2 points off the lows. So whatever little bounce you got during Goolsby, we faded it once again. Pressure there. ARM on the low now, 95. Literally, it's about to give up the earnings or get to the first low end of that candle. That was JB Hunt. That's still up. So again, certain value plays, healthcare and banks doing good today. So it's not as if everything is down. I haven't checked the breakdown yet, but earlier in the day it was 50-50 despite the downside weakness. Again, the NASDAQ, that's probably the worst one. Meta, Qualcomm on the low still. So again, they also got damaged a little bit too. Is that 10%? I think they might be. I think all of them might, after today, if they drop another couple percent, I think a lot of these might be entering in that weird correction territory. Well, it's still earnings too, though. Maybe that's why we're seeing some of these other names hold up. It just sucks because although earnings has been going on here for the last 2 weeks, it's hard to ignore the momentum element. And that's literally what's kind of been taking over every day. I mean, it has been now. This will be 6 down days in a row. Micron on the low now. Again, Dell actually held up quite decent. They reported a little later. LMT on the high. They're still going. RTX2, SPY near the low. Again, we're like 1 or 2 points off the low of the day. I think Tesla's green, so that's good. AMD on the low, 3.6 down. So AMD, ARM's still there too. Again, $94 now. ARM is just murdered. Again, that's another 8%. That's insane. Are we thinking hard landing? I mean, I've already said just keep that one in mind, but as of now, the market is not worried about hard landing. No. So although there's pressure and the market's worried, we're still at 5,000. You know, we're a little bit below it now, but like legitimately, you do have like you're good beyond what we're dealing with now. I don't think people will freak out to like a crazier extent. But if the next couple data sets, if that starts to change, or if literally if there is like unexpected war mixed in with unexpected data, that's where it could get a little bit bad. Or maybe that's where things start to change rapidly. But for now, I mean, this is just, it's like August, October. So pretty much like what I'm trying to tell you there, this is bad. You could still shake it off. Quite frankly, you're not going to go lower until if the bonds hit 5%, then you're really, then we're going to talk about going like lower. You know what I'm saying? Then we're going to talk about actually kind of surprising people to the downside there. Because that's what happened. August to October, you spent August till August is like middle of September. Rates went up to 4 or 5. Market came down. Rates chilled out for once in the month and a half. And then markets came up a little bit. But then the rest of September to October, rates blew out from 4 to 5, and then that's where we hit the leg, and then we didn't bounce till Powell pivoted. Until Powell pretty much said, no, we're going to do rate cuts, yibbity-bobbity-boo, and then everybody started to change that up, and then the bonds pulled back confidently from 5, and then that started our rally, which led us up to here. So I think it might play out the same, but then again, that does imply time and like some patience. Could take another couple of weeks. Lulu for the long term, if it gets cheap enough. I don't know if we talked about that one yesterday. And Euro close in play. So you literally, Euro close was right at the low of the day pretty much. So 4,995, below 5,000 Euro close. THO's on the high. Microsoft down 0.6. Where's Apple? They're still bad. I don't know. This is another new low on Apple? Yeah, bro. Again, they're even down from 196. Apple's lower than October now. So out of any of the other names, I think Apple's the first big tech to be trading that way. There's no way. I guess Tesla. Tesla's the only one trading lower than there, but that's wild, actually. So Apple is below last October. They did have that little rally. And still above 2022. Oh, push-up time. Let's do it, baby. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I was getting my stretches in early during Goolsby, man. But I am down. Chattadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go and blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Then drop your shoulders. Clear your mind and think about nothing except for dropping your shoulders. And letting your shoulders fall, even your ears. Like relax your ears, that muscle between your neck and just let it all fall. Let it relax your jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. It's good. It's good, baby. That's all you got to do. There you go. And then chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. Butter on SPY, I guess. Euro close. One candle up, and then I think it's a new low. I'm going to argue that it is. Again, SPY and SPX candles. They get a little bit, but you are testing the cliff. So 4990. Oils came back to negative. Hope you get your resistances. We'll keep this up. Again, bonds started to move a little bit. Again, 4888 and then 4982. Go get you here. I'll play you this while I'm, unless you guys like the sound of my breathing. Get some of this Bitcoin.
It is more difficult to now produce, and the supply is going to be more and more limited. But that's what we see with most of the commodities, whether it's gold, whether it's platinum, silicon, anything which has limited supply but a lot of value long run, especially storage value like Bitcoin has been considered now. It's just going to increase the price. You will see volatility, which you still see in gold today, but the value is just infinite and for a very long period of time.
Kavita Gupta, Delta Blockchain Fund General Partner, someone investing at the technology level, but I just really appreciate your market insights. Thank you. There's another big story out there today in the world of EV, and I want to talk about Tesla. The EV maker recalled over 3,800 Cybertrucks to rework or replace accelerator pedals that can dislodge and cause the vehicle to unintentionally accelerate, which increases the risk of a crash. Tesla received notice of 2 customer claims related to that issue, and that's all according to a recall report submitted to the US National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA. The company said that when high force is applied to the Cybertruck's accelerator, the pedal may dislodge and become trapped by the interior trim. Tesla is going to fix the accelerator pedals free of charge. For me, the other big thing about this story is we now know how many Cybertrucks are out there in the wild and how many have been delivered to customers, which is quite interesting. Tesla shares basically flat. All right, coming up on Bloomberg Technology, we're going to be joined by Ramp CEO Eric Gleiman to discuss their new fundraise. There are some big numbers and there's an interesting conversation ahead. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Don't worry, I got a couple more.
Amelia, unlock the...
I got a couple more, baby. Those arm circles, the one I told you about. Stand pigeon-toed, and then extend the palms. It's a nice one, bro. Ooh. Infinite. I did like that point he said. We actually know how many Cybertrucks exist. There it is, Chad. 4988. This is the top end of the level. 498182. That is the next place we're going to go to. That right there, if that breaks 2, then I think it's 4960. And then we're going to be all about, what's it called? It's going to be all about looking into 4,800 for next week. That's kind of why. I got to do one more stretch, man. I got to do 2 more, actually. 4,960. That was on the futures, yeah. If we do end up going there, that'd be wild, though, intraday. And then again, like I was saying with Apple, they dropped. Like, they're actually down quite a bit, even compared to last year. So now it's even hitting more new lows. Oh, come on, CNBC. I got 2 more stretches to do. You want creams out of me? Excuse me? Maybe you want screams? It's good, man. I'm high. I want to do my stretches. I need to get this. You have no idea, bro. These back stretches have low-key changed my life. So I feel very, very good about them. Oops, screams. Yeah, that hit a lot different, sir. That's crazy how one letter makes that big of a difference. I don't know if that was what you were trying to say. I'll start 4993. So again, 4988, baby level. We don't have to go lower than here. So we'll see what happens. Again, maybe we bounce off of it. Again, that was like a little wick not too long ago. All right, man. And I smell really bad.
Piper Sandler's.
All right, let me get these 2 more stretches out the way.
Jan Stewart. So just take me through the trading and the thinking right now in the oil markets about how this escalates and whether energy supply is at risk.
I can't talk.
How it could escalate is almost like a theoretical exercise, right? The oil market is not interested in theory. The oil market is saying, show me something actually happening, and then I will react. So overnight, you're absolutely right. We get the attack. It looks almost immediately like the attack is not that bad, and that Iran, most importantly, is not going to retaliate in kind again. And that meant that oil, when it went up, almost as quickly came down because nothing got hurt, nothing got blown up. So what is the real risk here is that somehow this conflict is not contained. Somehow there is going to be a war that encompasses the Persian Gulf. Why is that important is because in the Persian Gulf, you have terrific amounts of both LNG and crude oil passing through the Straits of Hormuz, number one. Number two, you have all these installations everywhere. So if any one of those things get hurt, that's when oil prices really would have to move. Hope that answers your question.
What is the precedent for it, as we have seen flare-ups in the Mideast before? We haven't seen anything like that, this with a direct attack from Iran on Israel. But what have we learned about past action when it comes to restricting supply?
You can probably tell that I'm old enough to have seen the Iran-Iraq war, right? And we called it the tanker war. And we had particularly efficient French missiles blowing up Iranian oil tankers to the point where things got so dangerous that we had to escort those boats with American warships. We have seen during the Iranian Revolution, Iranian oil production went from 6 million to 2 million barrels a day. We lost 4 million barrels a day. More recently, you had a demonstration, in fact, of what Iran could do when the installations in Saudi Arabia got attacked on September 14, 2019, only 5 years ago. Abqaiq, the world's biggest crude oil processing center, was literally knocked offline for 6 million barrels a day worth of oil capacity. So those kind of things can happen in a war.
Can happen.
What would be the fear here? That Israel would attack one of Iran's oil facilities, or that Iran would sort of put restrictions in the Strait of Hormuz? How do you game this out?
Yeah, so Iran could put restrictions on the Straits of Hormuz. They have demonstrated again just last week, Saturday, that they can just take a boat, a ticket. You can sink boats. That's all doable. You would face almost an immediate retaliation. Some American naval people have called that kind of an action by Iran suicide by cop, the big way. So what you really have to fear, however, is that installations get blown up. What installations? Well, the installations of Iran itself. It can export 2 million barrels a day. It does that now. That would then be lost to mostly the Chinese. But there's also the risk that, let's say, Israel were to attack Iran. And
again, man, I said this yesterday. It's just like when these attacks happen, if you haven't noticed, even how we got to this point, man, it's just once one thing happens, just the market's imagination. Because now they're just like, we could speculate 10 different things that could happen from here. And now we're going to wait again. What is it? 3 Israeli missiles were fired outside of Iran Friday morning. Very limited strike, ABC reported. Israelis were targeting an air defense radar site. Officials said the first assessment is the strike took out the site, but assessment hasn't been completed, officials say. Oh, Goolsby, he was a trip. He was a trip. ECB Wunschk. I don't have a base case, but it's very unlikely we will only cut by 25 and 24. Says I would not exclude a rate cut in July, but hard to forecast now. Says U.S. and Eurozone economies have decoupled. Gap between ECB and Fed rates may widen. And then SPY going lower. I thought you were going to get out of it a little bit, but this is also the other thing I told you guys in the morning. 5,000 really hasn't had respect. I mean, you've hovered around it, but you remember the other days a couple months ago, you know, you would be at these levels and like it would not even go underneath it and it would just bounce off of it every single time. I mean, you've gone below and above 5,000 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times today already. Just above it, below it, above it, below it. All that good stuff. Should make SPY lower for Josh AI. I mean, like a month and a half ago, every day it was just SPY higher. New all-time high. New all-time high. So then the downside momentum is kind of a new feature, but it has happened literally all of April. It's crazy. Again, we topped out at literally end of March. Morgan Stanley on the high. Again, banks all day have been on fire. And then chips and tech have been the ultimate loser. And then value and healthcare. Those are your other winners. AMD. NVIDIA's down 3. SMCI's down 16.7 still. That one's nuts. To hold off 4,800. I mean, that is the concern, though. So 4,800, that's February. So if we give up 4,800, that's literally, at that point, again, February 1st, or 4,900 flat. I guess we were at 4,850 at the beginning of February, and then closed at 4,912. But, like, this was the second leg. This was your second leg of the rally. Everything else, that was just the first part, which was already big, but then it just got crazier. Euro had quite the impact. I mean, we went a little lower. The crazy part, you're trading right there, but then like all day today, you've stayed within ranges. That you like hit a range, stay there for like an hour or so, then move again during Goolsby. We did the same thing, and then now this was Euro close. Again, there's no data today, so we don't have anything coming up here. So Israel fired 3 missiles in limited strike. So that was it's in regards to yesterday. It was only 3 missiles versus 200 or so by Iran. Where's Meta? Again, banks, and then bonds came up low-key since where? Like right here? I guess markets went up, and then markets went down here, but then bonds ignored it. GL earnings on Monday. Any stocks for the next LT deposit? Just the same ones. Pfizer, maybe PayPal now. GIS on the high. Maybe MO if it gets cheaper. Man, shit, maybe Disney. I don't know. But in general, I am looking for, kind of the same names. There's a couple of new names, too, if they're lower. We'll see what happens with Nike. Names like Starbucks, too, if that keeps dropping. So, still there, but generally the same ideas. Average on Walgreens, not since last year, I don't think. Or before they cut their divvy. Yeah, a lot of value plays today got it. And it's like it's one thing, everything going on, but then like I kind of slipped my mind earnings. So I think some of these little rotational, or again, today's very lopsided. The Dow and Russell are killing it. NASDAQ and SPY are doing very bad. The VIX is up. But sometimes that's earnings there. So, but the value names are doing good. But keep in mind some of that pre-earnings effect, buyback blackouts, people getting ready for the report, and then even responding to what we got going on. And SPY, I want to say almost highest it's been since Euro close. Divvy, 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 can't you see? Sometimes the yield just hypnotize me. I just love fixed income ways. This is how you know that you so paid. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I'll put BIL in my SPAX and okay. Hasbro on the high. Chips got a little bit off the bottom, but they're still, what's the word? Precarious? Precarious? HR, I'm seeing a couple of names, J&J. If you see any name that's not a value play on the high ticker, that's where it gets interesting. But yeah, General Mills, that's value. Where's Weed? 920, not bad. Again, healthcare, good. Mara's on the high. Mara and your boy, CLSK and Coin. I don't know if MSTR, Coinbase came down a little bit. And then bonds are getting back near open. So remember, they held some of the recovery from the war fear last night, but I thought they were about to go negative. PGR, did they report? Again, they're with similar to Travelers. Where's AXP? That was a great recovery. We should have grabbed those off the morning. TSM. Oh, it's TSN. It's like, oh, they went up. J&J, VFC, JJ Good, Procter Gambling. And then where's Netflix? Back to the lows, man. Netflix holding down 8, literally what it was pricing in. So I think Netflix was pricing in 8.4. So once again, the market maker, but the post earnings will be good on that. You do need the market, though, to play along and wake up. Yeah, J&J at 144. Nice. I wanted Procter Gamble. Did you get spin-off shares, or did you just buy it? Because that's the crazy part. There's some, like last year, if you had shares around this price or a little higher, I think you got the spin-off. Oh, no. They made you sell it. I forgot. That one didn't work like the other one. I don't have any Netflix plays. No. Yeah, I forgot. It wasn't, they made you like sell out of it? PNC on the high. XLF, again, financials, big part of today. Kraft Heinz, again, another value play going up. SPY, still kind of fighting. I mean, this has kind of been the highest since Euro close. I want to say you're right at Euro close right now. So, like, literally exactly where you're trading now is where you were at Euro close. Only 20 minutes ago. So, we're still coming off the cusp of that. XLV on the high. Mara's still going. And then Morgan Stanley and financials. And AXP too. What a day, baby. Happy Friday. Monday is ISM, I think, or Tuesday. But next week is going to be ISMs, PMIs, and then PCE on Friday. Not to mention the whole next set of earnings. So you're going to get every other company. We're going to see if we keep dumping on good earnings. I mean, again, that has low-key been the theme here. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, 1,000%, 0 days. Dude, these, like, DNNG, like, all of these, are these preferred shares? I keep seeing these on the high ticker, just a random-ass 5-6 ticker preferred ADR, weird shit. DJT holding up 2%. It was up a little bit more in the morning. I think they were up like 6. Something about the short report. SPY came down there, too. Again, we were just trying to build up that rally. NVIDIA, $5 drop. Yep. ARM, too, they had their bounce coming right back down again. ARM 94 is precarious. Intel near the low. Qualcomm was selling. Qualcomm's at the low. And then SMCI at the low, too, 17.8. So, again, SPY trying to recover there, but all the chip makers, they have came right back down to their lows right now. GCT. U.S. veto was irresponsible, says Iranian official. Next FOMC is the end of the month. Yeah, April 30th, May 1st. Uber new low. Again, chip makers are at the low right now. So you're trying to do your little move. Bonds are the thing that's flipped here in the last like hour and a half. That's been the biggest like standout of all of them. But chip makers and Apple's on the low now too. Oil is also fighting around. Gold and silver still near the highs. I think dollar's red still. Yeah, dollar's trying to come back up, but believe it or not, it's red. But yeah, chips coming near the lows. And again, Apple, watch if Microsoft goes next. There's Eli Lilly. And then again, Apple now, new lows, 1.4. SPY is coming back down. So if we do start going lower, I think this will be our first low since Euro close. I guess you hit it 6 minutes later, but 4988. You're back to 4991. Caterpillar, Airbnb on the low. No Middle East news, no. I mean, you're getting these random headlines, ABC talking about the attack, or officials are, and then something about Iranians and the vote that the U.S. made, but nothing real decisive. There's IMF. That's happening now. But that's been going on. AMDL, that's AMD. So AMD flushing now again. Apple kind of led the way. Watch there too if ARM goes down. Like I said, Qualcomm and Intel. And then even SMCI is just down 18 now. 17.92. And back to oil. I mean, it just at 85.70 yesterday. Israel Army, we bombed with aircraft military infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah and Mansoura, Aitaroun in the south of Lebanon. So is Israel saying they attacked in Lebanon? I don't know if that's from last night or now. I love Tesla staying pinned. Bonds are climbing back up now, so you've had an inverse for the last hour or so, and then SPY 1 point away from hitting a new low, literally about 3/4 of a point. So get ready. ELVN. So again, 4881882, that's the next level. Yeah, Pfizer, all the value plays. We'll see if they hold up. Again, welcome to earnings. I still think some of this is like a big earnings effect. So 498,790. There it is. There it is. 498,790. 4981. That will be your next level. AXP still going. So good morning. Every day, though, in all of these sell-offs, one of the earnings winners would stay up in the green no matter what. So let's get a breakdown, honestly, here, too. So the market's kind of shifted around a little bit. Surprisingly, you had a lot of support in the morning. So still, there's 20 names green on the Dow, 10 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 39 green, 61 red. Earlier, it was like 48 in the green. And then SPY, new low again. SPY still has 351 names in the green, believe it or not. So 498559. So that's it. 2 more points, 2 or 3. I don't know. I don't want to tell you the next level because if we keep going lower, it gets crazy. So again, I think maybe 4972 or 4969. And then 4951. Like 7.2 to 6.9 now. It's kind of crazy. So if we don't, that's after 8.2. We haven't hit the level yet. I'm just speaking in advance. Uber 4906. Again, 4960, the futures hit. Abivi on the high, KRE. So like literally, bro, regionals, banks, healthcare, the strong industries today are doing good. This right now is just tech and chips, really. It's not even 9. No, it's very early. But this is nothing. I'm telling you, last night, you were down 1.5 in 30 minutes, an hour. So, in a weird way, I mean, you're just continuing another low and we're approaching the levels. But, like, you did all of this last night really fast. And then, hi, we're stable in the morning. Yeah, big tech is the only thing dropping a lot. Again, the SPY has more names up. Double the amount of names are green than red on the SPY today. So, and then even the Dow, just NASDAQ, just outsized shifts to the downside. Apple's still at the low. Intel just flushed another low. AMD did too. And then where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's honestly kind of strong, man. Because SMCI is down 17, Apple flushing. You're probably going to hit a new low, but like, bro, I guess NVIDIA is like, what, $10 lower than that other low the other day? Surprisingly, comparative to the industry right now, they're doing not too bad. Israel, no, it's an old one. So 4985, 2 points away, 3 points away. Apple is 2.5% from being down 20%. Yeah, I was just looking at that. I'm surprised though. They were lower than even last October, which compared, I don't think any other big tech name of that size is anywhere remotely close to it except for Tesla. So SPY, again, just right above the level here. So we might still test it. You have room. Otherwise, 4988. Maybe that was a little bit of the overshoot, but you hit that new low, bouncing. NASDAQ down 1.2. SPY down 0.4, and Russell and Dow still in the green. And then dollar is still red on the day, believe it or not. Again, the massacre right now is in chips. Chips in tech. Again, Apple's down 1.4. Microsoft down 0.8. More business. Up by 5, baby. Oh, my friend. Happy Friday. Hearn. Shukran, Habibi. Shukran. Hazayak. Even the market likes it. So those literally, that last 10, 15 minutes of dumping there, 2 candles, you just got rid of half of it. So back to 4992 above those 2 little baby levels we've been talking about. Just see if we do the 5,000 dance or not. A&L resumed trading. Adlai. Why are we so scared though? I don't know if people are scared. I think people's imaginations are running from the events over the weekend. Fed barking. Demand is robust, but no signs economy is overheating. But I don't know if people are scared as much as just people are noticing the heat is turning up a little bit. So I don't know if there's a watch list. It's pretty dope. But there was a quote from the watch list by the Egyptian man. And he said, it will be harder for the markets to go up when rates get above 4.5. And that has seemed to prove true. And that's where just like it's a pressure gauge, more or less. You remember when I told you guys incline on the bonds? The higher the yields go, it's like incline on a treadmill. So it adds more resistance. And that's kind of what I think we're seeing here. So I don't know if people are scared as much as, it's just hard to notice. It's hard to ignore a very rapid rise in the temperature and some of the things going on. Vanny still holding, and the event is on the 18th of May. So I'm thinking around 2 weeks ahead of time I'm going to average. But I'm excited about that one still. Can you explain that inclined bond analogy? So have you ever been on a treadmill? What's it like on zero incline? Right? Pretty easy. Then you go to 1 incline, it gets a little harder. But like even then, once you get up to like even like 6 incline, even if you're walking, you might sweat a little bit. But I've just said like every like 1% of bonds, it seems like Powell and the Fed, they're trying to like raise the incline and see if the market could do it. But essentially, bond yields going higher is like raising the incline on a treadmill. So the higher it goes up, the more pressure you're going to have to exert to go up, essentially. And that's what I was saying here with the market. That's why it seemed a little weird, because 4.5 was very deceptive. When we were here, I was telling you guys, watch out for it, and the market would still go up. We were still right near all-time highs, and then in the snap of a finger, before you knew it, you're above 4.5, market's 200 points lower, and now the same things that would keep it higher, it's like there's a little bit more resistance. So pretty much like the higher you go on bonds, just imagine that if depending on how tired the market is or not, but that is going to increase the resistance. But I think the Fed's trying to go one incline at a time, 1% at a time, to see what the market can handle until it craps out. Procter & Gamble about to go green. Apple bounced off the bottom. This could be everything else, but it's NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA and the chips once again, bro. They're just draining the market. What is it? Soxel? Is that the bull shares? Yeah, bro. That's down 7.5 on the day. Yeah, straight up, bro. Chips are back to earnings. So, like, the last 3 months as an index, the chips have given up most of all of the earnings effect of last quarter. So now ARM coming back down to that and a lot of other ones. But, like, even though NVIDIA is holding up, even with NVIDIA substantially higher, your chips index is literally, it's back to December. So you're back to, like, it's the Fed pivot. Pretty much the chips are right back there. Meta. Oh, yeah, they were down 2.5. NVIDIA's down 4 now. That's literally dropped 2%. Remember, it was only down 2.5 not too long ago. Meta 483. No bottom in sight. I mean, you got a couple of levels here, and then again, even some of the events we're getting into. We were just kind of talking about it. Like I said, if this is going to be like August to October, it's going to be hard to determine the bottom, but I would look for your yields. So essentially, if yields keep blowing through, you don't have a bottom. But then if yields can make a comeback, it might seem like a bottom unless if the yields stay down, then you'll get, just like last time. I mean, again, that's what happened in October. So I show the Qs. You want the Qs or the SQQ? But I mean, it's matched up there. Actually, it's a little bit worse. Nah, it's matched up with futures. NASDAQ dumping. So again, you're getting to pre-market. Damn, NASDAQ futures are getting to the low of the damn Israel attack yesterday. That's actually kind of wild. So again, NASDAQ futures are dumping there. 498. Again, look at SPY futures are far from it. That's the crazy part. So again, SPY has a lot more names holding up here. But you are getting murdered on the chips right now. 4981. You're below the level. So if we don't bounce from here, 4980, like we said, 4973 to like 4969 or something like that, 67. So I don't know. You could be looking at 496s or 7s, but it should get a little bit of support here. It can, because this was a bigger gap down. This is where you open. Bonds are coming back down. But a little at a time. I mean, you're slowly working your way down from February gains. SNY on the high. Meta is getting volume. I don't know if that's real. No, just tweaking out again. NVIDIA down 4.3. SMCI still holding down 18. It's not dying off of that. But I do think all the other names now are giving up here. Chips definitely led the way down. Yeah, MO, again, value plays are loving this today. So, I mean, again, give them their day. Yeah, IWM and Dow are great. Maybe that's because the bond yields are holding up a little too. So, again, you hit that level, had a green candle, but this is a big move. Again, that's why I'm saying this 4982. And just to be down here, all the next levels, it just starts to get a little bit more aggressive. He's got a little bit more, 498182. So we'll see. Just like yesterday. Remember when we hit 50, 56, and then it bounced? It's just like, all right, if we go any lower from here, it'll flush just like you would squeeze. So keep that in mind. I mean, we might get some action here, but anything lower, I think it starts to get really ugly, if it's not already ugly enough for you. President Biden.
As my mother would say, God love
Never,
you.
never, never.
Please have a seat if you have. I don't want y'all have to stand for me.
What the fuck?
Well, I tell you what, man.
Oh, he's tweaking already.
The reason I got the first 4 years.
He's tweaking
the
already,
IBEW,
bro.
And that's no malarkey.
I swear, I just looked him in the eyes, and we both got quiet for like 30 seconds. I was like, "Oh shit!"
Kenny, thanks for that introduction.
I was like, "You about to do it, bro?"
I thought the tail end of his little film there was pretty impressive. He's now a movie star. Look, most of all, I want to thank Kenny and all of you for your partnership and your friendship.
Success on the high, bro.
IBEW,
Chips are getting murdered still.
And that's no malarkey because of you. That's no joke. I wouldn't be standing here if you not stepped up when you did in 2020. I was home in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where I was raised, and I visited the place I used to live in, etc. And I tell you what, my grandfather Ambrose Swing, he'd be proud as hell. I'm listed as the most pro-union president in history.
4980, bro. 4979.
Our union from belt buckle to shoe sole.
All right, you might go down to 4972, 4973, and then 4968. But dude, that's big now if we keep flushing from here.
Not to you, but to everybody. Wall Street didn't build America. Middle class built America. And unions built the middle class. And that's not when you built the middle class. There would be no middle class without you. Folks, you've been hosting this conference for a long time. But it's fair to say, in the last 4 years, there's been more excitement and energy than ever in all the work you're doing. I know because I see you all across America as I go across the country. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. 51,000 new infrastructure projects have been announced so far, and we're just beginning. Roads, bridges, ports, airports, clean water systems, affordable high-speed internet, all across America, installed by IBEW workers. I said when you guys endorsed me, when I think of climate, I think of unions. I think of jobs. Improved power grids, new offshore wind turbines put up by the IBEW workers. A national network of 500,000 electric vehicle stations are going to be built by IBEW workers. And let's hear it for Davis-Bacon requirements. They guarantee these projects will pay a prevailing wage. Project labor agreements to make sure they hire highly skilled workers who have a voice on the job. And by the way, these projects are using American-made materials, creating even more good-paying American jobs, union jobs. You know, since the 1930s, and I have to admit to you, in my early days in the Senate, I didn't realize this law said it was the law that established the rights of union to organize back in the 30s. Well, that law said a little piece that no one paid much attention to. The law said that when the federal government spends taxpayers' dollars, it has to buy American products with it.
Pro, new
American labor.
Flush mode may be activated here. You're going to watch out 3 more points for the next level, but, bro, you're still going down. It's a possibility we hit the pre-market lows because, again, NASDAQ's trying to do it already.
A lot of things he doesn't know.
So, again, right now, NASDAQ's entering first dump zone of Israel attack. The SPY's still going.
My predecessor failed to uphold it. But not anymore.
4975.
American products and American labor to build those products. And by the way, for all you skilled trade representatives out there, it's totally within all the rules and regulations. And there's no violation. We're not violating anything, man.
4975.
At the same time, we're making the most significant climate investments ever. When I think of climate, I think of jobs, union jobs.
Volume 35,
good-paying
volume's
jobs,
great.
many that don't
It's
require
still
a college
active.
degree.
Again,
That's
all
what we're
these
seeing.
days have been
We've
pretty,
attracted $700
like it's not
billion
been small.
in private investments in advanced manufacturing.
Bro, another one. It's not holding.
Here in America, creating tens of
4975 flat, new low of the day.
bottom line
4974.
is, this is not
That's it.
exaggeration.
1
The next
point,
decade
1,
and
2
beyond
points away.
will be coming
But
to
like
this
this 7
conference,
range
seeing
is
how
weird.
critical the
But that's what I'm
IBW
saying. And then
is, and how
6-8. But this
transformative
again,
progress
10
the
minutes, not even
process
10 minutes
we're
ago.
gonna be making for the
You just broke the other one. 4974,
Take nuclear
72.
power,
Dump mode, bro.
biggest source of clean energy.
See if the bonds.
Employs over
That's the
60,000
difference. Remember,
workers,
bonds are not
including
going
many of
up
you.
on this. So this is just
Meeting goal
tech
100%
equity dump.
clean power
This is not
by
as much fear. I will tell you that right
Thanks a
now.
lot on it.
So keep that in
That's why we're
mind.
keeping existing plants open.
There's
We're
no
starting
news. We're
shutting
no news.
plants.
There's just chips
Building
and tech
America's
dumping
first
ahead of
nuclear
earnings.
plants in decades.
So again, there is a little bit of fear from the war, but if you were there last night, you know what I'm like telling you exactly.
And we're
Dividend
investing to
stocks
make
are
sure
up.
America
They're
leads
not
the
buying
way on new
bonds. They're not buying
technologies
safe
like
havens.
advanced small
This is
modular
literally tech
reactors of the
just
future.
giving up
It
those
also
fat
means
gains, and
manufacturing
now
fuel that's
everybody
needed to run
having
these
the
reactors.
momentum slowing down.
Too long, we relied on imported uranium to power nuclear reactors. Imports from places like Russia, who we can't trust at all. My administration is working to change all that. We're investing $3.4 billion, $3.4 billion in producing advanced nuclear fuel right here in America. You know, folks, this is, I know we're going to look back on this 20 years from now and talk about what a revolution.
Bro, you just hit another low. 4971.
We're going to make a real gigantic difference.
That's it.
Today,
4968. Next level.
That the IBW plant in Southern Ohio has already produced the first 200 pounds of that powerful enriched uranium. The first ever made in America. And it's on track to produce nearly a ton by the end of the year. Enough to power 100,000 homes in this country. Folks, thanks to your partnership revitalizing key American industries, we're reducing reliance on imported oil, creating more jobs for IBW workers. So far, more than 2,000 new clean energy projects have come online nationwide since I took office, creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. We're giving tax breaks that are 5 times greater to projects that are providing prevailing wage. If you don't provide prevailing wage, you don't get the tax break. And we use registered apprenticeships to train their workers. Look, we've invested $440 million to expand registered apprenticeships.
Okay, a little bit of a bounce from there.
Most Americans may not know.
But you are, again, I told you, if it sells from here, it gets ugly. But these are your final levels, and then you're going to be closer to talking 4,800.
Come on, man.
Yeah, come on, man.
Think about it. By the way, go on out and ask people who know you're acquainted with, who aren't in the business at all. What's it take to be an electrician? You say, well, you just say, you get a little bit of training. 4 to 5 years of training to become an electrician. You're the best in the world. That's why it's a real trade. No, I really mean it. I mean it. You're the best in the world. It's like having to go to college, for God's sake. I'm serious.
They said zoom out on that crowd. They loving it. Zoom out.
Well, I tell you what.
VRT on the low. Google on the low. You're coming back down, bro. Low ticker not giving
Not a
up.
joke.
Joe's excited, but
Not
the
a
market
joke.
isn't. 4971.46 is the low. You're a point away from that.
Through my American
VIX
Rescue
is back
Plan,
up.
I also enacted the Butch-Lewis Act, the most pro-labor
God bless
union
you,
worker
Andy.
law retirees with 50 years.
VIX surprisingly isn't higher. That's the crazy part.
All we're
So the
doing
VIX is
protecting
staying subdued after that morning move, or what we had last night.
The idea may
And again, bonds are staying pinned. New low, 497.135. 4970, so watch out, 4968 to like 66. But dude, after that we look at 4950,
not only that,
and then you're going to be looking at 4940 to like 37ish.
the people I've appointed to the National Labor
It's
Day
kind of crazy, actually.
care about
It's still trying to fight here. Juan, welcome.
No, I'm not kidding. And despite the Supreme Court and our Republican friends trying to block us, they haven't stopped me from pursuing an alternative path to relieve the crushing burden of student debt.
Again, more chip
includes
failures
giving
or
loans to
sell-offs. I don't know if
vocational
failure is the
schools,
word.
community
Micron,
college,
ARM
some apprentice
94,
programs as well.
Nvidia's still doing a little better. SMCI though, another 0.5% lower.
We're not costing money. It's saving America. It's growing the economy, for God's sake. People are doing better. I could go on, but I'm not going to. I'm going to resist the temptation. Because, boy, I'm tempted these days. Together, we're doing what always worked best for this country. We're investing in America. It's not complicated. We're investing in Americans, not just America, Americans. Building an economy from the middle out, from the bottom up, not the top down. Not the top down. Because when you do that, the poor have a ladder up, the middle class does very well, and the wealthy still do very well, except they don't pay enough taxes. By the way, just parenthetically, you know how much we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax rate is for them? Billionaire, billion, not million, billion. 8.3% federal tax. No, I'm serious. Isn't it bizarre? Anybody willing to trade their tax rate for yours? Raise your hand. Look, and folks, our plan is working. So far, we've created 15 million new jobs. Unemployment hasn't been this low for this long in 50 years. And that includes record low unemployment for black and Hispanic workers as well. Wages are rising. Manufacturing is booming. You've created close to 800,000 new manufacturing jobs since I became president. I got to tell you, when I was a senator and vice president, I got so sick and tired. I know a little bit about corporations. There are more corporations registered in my home state of Delaware than every other state in the union combined. They're not all bad guys, but they ain't all good guys either. Look, think what's happened, all kidding aside, from the years, the previous 15 years, 20 years. Corporations look for the cheapest labor in the world, sent the jobs, sent the product to those, sent the jobs to those laborers, whether they were in Asia or Europe, wherever they were, and then they sent the product back home. Well, instead of importing foreign products, I'm exporting for their products, and we're making those jobs American jobs, created here in America, where they belong. It's not that complicated. I really mean it. 550,000 jobs brought home. Home, home, home. But it's pretty basic stuff. I won't get off course here talking about the chips, but all those computer chips we invented, we made about the tip of the finger size of it. But guess what? You know, I went over to South Korea.
Guess what? We're back to the OG speech. I don't think this one. This is the OG one.
This space between what we needed and what we could get. Well, guess what?
Okay, you stop dying, but I mean, any second now it could continue. So this was a very low level, man. It's kind of wild.
You know what he said to me? He said, "You have the best workers in the world, and you have the safest place in the world to invest." Look, folks, my predecessor and his MAGA allies have a very different view. He promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years and never built a damn thing. In fact, now these same Republicans, they want, and this is not
UNH going up still? That's been all day, even yesterday. Yesterday, UNH actually
now
sold
they want
off.
to repeal the climate law.
So that's still going. And dollar is now green. Dollar just went vertical on that.
My predecessor rolled back protection for American workers. He opposed increases in federal minimum wage. And he was proud, very proud of his $2 trillion tax cut when he was president that overwhelmingly benefited the wealthy and created the biggest corporations and exploded the federal debt. I cut the federal deficit. He exploded it. By the way, there's no exaggeration here. It's going to expire. And if I'm reelected, it's going to stay expired. Look, let me close with this. There are two different ways of looking at our economy. Some folks learned very different lessons growing up than you and I did. I learned the best way to they learned, and my opponent learned the best way to get rich is inherited. I can't argue much with that, but yeah. They learned that paying taxes is for working people, not the super wealthy. They learned that telling people you're fired is something to be laughed about. Not where I come from, not where I was raised. I guess that's how they look at the world from Park Avenue and Mar-a-Lago. But I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware. Working class and middle class towns, what many of you did as well. Nobody handed you anything. You paid your taxes. And being told you were fired wasn't entertainment. It was a devastating nightmare to a family. Folks, where we come from, it matters. That's why when I look at the economy, I don't see through the eyes of Mar-a-Lago. I literally see through the eyes of Scranton, where I grew up at my grandpa's kitchen table. I see through the eyes of working people like you and the basic values that you represent. Honesty, decency, hard work, faith. It matters. Fairness matters. And you believe like I do, everyone in America deserves just an even shot. No guarantee, just a shot, but guaranteed to have a shot. In America, we leave nobody behind where we come from. Folks, that's the America you all are building. That's the America you're recreating. And let me ask you, are you going to keep doing it? I know we can do this because of you, the American worker. And I've never been more optimistic about our future than I am today. Folks,
that's why you got louder.
You just have to remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing, nothing, nothing. God bless you all. Thank you, thank you. And on behalf of America, thank you. You've really done it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's clipping. Let's go, baby. Let's go. 4 more years. I think this is what the hype you were looking for, huh? You wanted me to scream or cream? I don't know. Somebody said that earlier. Is that what you? Yeah. It's a we're the best Tesla on law. Let's go Friday. I can fucking do it. Ah! Woo! Hey man, I'm just reading the chat, man. I'm just saying that's what they said. Meta's on the low. Google, bro. Honestly, I mean that was the same Biden speech, but my goodness, bro, the market was not. You haven't seen this one in a minute. I don't know if we're gonna get 2% down. The crazy part is that the Nasdaq's getting murdered. Nasdaq is back to the lows of Israel attack yesterday night, but dude, SPY has a lot of range, and bro, you just dump though like to every single level. Like you're treating these levels like butter. Right now, 4971. This was the lowest level I gave you today before we hit it. Now we're talking the 4968s, and then we're talking about even 4950 and 4940 to 30. So before you know it, though, we're going to be talking about 4800. But today's a pretty bad day, and here's the thing. I've been seeing a lot of people say war and war and war. I don't think this is the war. Okay, and because if you were there last night, you saw what fear looked like. You saw bonds and oil and yen and damn Swiss franc. You saw everything yesterday. But you'll notice right now you're not getting the similar moves there. This is earnings and if not bad chips. And what I mean by earnings, there was downgrades. Netflix, you have people not feeling as optimistic, and all of the chip makers selling off heavy. So this is just tech weakness paired up with some of the war tension, but this is not like war is causing you to sell off this is like, bro, you have a correction in chips. You have SMCI down 18%. You have the SOX index back to December now. It's like those are the things that are getting the movements beneath the surface. It's not like we're just selling off like this because of war. It's all of those big gainers they've been selling it off now. I mean, you've given up a lot of those gains here in a little bit. 4967 VIX is above 19. So welcome back to 2022, I guess. 2023 maybe. We used to live at VIX 19. So 4967, this is as low as it gets without talking 495 now, but that is on the table. So next up, maybe 4961, but 4955, 4952, anything in the 495 range. 4955 and lower. Wall is breaking out. Hi, Banks. Tesla on the low. They were green earlier, so they're coming down. Wall is at 3. Yeah, Wall's breaking out for no reason. NVIDIA 803. And then bonds are selling off and they're just holding. That's the part about this where, again, I think attention is on chips. Again, they're down 8 on the index there. NVIDIA 805. SMC, that 18% though seems to be a limit. Again, new low and then green shoot. You've done that a couple of times. So what do we set? 4967 back to 497. It's only been what? 2 hours? 3 hours? 9:30 right now. Where is Netflix? I haven't looked. Bonds got a little bit of a bid there, but see what the market does too. Again, Wall is breaking out. They could be having their conference call right now. World Health Organization notified about a case of human infection with an influenza H9N2 virus in Vietnam on April 9th. Or any companies in the long term looking better? I think PayPal is the only one. Pfizer was a little bit lower too. But until we get the deposit, I mean, that'll be when we make our judgment. Yeah, Wall is on the high. Oh, I haven't looked at oil. Oil's break even. Oil's literally done nothing from yesterday, which is crazy to think about considering we just saw it up 4%. DTI on the high. Low ticker still active. Spotify now selling off. Again, tech. Elf on the low. I forgot. What was it? And Estee Lauder in Elf. Again, there was the L'Oreal earnings. Elf is down 7. My goodness. I mean, Apple's down 1.6. The crazy part is that Apple has hit a new low for the last 3 days in a row. And then NVIDIA 805. VIX is starting to go up again. So it's interesting. And then SVIX dropping. So VIX is hitting a new high as you're getting that green candle from the bottom. So 4966. You hit a new low on that, though. 4966, all in the same candle. Love that chat, baby. Bobby. How you living, man? You doing good? I know you grinded. Long term. How bad can it get from here? Pretty bad. You're looking at, bad in the sense of just giving up the aggressive progress we've made this year. That's all it is. And, that's a different. Is that bad? Yeah, but it's not the worst. So, again, right now, this 4,800 level, it's just going to be a matter of giving up. It's just going to be a matter of giving up the gains for February. So that, and then once you give that up, it's only 1 month. And then depending on, and that was all earnings. So depending on if that earnings backtracks before you know it, I mean, Fed futures and bonds have already backtracked the gains from December. Maybe the market might do the same. That's what people are worried about, again, or if rates go back up and all that good stuff. Marcus Herna. Again, baby. Oh, God bless you, my friend. Amen. My man. That's Mr. Vocals. That's what, yeah, they don't even know about that. BG, Bungie on the high. Damn, they're up 3.4. SPY getting candles. Again, VIX just hit a high there off of that new low. You just hit a new low a couple of minutes ago, but there you go. Your first little green shoot off the bottom, back to 497. That's better than the 6s, but I really think, again, back to like 49, was it 88? I think 4988. If you could get above there, that bounce is worthy. Otherwise, if we like bounce up 4982, sell back off, I mean, you're still in the same heavy downside momentum. So we got to get above 4988 if you want any sort of optimism on this bounce. Otherwise, you're still in the gulag. Again, Wall's still going up there. I don't know if they're having their conference call right now. And then NASDAQ down 1.7. Russell has finally gone negative. So remember, a majority of the feature this day was Russell was green. So was the Dow. But now Russell's red. Dow is still hanging on green. ARM at the earnings gap. Yeah, no, it's breaking it, bro. That's insane. I got clapped on that in the last 2 days. When I already thought I thought I was buying the dip. So again, earnings, but they're already a victim of they got downgraded today too. Like we said, they were either going to benefit or go to hell off of it, and they chose the latter. And then NVIDIA is, I know this may sound weird, but NVIDIA is awkwardly strong. They are still the leader. So like I'm telling you, if you overlay the SOX index, bro, NVIDIA is still holding up quite well. But again, a lot of the other names now, like SMCI, lots with NVIDIA. So you got SMCI. Oh, why did I put Tesla? What's the other one? Yeah, Intel's actually doing worse than the overall index. Qualcomm, they actually held up a little bit better. Marvel, they're matched up with it. AMD, they're matched up with it. So yeah, AMD actually, they gave it up. But then that's what I'm saying, NVIDIA, because dude, it was just the other day we were like, oh my gosh, they'll break 800, but today is way more pressure, and they're still above that. We're well above 4.5 on the bonds. I think we're at like 469 right now, or 465. 31 fear on fear and greed index. Coin coming down now. Watch if Mara and those other ones give up. That little baby bounce did not hold. You are half a point now from the low, give or take. A little bit more than that. I love the comparative view. Yeah, because I'm pretty shocked by it. Because, again, you look at NVIDIA, it may make you think that all is well, but people are already talking correction. But then you pull up the whole index, bro. All of these names are, like, they've given up a lot. And then as a whole, that thing is starting to look like Fed futures and bonds. It's gone back to giving up now everything from December. That's quite wild, all things considered. And then Tesla, they were green. QDEL. Why is that? Quidel? I guess you can call that a value. Again, value, Pfizer plays, MO, anything of that nature, they're doing good. DJT, until you hear about like earnings and like numbers, I just don't like the SPACs. This AI bubble pop. Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's what I'm kind of like, based on the prices of the chip stocks, you have had a very big deflation in the AI bubble. And that's where I'm like, I don't know if everyone's aware of that. So, like, as a whole now, like, that there's still a lot of it that's gone on, but, legitimately half of this AI bubble make everything go up, you've given up half of it from October. So that's where I'm like, and then a couple names are still holding better than others, but some air was taken out of the bubble, just to say the least. Let's go, baby. Let's get some push-ups in. Chattadonia is 9:30. The market is at a low. A lot is going on. One mix of war. The other part is coming down to your boy, the earnings. But my goodness, chips, earnings, all of that. We still got a long day ahead of us. You're hitting another new low or about to, but Chad, we've been here for 3 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. And then drop the shoulders, baby. Just relax. I know the market is a lot. You're going through a lot of, dude, is it war? Is it war? Is it earnings? A lot of emotions, but drop the shoulders and relax. Clear the mind. Let the shoulders fall, my brother. New low. New low's being set. If the market could hit a new low, I hope your shoulders could hit a new low. And then we'll get back to reacting. You know what I'm saying? Then chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you, baby. Arm 92. Are you kidding me? Bro, I got flushed on back-to-back on both chip plays. But that's it, bro. This is totally, I don't know if the pin is hitting it, but the deflation is definitely, deflation in chips is hitting. Is that 40%? That's crazy. SMI is holding up a little bit better. SMCI. But yeah, drop the shoulders, chest to the sun, relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Apple's offer to open up mobile payment tech to approved by EU regulators next month. Sources say. All right. Let's get some push-ups, man. Get the body moving. Oh. All right, man. These little bounces, it's been 3-4 point bounce up, go 1 point lower. So until we get out of this, like I told you, you got to get above the 4980. Oh, will yields stop rising if Powell cuts rates? Oh, yeah. Yeah, easily. That's the thing, though. But Powell's not, the closest you got last night was war, like a real war. Like another person and like big escalation, because last night the Fed futures, they got a bid. But other than that, if Powell shouldn't be cutting rates here, at least not until maybe the end of the year, depending on how the data plays out. Oh. Sorry. Oh, yeah, I don't know. If you don't like the weird resistance band breathing, it's push-ups there. That's why you got to move. The market got a little bit there. That's the first 5-point rally in like an hour. So maybe that's kind of good. There you go. AMC on the high. No, again, banks are still doing good too. That's the other one on the day. Yeah, bro, you're up 10 points right there. So you have not made a move like that in a good hour, believe it or not. And that's small comparatively. But back to 4973, 4966. That was your low. Oh, what rate would you buy long duration bonds? I would be okay with some of them, but I do think the 2 year's a little better now. Because the 2 year, I think eventually, whether it's a problem or economy, they will have to cut rates probably in 2 years. I don't know about immediately now, but the 2-year, that seems to be the best bang for your buck. And then without taking, because the problem is, I like TLT in the bonds right now, especially after the sell-off. But the problem is, if the rates blow out past 4, 7, or 5, all of that duration risk is going to come back. If the market starts worrying about rates and even talking rate cuts, and again, if you're at 4, 7, 5, the conversation is going to sound very, very crazy. But if that's the case, I think all the duration risk comes back up. And now it's going to be one thing about what the Fed's going to do, but then everyone's going to get worried about how long it takes, and now another 2-3% could be tacked on just by people worried about time, rather than even added on to the whatever effect from the Fed and policy. MPW, AI, no. Today's just ex-dividend. So I think it's selling off with that. Otherwise, real estate stocks did good. So they got the dividend sell-off. But, bro, regionals, real estate stocks are in the green. Anything related to financials, gold on the high. And then silver. And then banks, JP Morgan. Where's oil? Oil's starting to curl up a little bit. Oh, wait, I need to get my wall stretch. Hold on. I'll be right back. Y'all got me. You asked me a good question. Middle of my stretches, baby.
Months when you look at the previous December. Inflation is real. You almost can kiss this notion that it's even under control or slowing down. To this average American, things like food, fast food, is significantly more expensive than it has been in the past. And this is causing constraints that you wouldn't imagine, where people are living really, really slim despite having solid employment.
One dynamic that I've been wondering a lot about is if you look at the data coming out of the largest banks, you see a drift higher in FICO scores. This idea that they are catering to the consumers with fortress balance sheet. If you look outside of those with a credit score outside of 750, let's call it, and that's even lower than Bank of America's average on a lot of business lines. How much do you see them having to put ordinary goods, groceries, gas on their credit card bills at a time where also APRs are sky high?
Well, I think not only are APRs at a sky high, balances on credit cards are at an all-time high.
He does sound like Kanye.
So you're absolutely right.
This sounds like if Kanye got like a degree in economics.
More, everyday expenses on their credit. That includes planned expenses and
I just stopped stretching. I'm looking at this.
Those things still happen when you live every day, and that means a medical emergency. That means a flat tire. So, what we see is that, number one, there's more consumers today that are over-leveraged than ever before. When you think about a product like what we offer, which is a community-based loan for a few $100s, we see more users that make over $100,000 a year and have a healthy FICO than we've ever before seen in our history. It's talking about a couple of different challenges. I think the number one challenge is expenses are higher. I think the number two challenge is that getting a flexible loan to manage the rising costs is actually also extremely difficult.
How do you think about the crunch consumers are being put under as they take on more debt? Do you think it's going to create a vicious cycle of sorts?
Oh, yeah, a little red there.
I have a big problem with the concept, right? When you think about the FICO and you think about credit, paying a credit card over time is what it's taught. Installment loans are what we have communicated as a benefit. It actually creates the current problem, which what you see is stable or increasing FICO scores, but consumers being over-leveraged, meaning they have too much credit, meaning their balances are too high. This creates a scenario that they're living in a really sensitive place. In 2023, we ran the cash poor report. And this is what we were talking about, where consumers are cash poor but credit rich. And that is the same problem. It's almost an evolved problem that we're seeing today, where more expenses than ever before are being managed by credit facilities and credit products that are paying over time and incurring a ton of fees, which continue to kind of create this cycle. we think it's a big problem.
What's not being reflected in the data that you see from the
kinda
Federal
holding up.
Reserve or a lot of these banks? The reality of the buy now, pay later revolution, let's call it, is not reflected in FICO scores and is not reflected in credit card balances. Are perhaps consumers more levered than meets the eye?
They're definitely more levered. But these products only exist because consumers need them. They're demanding them, you know? And it's not like the traditional players were trying to introduce these products. It's not like our traditional banks were trying to think of innovative solutions that were meeting the needs of these consumers. These fintechs have been doing this. My company has. So for me, I think what's the problem in the message is that I truly believe regulators and politicians need to figure out how to work alongside technology and innovation to start to bring better products or support the products. I think there actually needs more support for the buy now, pay later, the earned wage access, and the community-based finance solutions of today. Because when you think about their penetration compared to the traditional penetration, and let's just say our numbers, 80% of our users are over leveraged using a subprime credit card or some credit card facility. Traditional players are still by far the number one players to everyday Americans.
Rodney Williams, co-founder of Solo Funds, we thank you for shining a light on the bigger picture here. Now let's check markets before we go to break because we are watching markets really on the decline here. The S&P 500, the 6 days of losses that we're seeing is actually the longest losing streak since October
satellite images,
2022.
CNN,
Today's losses
20 points up, man, 15 points higher. Like I told you, 4988. If you don't get above that, you're going to hate this. Is all just to fuck with you.
Trading at more than 18 handle brings you at a VIX today above the levels you're seeing VIX futures in May trading, and the 10-year yield hanging out at around 461, a little bit of a bid in the bond market, but not all that much. Stick with us. More.
Not all that much. Well, we'll see. So again, 4988. If 4982 is another baby level, but 4988, if we could get above there, I really think this might be your little low for the day. Otherwise, if we get here, goes up a little bit above it and then sells off or doesn't even get there, I mean, you might be looking at the lows again by the end of the day. SMCI lower, dude, 19, bro, it's down $184 on the day, down 19.6. My goodness. Any new news? No, it's been quite quiet. The last updates was probably Goolsby. Again, a couple people talking about the war and the effects. Again, like we're hearing no damage and, you know, how many rockets they fired and all of that. But like I was just telling the Chad, man, it's one part about the war. Yeah, we had a huge reaction yesterday and you see how people reacted today. But this is a big part about chips and earnings. And even from Netflix, too, it's just the general sentiment is, one, it's low-key, the bubble is kind of popping with chips and AI. And then, two, even if you have good earnings, it's not like these earnings are bad, but to justify some of these levels, I mean, these companies, you know, they all got good earnings and then some slight warning about demand or something into next quarter. So that's kind of our problem here. But I do think the individual stock moves have caused a way, way bigger reaction, and then now everyone's blending it in with the fear from the war. So 4984, we're making our move. Making my way downtown, dropping fast, and it's holding. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I need rate cuts. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I need rate cuts. I will go to the FOMC if they can just cut rates. Sorry. So you're going up, man. I'm trying to get y'all just in the mood or something. I don't know. Yeah, gold popping a little hotter for where it was at in the morning. Oil, oil is break even. It's crazy. What just happened? Nothing. We bounced. We kind of should have expected it, but I just didn't know which level because I'm surprised. I thought we were going to bounce earlier here, like 8.2, But nah, man, like I told you, it would get ugly if we flushed it and you dropped another like 20 points there. And like I'm saying, if we don't get back above this level, this could all just be a dead cat. This was all for nothing. Kroger on the high. FAFO, baby. Long term are still too expensive. I mean, it's expensive, but if you want to, again, I'm getting burned on my chip plays. I don't really like the chips. I just wanted to speculate on the earnings. So at this point now, in a couple of weeks, we're going to either look back and you're going to be able to see either our earnings rip from here or this was the top. So depending on that, that's going to really determine it. So I think a lot of people now, you still have the earnings. It's not like everything's set in stone, but so far the first win, the first turn, it's already starting with negativity. So, but I think it all boils down to earnings. So I think it's expensive. I wouldn't put it in the long term, but you literally have a 30% drop there. And then the only problem is like SMCI and NVIDIA. Like I like ARM now. I like the Intels. Pretty much any company that's trading below its earnings, I mean, you're just pretty much betting that this earnings will do good. But then that's where they have opportunity. But like NVIDIA, that's still above its last earnings. NVIDIA's last earnings was 683. It went up to 780-ish. It's still above that. But like Intel, their last earnings, they dropped to like 43. They're well below that. So that's what I'm saying. Like ARM, that was the one that came back to earnings today. So, or if it goes back to where it starts, these are the ones where it's like, okay, you could play it coming into their earnings. But again, if it doesn't do well and it kind of seems like the bars are set high, that's what's going to be difficult about it. If I can just cut rates. Bank of England man discusses volatility in middle versus across the curve. Bonds didn't even move much. As much as I want to see the yield curve. JetBlue Tuesday. They could do good. I mean, JetBlue, I think they had a good history of earnings. And then didn't they just give a guide too? Or I think they just got upgraded. But JetBlue has been better as far as recovering airlines. It's cheaper though. I don't know what the premiums are on that one. DFS unfazed. DFS, AXP, and anything financial. So that's like the crazy part too, because it started off a little rocky. But even then, those banks, they all did very well. I guess they're still holding some of the downside, like JP Morgan, but last couple days they've been there. Amazon Music, Taylor Swift album, most streamed in first day, BBG. Oh, sorry, I didn't. It was automatically. My bad. CMP, SPY still working its way up, man. So this is your first fight off of the lows. Literally 4986 we sold off. I'm telling you, we get above here, you could wipe the sweat off of your forehead for a little bit. If it doesn't, I mean, we still have a lot of time to do a lot of things. It's almost 10 actually, so 3 hours left, 2 hours. Taylor Swift and Uncle releasing on the same day. Can't help Uncle's numbers. A lot of competition from Taylor. I feel you, man. But it's okay. I believe in Uncle. ICL. And then PBR. Petrobras. They're up 5. I mean, energy is still doing good. Oil broke out there. So remember I was just saying, like, gold was moving Oil didn't move yet, but oil is starting to tick up. Oil back to green, a little bit more than 0.5%. Uncle Swift. Taylor. Dude, all right. Y'all, what the hell happened to Taylor and Travis? Every day during NFL season, I heard something about Taylor and Travis. Taylor and Travis. Do you telling me they got an off season on their relationship? How come I ain't heard shit about Taylor and Travis yet? That was the best marketing for NFL ever. I ain't seen one Instagram, no TMZ, no nothing. No nothing. 2-3 months ago, I saw every day. They were at to Coachella. I didn't hear about that. So some of y'all still got the updates. You got Taylor alerts. I ain't get Taylor Travis alerts. Like I used to not be able to avoid it. It would just be on my morning news every day. Taylor this, Taylor that, Travis Taylor, Travis Taylor. Now that's it. It's off season. I ain't. That's it. How come there's no like celebrity relationships in the NBA? Man, what if she just started going out with like Jalen Brunson? No, that's what they need. Taylor Swift and Jalen Brunson. That's how we market NBA Finals. No? Okay, just a thought. That's just a thought. Oh, yeah, Devin Booker. I forgot. Yeah, kind of. And then SPY. Baker Hughes rig count 619 versus 617 previous. You're approaching the level. So this is it, man. This is find out fluke test. It's not going. It's holding. The high ticker is gassing, though. But again, a lot of these random names. Staples are on the high. XLP. That's an interesting one. And then Russell has came back to green. Remember, that was the leader. And then it went red. And then now it's back up to green. Rig count's just printed. It could move oil, but I don't think the numbers came in too crazy. Where's PayPal? Nugget on the high, so gold's still running. Yeah, gold taking off a little harder now. PayPal 0.19 right at break even. Square, let me see. Bro, Timmy. That was so funny. Timmerhouse, man. I can't believe he interviewed him, and then he was just getting fed up with Goolsby. All right, so we're going to start off the week on Monday. Verizon earnings, Albertson, Zion, Bank of Hawaii in the morning, then Cliffs, Nucor, SAP, Cadence, AGNC, Ameriprise, Globe Life. Those are Monday after the bell. Then Tuesday, we're going to get GM, UPS, GE, Pepsi, LMT, Spotify, RTX, JetBlue. That's all Tuesday morning. So, again, these are the earnings right around the corner. So, like, this schedule is going to be pretty, again, you're going to have a lot of sympathies and extrapolations to make. So, this is for next week. But if you want, I mean, you could start looking at some of these. Again, Intel is going to be on Thursday. I forgot about IBM, actually. Remember IBM Meta on Wednesday? Did they? They didn't really go down too much, huh? I guess they kind of gave up some of their earnings, but not as much as the others. JP Morgan on the high, So is Zion. Yeah, RTX LMT. That one we may get lucky if there's more war headlines. Best case would be they report, drop off earnings, and then we're able to buy them up, and then a war headline hits. So 4988, Jab, this is it. It's it for whether or not we see more immediate downside. But if we could hold past here, it could still get above it and drop below it. I'm not saying just because it went above it, we're out of the clear. But if it could hold above this level here, that's going to ease, again, that extra downside pressure. Utilities on the high. Like I just told you, too, staples are running up, too. SMCI daily, I mean, if you got it like that, I think it's a gamble that the juice will be worth the squeeze if it hits. But you just got to make sure you don't spend too much. So super risky, but I mean, the stock is down $180 right now. So as a dollar for dollar, if you could get the right play and it actually moves, I mean, I think there's money to be made on there. Medica lift stocks, if they do good. Wait, regulators restart bid to curb bonus pay on Wall Street. Officials plan to float new measure in coming days. Bank regulators revive work on Dodd-Frank bonus rules. Check XLF. It ain't really reacting. See, so a couple of these are still holding. Ollie. Again, random indexes keep going up. XLU, XLF, XLP. So, like, broader industry rallies are happening right now. And then again, NASDAQ 1-3 down. Dow is still the leader. SPY only down 0.5%. I think Procter & Gamble about to go green. Again, they reported today. AXP, man, that one was nutty. MNDR, that's been going up every single day. Mobileye Health. Mobile eHealth, not Mobileye. ET. MO back at 42, man. That's a pretty big move. Oh, no, it was at 44, bro. I guess still this would have been a high of the year besides that little run. And then SPY, Chattadonia. We're not out of the clear. You went at the level. You went above, and now we're, like, dancing at it. You're right back below. So we're not out of the clear just yet. Wall again on the high. That's up 5.6. We saw that going up earlier. Mobileye. Israel hits back. Buying market close and selling open working. I mean, lately, I think your gap ups. It's hard to say though. So since Wednesday, bought the close, sold the open. You would have lost one, nothing, one, nothing. So kind of been back and forth prior. It did seem, though, if you get the right direction, I mean, yeah, because there's been a lot of gap up or gap downs. Again, 2 of the last 7 days didn't gap up. And then again, we're on day, if today closes red, which, again, you're fighting back here. The Dow is green alongside the Russell, but you are, if you go red today, this will be 6 consecutive days in a row. NVO. I hope NVO does bad so I could buy it. If NVO does bad, I'm selling covered calls on Airbnb, and then we'll top ticket just with the covered call money. But we'll see. SPY going up there again. Got a little shaky there at 88. You're still holding, though. That is a good sign unless it comes back down. High ticker is almost full gas. Hershey's value plays are the leaders, and then a couple of those chip names bounced a little bit. Again, AMD up $1 or $2, ARM up $1 from the lows, NVIDIA up about $8 from the low. So again, chips they're still kind of gulag though. PAG on the low. The last 6 red days was, January. Other than that, I don't remember. I haven't really heard. Usually I wait for the fun fact, but I'd want to say like February. I think SVB. But 6 consecutive is pretty big. SMCI up 18 off the lows. TWG, small cap runner, top wealth group up 105. Yeah, it's the chips and the NASDAQ getting murdered. So all day today, I've been giving you updates. Most of the market is green, believe it or not. That's the weird part about today. So right now, Dow Jones, 19 in the green, 11 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 42 green, 59 red. NASDAQ's almost 50-50. So just, again, outsized sells from your bigger chip names and the Mag 7. And then SPY is 348 in the green, 154 in the red. And then I totally forgot about Netflix. I totally forgot, Habibi. It sucks. Those Netflix plays are the same price they were in the morning, even after we burned a couple of hours here. So the moves are quite wild. IMF Japan mission chief says Bank of Japan will likely have room to raise interest rates further, though future tightening must be gradual and data dependent. IMF urges Bank of Japan to tread cautiously in raising rates. When asked if recent yen movement justifies foreign exchange intervention by Japanese authorities, IMF mission chief, I firmly believe, are committed to flexible FX regimes. Tread cautiously. CVS on the high. Another value. CVS, I don't know if that candle's real. I just put this on. Big volume on CVS. And a pop through the high. I'm checking. We don't have a headline. April 16th. Yeah, I don't have anything. So they're going PM to Philip Morris. SPY's still holding. It sucks, though. It's literally went 1 point above that 8889. But we're not shaking this spot yet. But it looks good for now, but this is right below VWAP. And then the bonds are lower, unfortunately. So again, remember, bonds broke from here. And then right here, the bonds started following. And then right here, market diverged, but now bonds are a little lower. Reddit crazy swing. It's already 10, man. We kind of ran through the day. Especially after how wild last night was. AMD round in the corner. Dow's at 38,000 flat right now. Mara's still on the high. That still held up throughout the day. The options banner. My day's off. You just woke up. Don't worry. That was me last Friday, bro. So don't worry. You didn't miss much. If you were there last night, the morning is a lot different than what we saw. But then again, we did get a lot of pressure here. And I think you got a little bit of excitement on the momentum scale. But other than that, we're now, even then, I hope you guys, I just showed it, But you should start preparing for next week. You know, I do think today's bad, but it's not as scary as you think it is. But a lot of the moves, I think, are earnings related and chip related. And that's what it's going to come down here. So keep it in mind. Tongray. I have no idea what that is. IART on the high. Mara's still going. What do I use for news? Everything. I aggregate news from all over the world. But everywhere. As many sources as possible. ATUS. I forgot about ATUS. That thing's damn. So that's another buyout speculate. They got a little more drama. But remember, Altice speculated for buyout. Unless that deal backed out. Let me see. Oh, their earnings May 2nd. They got downgraded. It's so weird. People think they're going to get that buyout offer, but they don't really get. Even the analysts are lowering the price target on it. IART. What is that thing? IART? EART? EART? Integra Life Science. Integra, dude. Oh, dude, little VTech, dude. Mm-hmm. Oh, the Nancy. I forgot about Palo Alto. They went crazy last time. That was a big one. Akira, dude. Little VTech, dude. Easy go on the high. High ticker, that volume bar on the high ticker, that was 5 minutes ago. So literally the momentum from a little bit ago is kind of fading here. You could see it on the high ticker. Short-term momentum kind of dropping. Low ticker, couple names. And then bonds keep coming down. There's been a lot of back and forth following the market, not following it. I don't know what happened to VTech actually was good though, man. People used to make jokes, but that VTech, when it would hit, bro, and then UNH, another high, they've been just going up last couple of days since their earnings. What happened? And then I'm going to go to the bathroom. I don't know, man. The market was quite interesting. It's quite interesting today. So let's see. Let's see, baby. Let's see. All right, I'll be right back.
Circumvention by prohibiting EU companies to do any business with them. So there are things which we can do, and it's clear as we are now putting strict sanctions against Russia, EU, US, other players. Russia is looking at the ways to circumvent them, so we need to stay alert, follow the patterns, and to the extent possible close the circumvention and possible loopholes.
Valdis Dombrovskis with The View from the European Commission. We appreciate your making us part of your week here in Washington, and I hope the spring meetings of the IMF continue well for you. Thanks for talking with us
Thank you.
On Bloomberg. Kaylee, a lot to cover there as we consider a vote on the Repo Act tomorrow that plays into this Ukraine story in a big way.
Yeah, the so-called sidecar fourth piece of legislation that has not just repo, but also that TikTok divestiture bill. All of that going to be bundled together and sent to the Senate. Chuck Schumer says could be a working weekend for senators, too, not just the House. And we'll have more on that with our political panel next on Bloomberg.
The more my company grows, the more hats I need to wear. Aon.
What if that was an ad for lids? You're like, new lids, get your favorite team's hat. What? All right. So I went to the bathroom there. I was real quick. Came back, and then he did his thing there. I thought we'd have a little bit more time, but you're bouncing, man. 4991. We're back to the plan. Me and my mama hopped in that U-Haul van, Any pessimists, I ain't talked to them. Plus, I ain't have no rate cuts priced in. No? Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, whoa.
By storm.
Give me a second.
About to be cut in half for the first time in 4 years, but this time around it's very different, and not just because it's been embraced by the biggest institutions on Wall Street. We've got details ahead about the great halving. The exchange is back after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Oh, I thought it was going to segue into something. Well, Chad, we're above level 1. It could still flush below that, but again, that might have put a Band-Aid on today. You know, maybe we stopped the bleeding for now. The bleeding has been stopped, which is good, man, which is very, very good, which is very, very good. The great halvening. It's crazy. I mean, again, right ahead of the halvening, it dropped like 10,000. It's crazy, man. Again, this whole market, just these last couple of weeks, the shift has been interesting. But, you know, you're a lucky individual. You guys are all lucky, you know, for many, many reasons. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, you made it back for PHILO. It's that time. Yes, PHILO, man. It's funny because, you know, PHILO, I don't know. On days where the market just goes insane, some people, they're like, I need PHILO. Some people hate PHILO. So I'm sure today, with everything going on, I could only imagine, man. You know, PHILO, the demand fluctuates a lot during volatility, man. But above all else, I am very, very just happy and grateful with what I've seen from a lot of y'all, man. For real, just being able to have these PHILO moments, regardless of what's going on, man. You know, the armor should be on. Whether, you know, take it to battle, but whether battle, no battle, it don't matter, man. You know what I'm saying? So, for real, day in, day out, regardless of the environment, I'm very proud of y'all who have made broader, bigger, long-term commitments, have stuck to them, and have found ways to improve, and not only just improve, but put out an effort. And I'm telling you, man, just the more and more I see it in this world, man, effort goes a long way, bro. So very, very proud of some of y'all. And I don't know how today's going to hit with PHILO, but let me get into it. You want me to tell you what today's PHILO is? It's funny, actually. It's actually really funny, man. It's kind of it's kind of special. But maybe it'll give you a little bit more of a little special of a uncle release for you. But my PHILO, it comes straight out of Uncle's new song. I know. Should I feel bad? I'm not promoting it, but that's what it kind of feels like. But, you know, there's something about the lyrics that I really like. And I was listening to it this morning, bro, before the market opened up. And, like, it got me really excited. Okay? You know, and it's funny because I've heard the song so many times already. But, you know, I guess hearing it on you know, and now you guys all have it. But, oh, man, there's one thing that made me excited. And it's this. Actually, let me switch it up before I tell you that one. No, I guess I already segued into it. I'll have to ask you another question in a little. But only need a little bit That's how God proves. That's the first part, man. That's what I want to talk about a little bit. I got so excited this morning, and it brought back, I given you PHILOs on this, man. And I thought about it, bro. I'm like, dude, you know what? Only need a little bit. That's the way that God proves. Like, bro, God is crazy. I know. Literally, I was thinking about it. I was like, man, the fish, Zacchaeus, David and Goliath, wet blankets to prove something, the yeast, the oil. I could go, all the stories, bro. It's like, you don't, and I don't care what you believe. You don't have to believe anything. You know, I heard someone say this. They were like, I read the Bible and I hated what I read because I was like, they're like, damn, this is not. And then they said they read it again, looking at just in a different context of what's favored and what's not favored, and looking at it as an analysis of a character rather than, taking it in a certain value. But, bro, this is one of those things. Whether you believe or not, this is just a principle written throughout that whole book. It is the concept of taking something small and letting that become something big. I love this, whether it's finance, stocks, options, you have no idea. Even then, I'm a short guy, baby, so amen. But I don't know, man. Anytime you hear that line, bro, and even above there, I hope you meditate on this beyond just even a damn song, because, like, dude, that message behind turning a little to a lot is very powerful. And you got that's one of the most powerful things in life. You got to realize that. It's one thing about taking something small and making it big, but it's something about believing it too. But that's the whole point. That's why I'm saying it's so powerful, because you won't even believe it. So don't ever forget one of these core principles. That is a principle of God. The whole concept of having a little to turn into something. There's not too many stories where there's everything laid out and God does something by having everything. That's not a principle that you see laid out in the book. It's the opposite. And I don't know, something about that, it gets me pretty hyped. And I've shared this for you. So now let me ask you the next thing here. Chad, are you ready? What is pride? If I say pride, what do you think of? What is pride to you? Pride is the devil. Think it got a hold on me. Look at you guys all straight. You just went little baby J. Cole like the devil. Ego, self-worth, arrogance. So, but like beyond, like what's pride to you? Pride in your work. The shield of the ego. Wow, that's deep. Man in the mirror. It's considered negative, is it? No. So listen. I'll just tell you this. And this one's deep. I really like it. Pride. You guys have meanings on it. But I think pride, depending on whether or not your character, I think pride has a different meaning. Let me put it this way. Pride is arrogance and ego and all of these things if you're a sheep. If you ask a lion what pride means, he will tell you family. I'm sure you don't even talk to lions, but you get the point. So, Chad, pride means something different depending on how you built. And why I say that is like, again, what do you take pride in? That's love, baby. I take pride in love. Literally my family, you guys, and just don't ever forget how important that is. And how people, again, pride, you guys brought up the right things with ego. You could depending on who you are, pride could be a bad thing in your life. Hopefully, all the things we talking, I hope you have a confidence. I hope you know the reality. And now factor that into your pride, baby. So, Chad, I just wanted to share those with you. I like them a lot, man. They got me thinking, and it got me really excited. And even then, man, I'm excited for what we could do with the little. And I'm excited to see the cornerstones that were the things that get rejected turn into cornerstones. You know what I'm saying, man? And it's crazy. And it gets me very excited. But, Chad, I hope you enjoyed that one. I hope you enjoy your weekend. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out that Chad. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp, Real Estate. Second link in the watch list. I don't know if I butchered that. But, yeah. I love you. God bless you. Oh, yeah, now you can listen to the song. Isn't that crazy? What? Oh, I thought there was a hit and run LAPD chase. I was like, man, we about to do this. We didn't get a police chase this week. So nobody has stolen a car in LA this Friday, which is weird considering in the month of April, that's kind of what's been going on. So we'll see. But here it is. Here's your post, PHILO, baby. It's a code, baby.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to tell you 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timarag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God proved. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking, what's on side.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
Don't see it, but you feel it. Chattadonia, we're back. It's Friday. I know, it's Friday. That's Marty McFly by Uncle. You know, it's a good one, man. It's a good one. It just came out, man. That's it, so y'all could get that. But God bless you. I hope your morning's good. It was crazy just a little bit ago. Last night was even crazy, man. Oh, we just living, bro. We living through 2024. So I'm tired of history. I know. You know, you got a lot more on the way. Not your usual listening, but I like it. It's a quiet taste of uncle, indeed. Toast up, pinkies up. Hey, man. Uncle and Taylor, good weekend. Taylor, that's crazy. A new album, bro. And then a new tour. Hit me with those precedented times. Can we have something more precedented, please? Tesla flip. Procter & Gamble's about to go green. I mean, again, the main theme right now, tech and chips, giving it all up, and then the war fear, but you still have a lot of names doing quite well. And then now just more downside momentum from where we started. NVIDIA down 5. Remember, halfway through the day, we were talking. I was like, it's down. I was like, it's only down 2. And then that quickly turned into 5. My goodness. But welcome, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Can't see it, but they feel it. That's what happened when they're landing hard. Nikes. Again, LMT RTX earnings Tuesday morning. Bonds still murked. That's still some of the gap here left of today. But then once again, I mean, if bonds go red, it's going to be very interesting. Because then if both of them go red today, I mean, think about that little gap I was telling you about. They might be. Their only difference is SPYs are at a new low. So, like, when you really look at this week, bonds have stabilized since Wednesday, while the market has gone 2 more new lows. So we'll see how it plays out, but it looks like markets are going to end lower on the week, a little bit lower than bonds. $492. I don't know what it is on the SPY, but I think 4955, 4957 is the next level here. And then 4950, then 4943 to 47, and then 30, or even 25. It starts to get quick. Again, the way we went up was just so fast. Even on the way down, the levels aren't like. Again, it just happened so fast, you know. WSC on the high again. LMT, Netflix still down 8.5. They want to move, but premiums on Netflix are more expensive than this morning, believe it or not. So that first little drop on Netflix, the contracts were cheaper in the AM than 5 hours later when the stock's trading lower. So Netflix premiums are still kind of holding up. Netflix, their revenue guidance was not good. And then they said all of their revenue is driven by subscribers. So they're not expecting, they said slower subscribers, slower revenue, and then also this plan to get rid of it. I don't think Netflix did bad. I genuinely think they did actually very good again. But I do think some people are worried about the future, and they were outperforming. Remember, SPY was only up 5% on the quarter at the time of the report, I think, or a little bit more, and Netflix was up 18 on the quarter. So this gave it up a little bit, but I just think it was one of those where it wasn't good enough, and that's why it went down. But I don't think the report was bad. Dude, what are these? Again, ISVQ. I've seen so many of these today. iShares, PLC, Treasury Bond. Those usually don't show up on the low ticker or the high ticker. For the MP Dub Wisdom and great option. Well, God bless you, baby. You got long term. That's all we need. Even then, it's bittersweet. And I told it, if somebody asked me yesterday, they're like, oh, should I sell my long term? And you know what I said? I said, I had this conversation 3 days ago. And I said, you better sell it then. And don't you dare tell me nothing in the future. You better make up your mind now, you little crybaby. You better make up a decision and stick with it for 10 years. Why you want to sell it now? You have 5% more ago. You could have sold it. So I don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? But it is, it's bittersweet. We're getting to that moment. The long term, still crazy year to date. I mean, I gave up a month of gains on the long term, but it's still quite phenomenal. But it's to that point there where we're going to see if we start making the long-term pullbacks. But it's good to get a breather. And now it'll be off the earnings. I realize equal weight is up almost 0.5. I never brought up the equal weight today, but I was saying most of the market is up today. So, yeah, if you do look at the equal weight index, I mean, paints a little bit different of a picture. It looks a little bit more bouncy than the market. Again, the Dow's green too. And then 4981. So you guys realize what just happened, though. We stopped the bleeding. We went above the level I told you, overshot it for a little bit. But now we're right back down. Again, 82 and 88 were the baby levels. And then you get down to the 72s and 73s. So we'll see unless it wants to fight here. Equix. I haven't looked at them. I think they report soon, no? Trupanian. That's on the high. WDC. Texas Instruments is on Tuesday after the bell. Moving in slow-mo. I mean, as of late, that shit was moving quick on the way down. And then it's still early. That's the crazy part. I think we had so much trauma, but I guess it's about to be 11. So only 2 hours, 20 minutes left, 50 million on the day. Volume is quite active. I think it's slowed down around here, but on the way down, that was just level after level. ARM got a downgrade today. So they caught a stray. There was like 2 other downgrades too, but they caught one. After, again, they caught another downgrade the day before. And then SMCI's little update that lacked the guidance. That's what brought it down 19%. NVIDIA flushing now. So NVIDIA about to test 800. Hot dog. 802. It just hit 801. So let's see. Yeah, equal weight's up by 0.5. Which, again, there's like 390 names, I think, green. And then Dow is in the green. So shit's going down in New York? What do you mean? Municipal funds lose most cash since 2022 with Fed delaying cuts. And is this 4982 still? You might be holding. Yeah, you're right at the level, the other level here. So it's not too bad. Drink water. I'm down. Water good for you, Habibi. Can we play Pump It Up? I think we should have just negotiated a Pump It Up. This is all the Pump It Up's fault. Because we didn't have a deal in place. And as we were on strike, I mean, the market looked like UAW here. February. So you're back down. Last time you were at this price was February 7th. Or February 21st. A little bit on February 2nd, the second day of the month. So that held there. ASML, again, that was the first chip maker to not do good. Philip Morris is Ultra is still going? I've seen Philip Morris on the high like 50 times. Yeah, Ultra is still going up there too. And Pfizer Today was a day for the Dowling value. So SMCI was a weird situation. So SMCI, they come out with an update before earnings, and they usually give an update on the company. They did that again today, but today they didn't mention a guidance increase. The last 3 times that they did it, they raised the guidance. And that's why this time around, the fact that it came out and they didn't raise the guidance, people kind of freaked out and the stock is down 20. So it's a little weird if you think about it. Like, they didn't do anything bad. They just came out with a statement, and the fact that it didn't include a guidance estimate, people took that as a bad sign. IMNM on the low. All the red, it's the chips, NVIDIA, but like you low-key had your you low-key just had the AI bubble. A little bit of air got let out of it. Man sets himself on fire outside of Trump trial, New York courthouse. What? What? Yeah, I guess that's why someone in the chat said it like 5 minutes ago. They were like, New York's going crazy. So you could see there's already people there. I think it's just because there's already people on standby, but it's literally, the headline was that somebody just set themselves on fire outside of the Trump trial. Well, I don't know. They're either going to be an advocate for or against Donald. It was in New York. I mean, did you guys not remember? About a month ago, there was a man in the military, and he lit himself on fire in front of an embassy to protest the Gaza, in support of Gaza and protesting Israel in the U.S. military. So, I mean, literally, this would be the second person setting themselves on fire in the last, 2 months, I would say, 3 months. Is it the third one? Is there another one? Well, SPY still holding up there. Again, 49.82 bounce. Banks are killing it. High tickers still active. Bonds off the bottom. Again, we don't see. It seems like everything's already there. I don't know if there's another video. I see a totally charred human being, Laura Coates of CNN says. Yeah, that's smoke. It's kind of old. So this happened probably 20 minutes ago. I think we're just getting the reports on it. That's why some chads were saying it before the news even reported it. Dude, what? What happened? Somebody lit themselves on fire in front of the Trump trial. And then markets have bounced after a wild ride of several new lows on the week and the month. I think he did pass away. I would assume so. He was moving when paramedics took him away. That's crazy. Banks breaking out again. Well, we'll see if there's any more up there. That's a wild-ass headline to add to a day filled with wild headlines left and right, man. My goodness. 49.89. So you're back at the level here, which can indicate supply. Big candle on SPY. We back in between these levels again. 4982, 4989. Even yesterday, man, these levels. It was hard finding levels on the way up because it was all unprecedented. But now, I mean, these technical horizontal levels, they're pretty on the money for now. So we'll see where it takes us. But like I said, as long as we can stay above here, this is a band-aid. But anything lower, I mean, you're still on the cusp. This day could get a lot worse, but if you recover from here like you're doing now, this is another new high. I mean, you're doing your thing. PGR still going. Again, NVIDIA at the low. SMCI. ARM bounce still below 94. That's crazy. PM and Altria, man. Those guys are going crazy. Again, all your value plays, they're all looking good up there. And then again, banks, all I've seen is JP Morgan. I don't know if is it going to recover. Still a long way. Damn, they really dropped off their earnings, though. And then Netflix, still pinned. Contracts still expensive on those. Self-immolation is the act of setting yourself on fire. That's actually crazy, bro. And then SPY at VWAP. So 4993, you have not been here since you were flushing it on the way down at 850. So about 2 hours ago. Highest you've been in the last 2 hours, which is VWAP. I don't know where the dollar is. That was green last time I checked. Went back to red. So that's good. The Dow's killing it, man. This is why I'm telling you it's not fear. Yesterday, the bonds got a bid. The Dow futures were getting pummeled. Like today, you're watching kind of earnings buys and people, a little baby rotation, but the only explanation, I wouldn't call it a rotation as much as I would call it preparing for earnings. So I do think that's a factor you noticed today, and I wouldn't ignore it because I think it says a lot. So that's why it's like no matter what, we're still kind of building and leading into next week. AXP on the high. UUP. AXP was crazy. I wanted that one. Teardrop. You saw the CNN footage. They were live when it happened. I want to see it, but I don't want to see it, if that makes sense. I don't think I've seen one of those videos, but I'm like, it sounds like I'm curious. I'm like, what the hell happened? Like, what is the situation? But I'm like, I don't want to see that. So I don't know. You're still in it. That's great, man. You had a great call out. It was a 3-minute window, but those contracts were dirt cheap. I just was cheap. I put in the order. I think you could see my cancel. Yeah, my order got canceled. 2 minutes in, I was like, oh, it's not gonna fill. So did he, we'll find out. Like, did he write a letter? Like, is he I don't know. Is that pro-Trump or anti-Trump? I can't tell. I want to say it's pro-Trump, like somebody protesting it, but like, his treatment or something. But then again, I'm like, I don't know. They said pro-Trump. Because, I mean, usually that's an act of, like, protest of something. Oh, it could be related to the war. You're right. DIA on the high. JP Morgan again. Bro, banks, I think banks are leading this. And healthcare, a little bit of UNH. Now Mara on the high, AT&T. High ticker is almost 90% fully filled there in terms of the RPM. So SPY at VWAP getting near open, man. You're a quarter point away from the close. You're getting close. 4998. So we might be back at 5,000 again. So let's see what happens. Oh man. $4,997 again. You haven't been here since about 2 hours, but you're getting back to the first like real dump level that you had. So, like we said, we get above here, stop the bleeding. Once again, you got to see a new low. We still got a lot of time left, till 2 hours to go higher, and then even sell off if you wanted. But then again, if we want to finally close green, end the streak, because if we close red, it'll be 6 in a row. Yeah, the para news, that was it literally was last night. So even while we were streaming live, like it was already up there, the news was Sony. Yeah, Sony said they're with Apollo. They want to make a bid for it. And then so SPY again, you were just about to hit 5,000. I think you did it. No, you did 49978. So we're gonna dance a little bit here, but let's see. For the most part, it's good. But you have enough time to go lower and higher. But now we're just below close. Definitely different than a couple hours ago. You were just flushing every single level. BB, whoa. NVIDIA flush. Yo, something just snapped. The bonds aren't moving, though. It's all equity related. Don't get too freaked out. Again, oil, gold, not making a move off of that, but you just had a fat Raoul out of nowhere. It's all NVIDIA. Again, it's not none of the fear stuff. Dollar is moving a little bit. Gold is coming down, but oil, bonds are selling off too, so this is just still, like, I would say, limited to equities, if that makes any sense. Intel got a candle there too, but again, NVIDIA just fell below 800. Could be SMCI too. They're at 750. Again, a dollar a little bit right at the cusp. But that was just big. So you just gave up, I want to say 10 points right there, give or take. Yeah, 10 points right back to 88, 89. I mean, volume's pretty active just in general today. Remember those candles like the last 2 days, though. Yeah, 53 million. But remember, the last couple days, we would have those like pops and drops. It could be one of those. Just dancing here at VWAP. And again, it's expiration, but that'll suck if that was the top there for the last couple of hours. NVIDIA, man. NVIDIA went as low as 793. Where's that pen? Apple was down 1.6 earlier. It's down 1.1. Then SPY still kind of holding, but again, you just had that little Raoul. Nope, no headlines. Like I said, nothing moved. Like yesterday was a good lesson in that because you really got to watch something happen and then like there was a real coordinated, correlated move. And that's kind of what you want to look for if you ever see like a lot of red. Like even then in 2020 and at the times we'd have a lot of volatility. When you watch all of the counter assets move how they should, you could really tell something's going on. But then sometimes, again, the market has a wide range, has been moving crazy. You'll get 10, 12, 20-point drops in a minute, and nothing else will move. Adding McDonald's, I like it. If you get McDonald's cheap enough, and McDonald's is still expensive, so sadly you would need like 2 bad earnings or 1 really, really bad earnings before you could get McDonald's cheap. Oh, I guess it's at 20. It's already came down a little bit. But like I would prefer 240 or ideally like a low 200s. But I like McDonald's a lot. I do think McDonald's has a very bright future. You would think McDonald's is already as big as it can be, but I don't know. I like what McDonald's has done lately. I think they're killing people, but my mom would tell you it's poison, and sadly I like the poison sometimes. But it is like how they're growing and position themselves and like the way they're moving with things. I think McDonald's is going to be around and just as popular for a long time. SPY going lower. Again, NVIDIA started it. A couple of the other chips, they bounced up there, but then they're giving it back now, like AMD and Intel. AMD is a little bit weaker. Same thing even with ARM. ARM is just getting murdered. Where's the other one? ON. They got the downgrade too. SPY, bigger candles now. No news on that. Again, we had our rally there, 2 hours, hour and a half of going up almost, maybe a little less, and then 3-4 candles. You've just given up about 20 minutes of that rally there that took you up to the 2-hour high. So now back to 49.82. So again, if we can't hold that, there is a little bit more downside available. Oh, that was a switch gears. Again, you were about to go almost right at open there. NVDS. NVIDIA back to the 793 low. About to hit another one. So that's it. NVIDIA's getting close to the earnings level. I think that'd be 744 though. Top end will be 786. So 786 is going to be a level there on NVIDIA. And then SPY, did it just go below 49.82? Yeah. So now this is the lowest you've been in an hour. Just after hitting a high for the 2 hours. But 4979 now, so your downside's kind of back in play. The Band-Aid might not hold. Why the huge weekly drop? Seems like since rates. What is this? It's Peter. This is Peter giving him tuning in. Is that, am I off? It's Peter. I've never seen Peter not ask a question.
No, I'm still here. I'm just going to sit down for...
I'm eavesdropping on Peter.
Pay attention. Just don't want to block. But I'll be here. Just don't talk.
I'll be here. You can still talk. Oh. FAFO. I can't believe Goolsby said that. Goolsby literally said the abbreviation for F around and find out. That's so funny. Sox S on the high. Damn, bro. So the chips are still dumping. NVIDIA at 791. Yeah, SOXL is not looking good still. So even if the market's kind of fighting back, bro, you're getting even lower. That's crazy. Like I've showed you here, if you haven't checked out the indexes for chips, I mean, you have literally unwound 3-4 months of chip gains as an index. NVIDIA, SMCI, a couple of others, even if they're down, they're outperforming, but nah, they're clapped. Pretty unexpected. He started off a little hawkish, then it turned into same golden path, but he was pretty bullish. Gave us some more insight into his real estate take. Again, more value plays on the high, 790 on NVIDIA. So more sell-off there. Again, ARM might even flush 92 right now. Intel 34, AMD 148. That's coming near a low as well too. No particular news items. No, just Goolsby in the morning. I mean, earnings, too. Netflix earnings. You know, a little bit of disappointment there, even though they beat, like we said, this whole idea of just not good enough. SMCI, NVIDIA flushing now even more. So literally, look at your low ticker is all chips. Bro, SMCI is down 21. Bro, 733. You might even break the 700s now on SMCI. Yo, that's crazy. NVIDIA 786. This is the top end now of where they close day after earnings. So this is a level now on NVIDIA. Again, that top candle, day after earnings, they closed into the high 786. That day they started out at 744. So that's going to be your new range. You'll get a little bit of resistance, 775 on NVIDIA. But literally the watch now to 750, 740. The door has been opened. And then again, even SMCI $700 break is potentially on watch now as well. And now SMCI is back to earnings, but they also got the pump off of NVIDIA too. So they're quite interesting as well. The earnings okay. Well, they beat. Most of the earnings beat, some by a lot. But then their guidance for the next quarter or some of their guidance on key metrics, depending on the company, came in a little bit just either, even though it was high, it just wasn't good enough considering, you know, some of these stocks, you know, they were up 20, 30% on the quarter. 4975. Bro, do you guys realize that's a 25-point sell-off in about 5 minutes? 10 minutes now? So 10 minutes, you just sold off 25 points after hitting a high. You're even lower now, back to this is a level number 3 of Ultimate Parachute, 4972-ish, 4973. Yeah, I wouldn't call it popped because you still have earnings, but air just got let out. A lot of air. Again, the last 4 months of chip gains as an aggregate have been wiped out. So if you pick the good ones, you're still up. But if you didn't, you're down, essentially. So, like, that's the crazy part. Like, depending even on your long term, like, I'm down a month of gains right now from the high. But, like, if you had, depending if you had chip exposure, you probably have pulled back a lot more, depending on which chip exposure you had. But that's why I'm saying with SMH now, you've given up here a lot there from the high. But it's still, you still got half of it. Again, this was the beginning of the year, so there's still air in that bubble, more or less. JD, SPY, huge green shoot. Stick. Bro, that just popped up 10 points in one candle. Hi! Yeah, man set himself in front of Trump. That was like 30 minutes ago, I think, a little longer. We had a video. There's a video, but I haven't seen it. But then there's also video outside of the courthouse. Again, Spy just literally tweaking out here. PG 165. Remember, Procter & Gamble doesn't move that much. So that could be part of it. That'd be a new all-time high, I think, for him. AMD will follow suit with the AI bubble being over. It is. I mean, it's not. AMD has actually, surprisingly, it's moved, it's given up its yearly gains. So SMH hasn't given up its yearly gains. AMD already has. But, like, so if you overlay them, we did this earlier, AMD is actually trading lower than SMH. In the short term, it's matched up. They've both been dying, but, yeah, it's already there. Check my email. I don't want to see the video. No, thank you. I know. I've debated it, but I think I could do without it. I think I get the general idea of it. I already saw a messed up one the other day. Oh, what's up, honey? How you living, baby? Good morning. I saw a crazy video. I saw a lady, I think it was in Brazil. What is this? I don't know what that is. But I saw a lady in Brazil. Her person she was taking care of died. And she she took a dead man into the bank to get him to sign a loan. So, like, there's a video of her wheelchairing a dead guy into a bank, trying to sign a loan. Yeah, that one I was like, bro, come on. Said it was her uncle. Yeah, man. I can't go on Twitter too much, man. Telling you, bro, Twitter is live leak. Comcast, they're on the high. I think AT&T too. They're right underneath it. Man, anything with value got hooked up. Russell went back to negative. NASDAQ down 1.5. SPY down 0.6. I think we got an hour 40 remaining. Hour 50. Netflix trying. Dow getting weak a little bit, but it's doing generally. I think today's its day. Which one was it? Netflix. It's trying a little bit. It's weird. The premiums, though, very difficult to play. I'm surprised the premiums are more expensive in the morning. We get Tesla of the day. It's possible, yeah. 100%. I mean, again, it looked a little bit like you wouldn't do it before, but then, yeah, it just came back down. Apple climbing, that will help us out a lot. Or NVIDIA, you just need chip relief. Again, dude, NVIDIA just hit that 780. It's good if it could hold above that, but, bro, chips just got blown out. And it's not like the chips are like bonds. They've been blown out in the same, like, just day after day after day after day. Oh, Bank of America, yeah. Dude, the banks killed it. And then, again, some are still trading lower. Like, JP Morgan has had a lot of strength, but surprisingly, it's still much lower than where it was on earnings. Dude, Philip Morris still going. SPY holding. It has slowed down here, though. But, again, you're a couple of these crazy candles away from just turning on everything. I don't know. It's rotation, but you see this during earnings. So I do chalk up today to earnings over war for sure. And I do think that's that's the lingering effect. Just big downgrades, people getting freaked out. And then, again, it's not like any of the big industries really supported us too much. Do I have any tin? I don't think I do. I mean, the war stuff was pretty crazy. That, like yesterday, was kind of trippy. I guess my only tin is that Iran does not want war because they're finally starting to make good money off of oil again. That's the only tin I have. But other than that, nah, I don't really have any tin. The Gill buyout, we talked about it earlier. We were saying we're just waiting for the company to give the update. That's what they said they were going to do on like an investor day. And then earnings were good. But technically have not heard any updates on that. Better hope it's a quiet weekend. Well, yeah, I mean, as long as Iran doesn't, as long as they don't attack Israel back, that's it. Lululemon says made decision to close one of the company's smaller distribution centers located in Sumner, Washington at end of 24. White House will continue to watch the oil and energy markets. Oh, your girl. I need to go pee.
Case for members of Congress to decide.
Might go poop. Who knows? Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. SPY going lower.
To what extent did Iran come up on the call?
Look, I'm going to be super mindful. I'm just not going to speak to diplomatic conversations. Obviously, we put out a readout, and so I'm just going to leave it. Not going to go beyond the readout.
There was a reference to that, but can you at least?
I'm not going to go beyond the readout that we shared with all of you yesterday.
Did the U.S. lobby Israel at all on a smaller scale response? Can you talk to that? Can you talk about that?
So I can say that. I'm going to be mindful because I'm not going to speak or speculate to any of the events from last night. And I know you all have a lot of questions on this. I get it. I understand. I want to be mindful here.
Okay. Well, in domestic policy then, on U.S. deal, I know you and I spoke a little bit about that yesterday as well. The transaction is under review at CFIUS. You know, that process will sort of play out. But really, Japan is an ally. So what is really the national security concern here? I mean, is it Nippon's business in China? And you know, at the same time, the president's, of course, pledging that, you know, the company will stay in American hands. So is he confident that a CFIUS review will come up with national security complications? And if that happens, what is his concern primarily?
So let me just first say at the top, and you heard the president say this when he was making the announcement in Pittsburgh, that steel is the backbone of our economy. It's a backbone of our national security. It helped build the middle class. You heard directly from this president. The CFIUS has its own process. I'm not going to get ahead of that. And so I'm going to just let that process go. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. And we've said before that this looks like this is an action for CFIUS to take on, and so that is what they're going to design. Obviously, they are designated to examine this, and so we're going to let that process be.
Is the White House telling CFIUS, is there sort of any kind of mandated time frame
They're
here?
independent. They are an independent body, and we're going to let CFIUS move that process.
As confident as he is, pledging that the company will remain in U.S. hands?
Look, you know, the president believes that U.S. Steel will remain an American-owned and American-operated. We're going to let CFIUS run its operations, do its process. It is designated to do this process. I'm just not going to comment. But he believes strongly on that, as you just stated in your question.
Last weekend, President Biden advised the Israeli Prime Minister in his phone call to think carefully and strategically about next steps following Iran's attack against Israel. Is it the U.S. assessment that the Prime Minister took the President's advice and has tamped down concerns of escalation in the region?
Going to be mindful here. I'm not going to speculate or speak on any of the events that's been reported overnight. So I'm just going to leave it there. We have been very clear. You heard this from Secretary Blinken this morning about de-escalation, not escalating in the region. We've been very clear about that. Any question that is related to the reporting out there, I'm just not going to speculate or comment.
Okay, moments ago, someone set themselves on fire in front of the courthouse where Donald Trump's trial is underway. Are there any plans to step up federal authorities' presence, enforcement?
Yeah, so it's a very sad news. We're just learning this as you all were reporting this live. I was watching all of you reporting this live. So it's a developing situation. So I would direct your comments, your question at this time, at least to what's happening currently to local authorities. I don't have anything beyond what you all are reporting. It's just happening and it's developing. It's obviously a very sad news.
Another question. More than 100 people protesting the war in Gaza were cleared off the Columbia University campus yesterday and arrested. Is the president aware of these arrests, and what is his message to these protesters?
Jabil kind of flushed in, already down 7. I think they had earnings.
Mindful here, as you know, there is
no crazy news today. I mean, if anything, just earnings and this effect in chips getting blown out in tech, mixed in with all the war headlines.
So I won't speak to specifics about the protest.
And then that guy lighting himself on fire in front of the Trump thing.
Is that we know this is a deeply painful moment for many communities impacted by this conflict. The president and our administration continues to speak out and forcefully condemn anti-Semitism, and our administration is implementing the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. In recent months, we've seen a shocking rise in anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and anti-Arab hate in the U.S. and around the world. He has also been clear that hate has no place in America, whether it is based on race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or any other form of hate, which is why there is no place for discrimination on college campuses or anywhere in America. The president also believes that free speech, debate, and non-discrimination on college campuses are important American values. When students are subject to hostile environments because of their faith or ethnicity, schools must act. Students must be safe to learn, and that's where we stand on that one.
And just to follow up on the protests, I get you don't want to go into specifics, but
J&J, Coca-Cola, Verizon on the high, even JD.
America saying things like, "We are all Hamas and long live Hamas."
Okay, I will say,
what?
Look, this is a president that has been, since he's been in office, and the reason why he ran has been very clear about what he witnessed in Charlottesville. Let's not forget what we saw, the anti-Semitism, the bigotry, the hate that we saw in the street of Charlottesville, which, as I just stated, was one of the reasons that he decided to run. And no president has taken more action to combat anti-Semitism than this president. And so, in our national strategy, we made clear that when Jews are targeted because of their beliefs, because of their identity, or when Israel is singled out because of anti-Jewish hatred, that is anti-Semitism, and that is completely unacceptable.
I do have to ask you about a different topic.
Oh.
Why is President Biden saying that his uncle Bozie was eaten by cannibals?
So, I answered this question yesterday. I believe I've seen some clips on your network about me answering this question. I don't have much to say beyond what I said to some of your colleagues. Look,
she's like, I already know this is a meme.
I was there. I think you traveled with us too.
Follow it up,
I'm not sure if you were there at the memorial in Scranton. The president had an emotional and I think a symbolic moment. He had an opportunity as president to honor his uncle's service in uniform. He had an opportunity to be there as president to.
But did his uncle get eaten by cannibals?
The bravery of his uncle, and not just his uncle, but many U.S. service members
feel,
that
but,
put
like,
their
what
lives
happened to
on the
Bernie?
line on behalf of this country. So his uncle, who lost his life when the military aircraft he was on crashed in the Pacific after taking off near New Guinea, the president highlighted his uncle's story as he made the case for honoring our sacred commitment to equip those we send to war and take care of them and their families when they come home. And as he iterated, the last thing American veterans are, or the last thing Americans should be called, are suckers and losers. And that is, those types of words should not come from a commander-in-chief, as we have in the past. And we should actually be lifting up our American veterans and honoring them. And that's what you saw from this president.
And I agree. Second Lieutenant Ambrose J. Finnegan was a war hero, but the Pentagon says, for unknown reasons, the plane was forced to ditch in the ocean. Both engines failed at low altitude. Why is President Biden saying he was shot down? There's no evidence of that. And why is he saying that his uncle was eaten by cannibals? That is a bad way to go.
He lost his life. It's not, look, I'm not, we should not make jokes about
It's
this.
not.
Wait.
President Biden said that his uncle was eaten
Just
by
why
cannibals.
did you? That's a
your
weird
last
lie.
line it's for a laugh. It's for a funny statement, and he takes this very seriously. His uncle, who served and protected this country,
We get that, but
lost
why did he
his life
say the
serving.
cannibals?
And that should matter. You
And
have
why
a
did he say it was
president
shot
that
down
lifts
if it
up
wasn't?
Our U.S. troops,
That's the
our
issue.
American veterans, every day, who thinks about them, who actually thinks they're all
Amen.
heroes,
Shout
and
out
they
the
are.
vets, but why
And you
did
have
he
a former
say
president
that?
who disrespects that, who doesn't honor that? Said it as president.
You could
Suckers
lie
or
about, like,
losers.
make another.
That's what he
a
said.
weird lie
But-
of cannibals.
but
I've never lied
I
about
think
cannibals
you're
in my
missing
life.
The point. The point is, you have a president that lifts up American veterans.
We're missing
who
the
lifts
point?
up our U.S. service members, and that's what
Amen.
matters. He
But- okay,
understands
but
how critical and how
just
important
as
it
a
is
side
to be
point, why did he
commander-in-chief.
say
I'm gonna
that?
move on. Go ahead.
Does the president's support
You're missing the point.
to unionize this Volkswagen plant in Tennessee? Has he been involved at all or in touch with Sean Fain?
So I'm gonna
Great.
let obviously.
I can't even think of a comparable analogy.
The unions speak for themselves. I'm not going to comment on what's currently happening. You hear the president say this. He was in Pittsburgh. You heard, he.
It's like telling you I lost somebody to
saw
a
how,
shark attack. For
how
this. I don't
union
even get
members
it. I don't-
reacts to this
I
president.
don't
He
even
is
know.
the most pro-union president ever. And we're going to continue to lift up union members. We believe that they should certainly be paid fairly. We believe that they should get a contract that is fair. And we've said that over and over again as it relates to this particular situation that's happening. I'm just not going to
I
speak
need to
to
ask
them.
why
Let
Donald
them-
Trump
let the
called
union
servicemen suckers and losers.
Okay.
I don't. You know why?
I know you
Because
alluded
Donald
to this
Trump is
and
not the
you said
president,
that
and
you
he
didn't
has
wanna
not been the
speculate, but
president
we're not
for 3
asking
years.
For speculation. We're asking for an official
So
response. And
any
given
sort
that
of
US
accountability for
taxpayers
Donald
give
Trump, I mean, we already voted him out.
each year for military
This is about why you would say that as the
Americans
president
have a
for
response
no
from this
reason.
administration more than 12
That's it.
hours
It's just
after
this
this
is
I
accountability
appreciate
for
the question,
what
and
you
I
say as a
understand
president,
the importance of the
not
American
what
people
you
who
say
you are
as
correct.
a
They are
fucking
taxpayers.
billionaire who's getting
and I want to be
thrown in court
incredibly
every other
mindful
week.
here, and I understand
Whether
the
he said
interest
it or
here,
not, it doesn't even matter.
And I am going to continue
That's
to
not.
say, I'm
He is not the
going to
president or
speak
has
to
been
this
the
or
president.
speculate about the reports out there. That's not going to change, and just going to be super mindful.
So last week, the president warned Iran. He said, "Don't." When he was asked his message to Iran about retaliation, they did it anyway. He urged Israel to show restraint, and Israel, according to the reporting, has retaliated. Does the U.S. have any leverage in the region?
I know this is not going to be satisfying. I'm not going to speak to any of the reports out there. I'm just not going to do that. Not going to speculate. I will say, and you've heard this from my NSC colleagues, and you've heard this from many of us here at the White
Bro,
House.
AMD
The
just hit
president and
another
the
low.
prime minister
You got
have
Procter Gamble
a
value plays still
long-standing
going higher.
relationship that goes
Bonds
decades,
rebounded last
decades.
15 minutes. SPY
And
still
because of that
hugging the
long-standing
70s level.
relationship, they are able to speak very honestly with each other and have difficult conversations when it's necessary. That is the type of friendship that they have. I'm just not going to speak to any of the events that's been reported. Yeah, Justin.
Thanks, Karine. I appreciate you aren't ready to speak to it right now, but I don't think we're expecting to hear from you guys again until Tuesday. Can you make some sort of commitment to brief on this before the middle of next week?
Look, what I will say is that I don't have any schedule to announce or anything to share about, speaking on the reports that are out there or making a comment. I wouldn't expect anything further beyond today. But again, want to be super mindful. Not going to speak to this. Not going to give comments. No, I understand, but it's hard for me to say to you before Monday. I don't have anything in the docket. I don't have any.
Nike says new job cuts at Oregon HQ.
At this time,
total 740 by June 28. BBG.
That are being any of the reporting from the event overnight. Sure.
There's reports overnight that Sony is discussing a bid.
AMD going lower, SPY 2, and then bonds coming up. So watch out. Pressure's not over. 4.9. This is a baby level here. 7.1. It's picking up here. Again, bonds up this time.
So look, as you mentioned, the Competition Council.
Gold and oil near the high. Gold kind of a little off.
Because
again, dollar near the high too.
There's fair competition out there.
Dollar's right at break even. SPY quickly approaching the low.
It's important to have that Competition Council. I'm not.
I guess 3 points away.
Potential action that may be taken by Sony. I'm just going to leave that there.
And on 702, Senator Durbin, the Democratic whip, has not backed down on his push for an amendment that would require warrants for certain information. Does the White House feel confident that this is going to get through the Senate today to avoid the lapse that would happen if it wasn't reauthorized? And why do you think you've been unable to convince Senator Durbin not to push forward with this?
On which piece?
The amendment on 702.
Yeah, on FISA.
Okay, dollar green now.
Also going to be careful here. I don't want to get
banks
ahead
are
of,
still. If you're up today, you're up.
Point here,
That's not really if you're down. Tesla a new 52-week low. If you're down right now, you're probably a chip maker.
Section 702,
or your tech.
FISA is expired. Is going to expire today.
Yeah, Tesla new low.
And along with other provisions. Look, Section 702 provides irreplaceable information on almost every threat that the American people expect their government to find and stop. Terrorist plots, illicit fentanyl, ransomware, and other cyber attacks, Russian war crimes, and many more. And so we're going to continue to urge the Senate to act to authorize it now. It is the bipartisan bill is currently, as you just stated in your question, in the Senate, and so we strongly support it. And so we're going to continue to have those conversations with Senate members on making sure that we move forward with it, encouraging to pass it. This is something that our Office of Leg Affairs, obviously National Security Council, has been on top of, not just this past week, not just today, but for several weeks now. And we want to strongly see it move forward. And as you can imagine, we're having conversation with senators. And so hopefully we see that.
Thanks, Karine. Just going back to the Columbia protests really quickly, does the president see these arrests as a threat to freedom of speech or assembly?
I mean, look, I got to be super careful. I got to be really mindful. There is an investigation currently happening ongoing with Columbia University about the Civil Rights Act, that's under the Civil Rights Act, and so going to be super mindful. I laid out the importance of freedom of speech, but also the importance of making sure that students don't feel fearful, and making sure students are able to go to school feeling safe. And so I have to be really, really careful here because there's an investigation. And so I'm just going to leave it there. I'll say one more thing. We understand that this time is incredibly painful for many Americans. And at the same time, right, it's important for schools to protect students. It is one of the things that we have to do as respecting, and also they must do this respecting freedom, their freedom, obviously, to debate on their campuses. But students should feel safe.
And one more, please, if you don't mind. The president has made a lot of notable policy moves recently with student loan, debt forgiveness, and the steel tariffs, and the drilling moves in Alaska. Are all of these, can you just talk about why are these happening right now? And are they an attempt to kind of just shore up the Democratic base?
Look, I would read this as what the president promised in 2020, what the president said when he walked into this administration. He said, climate change is
Okay, we're approaching the lows again. You're just still 3 points off of it, but bonds up, dollar up. Oil and gold, not really. I had a different oil chart.
Taking actions
it's still kind of subdued. Right now, it's only dollar and bonds and equities moving. Again, chip makers still awful. SMCI leading the charge on the low ticker right now.
People, but to Americans, as our role as the United States, obviously as the United States of America, to make sure that we are doing our part in dealing with climate crisis. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing that from this announcement today, but from many other announcements. So it's not just now. He's been doing this from day one of this administration.
Thanks, Greg. Firstly, can I just ask you, has the president been briefed on these reported...
Is Netflix lower? Yeah, Netflix is going lower. I think is at almost 9%.
I knew some humor would be coming in. And I appreciate the humor.
Yep, down 9 on Netflix.
So I will say this, the president
Again, dollar
is regularly
climbing towards a new
kept
high.
up to
It's
date
barely
in
green,
real
though.
time, by his national security team, and certainly the last 24 hours, there's no exception there. But again, as you just stated in your question to me, I'm just not going to speculate on any specific events.
Okay, just one other thing on Ukraine, if I may.
Yeah, bonds chilled out.
If the supplemental passes, how soon do you anticipate that U.S. military aid could start getting through to Ukraine again? Is there any timeline?
Right away. Right away. We have been clear since October, since we put forth the original, obviously, national security supplemental, how critical it was to get that Ukraine aid to the brave people of Ukraine who have been fighting to protect their democracy, fighting for their freedom, obviously. And so we've been saying it is critical, it is critical. They have been losing ground because of Congress inaction. But we are, and I'll add this, we are very grateful to see that the House is moving, to see that it is moving in a bipartisan way. We want to get that out of the House, obviously, out of the Senate, to the desk of this president, and he will sign it right away so that the brave people of Ukraine can get that aid. We know what Mr. Putin wants to do. He wants to take over their sovereign territory, and we cannot allow that. We know what happens when you do not stop a tyrant, when you do not stop a dictator, and we cannot have that history repeat itself. Okay, John.
Thanks a lot, Karine. Following up on that legislation regarding Ukraine that will be likely voted on tomorrow, Plan A was for the House to take up that bill that passed the Senate 70 to 29. That apparently is not happening. Is this, for the administration, a satisfactory Plan B, having this standalone bill passed by the House?
Well, we see it as, and he said this, the president said this maybe 2 days ago. I'm losing track of my days this week, but he strongly supports this package to reinforce Israel and Ukraine. And let's not forget the humanitarian aid that's needed for the Palestinian people in Haiti, in Sudan. This is important humanitarian aid. Let's not forget the security in Indo-Pacific. So this is what this package is going to do. The president strongly supports that. He, as I just stated to Danny, your colleague here, that we want to see, the president wants to see it moved out of the House.
Low ticker is active.
Which is
now SQQ on the high. You're about to hit the low. VIX is still below 19 for now.
He wants to see it move out of the Senate.
Value play is still going up, man.
So he can
so
sign
again,
it,
this is just shit
that
moving out of tech into value, pretty much.
Obviously to Ukraine, that's very
4968, 2 points, 3 points off the low right now.
Also the all important aid that's needed to Israel as well and Indo-Pacific. This is important, but we see it as a package. That's how it's moving forward.
And then in response to Danny's question, you said that Ukraine has been losing ground because of congressional inaction.
Yep.
Inaction in
That's
the
something
House.
we've said multiple times.
So is it your expectation that because of this package that likely will pass the House, hopefully from your perspective pass the Senate, get to the president's desk, that Ukraine can win back that ground that they've lost because of congressional inaction?
Look, what we need to do right now is make sure that they have
about to. That candle just looked big.
To defend themselves, to defend their sovereign territory. I can't speak to the military operations on the ground.
That candle looked big. It actually didn't hit a new low. I
What I'm
thought you
repeating is
did.
something that the CIA director said.
Again,
even
Netflix
yesterday.
about to go down 10
He
right
said
now.
That to the Big Four.
So
when
that's
they
another
met,
part of it.
Very early on this year, that they are losing ground and
Bro, chip
congressional
index
inaction
inverses
is
on the
hurting-
high.
is
All the
hurting what
volatility
Ukraine is trying to
indexes.
do.
VIX about to
So
go to 20.
we want to
ARM
see-
at
right now
9,
we've seen
breaking
action.
90.
I want to be very clear. We're
Bro,
grateful for the action.
even
that we're
AMD
seeing
down
coming out of the
146.
House. We
I
wanna
really
see it out of
think
the House,
chips
out
are
of the Senate, to
are
the desk of
fully
the president so
corrected
that he
even
can sign
before
it.
they
And
have
so we
even
are
reported.
grateful, for that. for
Dude,
that
you got
movement that we're
it's
seeing.
it's
And we're
going
grateful,
again, bro.
To both the
ARC
speaker and Leader
20%
Jeffries,
down.
that they're moving in a bipartisan
4964.
get that all,
So
very
4955.
important
That is our
meeting.
next level. It'd be another 10 points.
National security.
But that's it. You're back to
supplemental
new
aid,
lows again.
to the
4965. There you go. It's dumping a little bit bigger now.
Aid, obviously,
Again,
and also
dollars
the
even on the high too.
50%.
Gold and oil are not moving.
Two questions.
Bonds
so
moved
far
ahead
on
of
the
it.
bill. The first one is more logistical.
JBL, that's
I have a
earnings. That one's
follow-up.
still selling off.
What kind of engagement will the president have over the next day or so? Is he planning any calls to House members, to Speaker Johnson, and how is he
Good or bad
investigating
for
sort of
earnings?
what's going on?
Kind
So
of
a
good. I
couple
mean,
of things, as you know,
if the companies report
earlier
good,
this week, the
they're
president
not,
had a
like, they're
call
going to
with the
actually
Big
be
Four,
able to move. But
and that
if those
was-
companies
you're
do
talking about
bad
the-
and they've already
okay,
sold
national
off like
security
this, it's going to
supplemental. So
be
he
a
had call with
bloodbath.
the Big Four, and I think that's important to note. And on Monday, the Speaker Johnson,
Bro, new
reached out
lows
to the president
now.
to share his
Even
plan,
more. It's still going.
For the national security
might be showing
supplemental. Obviously, the
495,
president,
4963.
shared his support for
4962 might
moving
get
that
like a little
package
bumpy,
forward.
but
And
for the
throughout
most part, I'm
week,
starting to think
I mean, not just the week,
4955,
it's been some time
4957.
now. You have our
But there'll be
offices
big
here,
moves. Yeah, this opens up the door. I
Office
mean,
of
even for
Affairs,
earnings
other,
plays,
advisors to the
we
president
could wait.
meeting,
I think
talking
to Monday
regularly,
there might be
with
some good
leaders in
pre-earnings.
Congress,
I would say
to
now,
talk
but
about,
the only problem is
to
that
offer
sometimes in the volatility,
any
the
assistance
spreads
here,
are wide
but
and you end up
provided
paying more.
consistent briefings, continued consistent briefings. That hasn't stopped. On
Bro,
pressing
you're
national
dropping
security
still.
needs. And so those
4961.
conversations continue.
Literally,
The
no
president has been very
resistance
much
anywhere. I
engaged,
think.
in this week,
Let's
this-
check the
this past week.
futures. You
And
might
so,
be back to
we
your.
want to see this moving. We want to see this moving. We're
No.
grateful, to the
This is
leaders
like
for
the
getting
second
this,
dump after
moving. Certainly
Israel
looks like
attack
out of the House.
yesterday.
We wanna see it
So
move out of the
futures are
Senate,
still
get
30
this signed
points
by the
away from
president,
the
so we
lows.
can get that
NASDAQ is lower than
all-important,
the Israel
national
attacks
security
last
needs,
night.
to where
So that's the only
to
problem.
protect our national
4960 again, 4957 to
Anything as it comes over the
4955.
finish line over the next day or so.
Don't have.
Yeah, we'll mute her for a little until this stops. Honestly, that's it. I mean, they're not saying much except for just the cannibal thing, which was pretty funny. But you're dumping now. That's it. We thought the Band-Aid was put on here. Not so much. Again, you're down 40 points in the last 40 minutes, believe it or not. So literally, this has all happened in the last hour. You're going down 1 point a minute. And now 4957, 4955. That's the next level. And before we know it, like we said, another like 30, 40 points. That'll be where you were pre-market. So, I mean, your downside range is opened up. And it's probably going to be 6 days of red. So now SPY down 1%, NASDAQ down 2.1, Dow Jones still green, and then Russell is down by 0.5. Yeah, ARM, I mean, at this point, I didn't think it would happen, but sadly, your pre-earnings might be on what? Bro, the chips are dying. That's it. They've all given up. So, I mean, anything is on the table for now. I really think any sort of invisible support for AI and chips does not exist until you get a good headline. Bam, baby. Get that 5. God bless you, my friend. Thank you and happy Friday. Amen. Amen. AI bubble final. I mean, that's what we were talking about all day. I wouldn't call it bursting, but air has been let out. So you've given up, I guess, 30% from the top, maybe like 20%, just depending on the name. And then WISA, I don't know, was that yesterday people were talking about it? Again, Tesla's even at the low too. I think that's another part of it. Apple was a problem earlier. If Apple comes down here, though, that may start to add to it again. Intel, silver. Is that silver? A silver crest. SLV. Again, JD all of a sudden started going up. And some of the China plays actually held up, oddly enough. They were down way more in the morning. Again, Apple's starting to come down to the low. That won't be good. NASDAQ is down over 2%. So Dow Jones is the only thing hanging on, 4959. So you hit something with 50 in it. Absolutely crazy. Again, Monday you were at 5,100. So you are at 5,167. You are down 200 points since Monday. Before the weekend kicks off, want to say thank you. Today marks 5 years in the cult. And my B-Day, Mark Raw. Oh, my goodness. Horn, thank you, bro. Literally, like quadruple, 5-time OG, baby. Amen. Bro, happy birthday and thank you. Are you kidding me? Your birthday's on Massive Volatility Day? Let's go. All these birthdays, man. You and Lori, y'all twins. Y'all twins. Happy birthday, baby. I love you. And thank you, my friend. You're blessed, man. It's been a blessing to have you, too, over the years, man. Thank you. And thank you for your service, too. Amen. That's crazy, man. And I don't know if this is the fastest since COVID sell-off. I mean, remember, August and October was pretty big. So, like, I guess what? We're down 524 to 4. And that's like what? 30 points on the SPY. What was August and October last year? Yeah, that was 450 to 4. Yeah, that was 20 points here. I guess that took a little longer. Then we bounced up, and then you did another one. But how fast was this? October? That was 2 weeks. It went 430 to 409, about the same. So this is kind of comparable to the October move that we bottomed out on. The difference is now we're not near lows. And we're at the we're actually near the highs, and then you have earnings, so we haven't even had the earnings reports. That's the crazy part. So pre-earnings panic fully in effect right now, because like I'm saying, now for all these chip makers, you're back to your previous earnings level, so you got to either really put up or shut up. But 4957, 4958, baby level 1, but really 4955. That is the final one, and if we go there, you could be looking at 40 and 30 real quick, but that's it. Like, do you guys see this? Last time you were here goes back to February 21st still. Other than that, February 12th. And then this will be the close of February 6th. I think there was a Fed day there. I think this correlates with a Fed too. So let's see where it takes us. Was it February? Something was February 6th. It was a Fed meeting or something, or data. I remember that. Coca-Cola and the value plays still going. So that's the crazy part, man. Again, you're getting one part of the market flushing. The other part all day has been hand over fist getting bought. So you're Dow in value there, 4955. This is the close now of February 6th. So obviously, I mean, you had some other times there later in February, but generally, I mean, you're getting back now to the beginning of the month. 4955. That's it, man. Right here. This was the day. February 12th, February 6th. But this is beginning of February. And remember, February was a very good month. A lot of gains were made in February. So very, very wild to think about. It's not, I mean, I think it's earnings. I wouldn't call it a value rotation just yet. I think this is natural with earnings. Every time with earnings, you get this type of move. But in this case, it's just been, been pretty aggressive. And that just has to do with tech and chips. Like, so again, Apple's almost down 20%, like in the year to date, I think, or even from its high. And then now you have, again, NVIDIA, SMH, all these chip indexes. They're down quite a bit. Again, even TSMC down 21, ARM down 13. They haven't hit a new low in the last couple minutes. NVIDIA did 773. February was really good. That's why to give that up in 2 weeks, you've ran through March gains and February almost in 2 weeks. And you've had 2 little weeks of reporting too. That's the crazy part. SPY going lower. VIX is rocketing. Again, VIX apparently was high pre-market. That was the weird part, but it's getting back up there. Like if you pull up the daily, there's a fat candle on the VIX. But yeah, you are starting to climb back up here. So again, you're hitting the lows there. Some companies more than others, like Micron, I think they're at the low. Airbnb starting to sell off now. Snowflake, I'm seeing more tech. But then again, I mean, if you're in Bankland and others, you're still doing great. Roku got clapped. Procter & Gamble, I think they went green. Yeah. I mean, Disney got clapped too. And then again, Netflix is down 10. Pepsi, again, they have earnings Tuesday morning, I think, and Verizon. So again, a lot of these value plays moving up are also pre-earnings. So if you're asking rotation, I mean, think about that too. There is a pre-earnings effect. So you got a green shoot after you just hit another new low. So literally 4955, good old 4955. You just bounced almost 10 points off of that. So let's see. Soxel wiped out gains. Yeah, chips. Some chips are doing better. We did a couple of comparisons today, but in general, the chip index has wiped out a lot of gains. But then again, chips have ran up heavy since last October. So I think it's about like 30% of the total move. So bouncing, and again, this is all momentum too. None of this was any real headlines today. You did have Goolsby today, but that was about it. Yes. What's that? It's on the high. Tesla's still going down. All right, that green candle, bro. Just like every other one. Not so much. You're still fighting here. 49.60. No, there's good data next week. It's not the big boy stuff, but it's enough to get you moving. Not to mention the calendar. Calendar next week is stacked. But next week you're going to get ISM, PMI, and then you're going to end the week on Friday with PCE. But then literally from Monday, you're going to get Verizon out. Literally Monday morning, you're going to wake up to, a little bit about the economy and all that. And then you got GM, UPS, Visa, Tesla, TXN, Pepsi, RTX, LMT, Spotify, AT&T, Enphase, Boeing, Humana, Ford, IBM, Meta, General Dynamics, Chipotle, ServiceNow, Lam Research, JetBlue, Intel, Snap, Microsoft, Google, Exxon, Chevron, Abivi, Roku, WDC, Altria, Caterpillar, Southwest, T-Mobile, Gilead, Dexcom, Mobileye, AstraZeneca, Align, Vale. These are all next week. So you have a pretty stacked week in terms of, so whatever you see now, I mean, it could get a lot worse or it could get a lot better. Just with all of those companies mixed in with a little bit of data to, sprinkle in on the recent storyline you've been getting. So here's the deal. Like pretty much by the end of next week, you're going to laugh at everything that just happened, or you're going to be like, I should have sold my long term. Because then, and actually maybe in 2 weeks, because then the week after that will be POW, and then CPI, non-farms type beat. And if you hit me with that, oh, I should have shown my long term, I'm going to just look at you. And you can't even see my face, so it makes it even weirder. I'm just going to stare at you. The fear in here is off the charts. I wouldn't say so. Again, I've been reminding people all day, this isn't really a fear reaction. You really got to see fear yesterday with a cross-asset, highly correlated move between asset classes, safe haven currencies, bonds, equities, Japanese, Chinese currencies, and indexes, you know. But today, I mean, you're noticing it. The bonds, they're not catching their bid there. A couple of the other safe havens, they went back to normal. Oil and gold not really moving too much off of it. So, like, what you're getting now, it's just earnings, and there's fear in chips and in tech. But, you know, with people buying Altria and Pfizer and all these other names right now, names you would kind of think are dog shit, it's not showing, quote-unquote, fear. It's just kind of movement in one area to the other. And then, like I'm saying, some of these companies up today, while others are down. Some of them report on Monday. That can all change. So as long-term trading happens, what do you do in this environment? You ignore it. Yeah, you wait. Well, we've already been in this environment. So, again, we've seen our long-terms go to shit. But then, you know, some people cried. Some people ended up making the best purchases of their lives. But it's time. I mean, you're going to have time for good, time for bad. But hopefully if it does come down, it's going to be sad. You're going to look at it and be like, but with whatever cash and any cash you get there, it's going to be about finding some good deals. And then sure enough, just as it makes a move down, it'll go back up. Philip Morris still going. I guess so is Altria. And then bonds coming up. SPY trying to fight here. Yeah, your dividend portfolio should be up. Almost every dividend stock did good today. All right, that green shoot's still work. Again, Verizon, AT&T, Verizon earnings on Monday. You're up 10, 11 points from the low now, so that's still working. Staples still going. So, again, that's dividend stocks. I mean, the long term's still good, though. I mean, we still have a very sizable year-to-date gain. It just sucks. You just got a haircut off the top. You just gave up a month of gains. So we haven't gave up February gains in the long term, thankfully, but March has already been washed out. So where is the long term? So not too bad. I think it was that. So it's going to show up after day. It'll be right back to here. So this is where we were at, like at the end of February, literally. But again, like February 2nd, we'd be down like another 5 to 8 grand in the long term there. The QQQ, the RSI, is at 29, hasn't been under since October. I don't really look at the RSI, but I'm assuming that means you got a little bit of something to take advantage with this sell-off. The Netflix in the long term, I just closed it. They got smashed today. So Netflix, we are down $600 on it today. And we are still up 132% on the stock. So wild ride for Netflix. Still good though. Have a good weekend, you too, Alex. Enjoy it. Get ready. I mean, next week we're going to have a lot more, so Make sure you get your rest in. I want to go for some rebounds, but I'm kind of think wait till Monday because we're going to open up with a couple of earnings, and I want a little bit more of the dust to settle because I want to buy a couple of options, but I'm worried about, sometimes if you buy even into like the red volatility day, they still charge you a lot. I've even noticed it with the Netflixes here, so I still think there's a little bit of fear hype playing into some of the prices, but I'm enticed. I got crushed though this week. I made some very ill-timed purchases on chips, so but I am thinking of averaging on there. But again, these are all earnings plays, so we're gonna have to lead into there. You either take the risk before or after. Chip stocks face correction as TSMC cuts industry outlook. Nikki. No market crash coming. No. Like I said, I think people were attributing the fear to a lot of things, and even though we're moving down a lot, NASDAQ's down too, it's not as fearful as you think, and there's still that earnings effect and that earnings setup. And again, that article right now, so far earnings and chips has not been good signs of that. If the banks got hit, oh, that'd be awful. But then again, the banks, they got hit a little bit ago. So they kind of already led into this, but then generally most of them held up. Bank of Japan, they may not, I don't think they're going to do, what's the month, April, May? They shouldn't do much. Hopefully they give guidance, but I think all eyes are on the Fed in America right now. Again, even our dollar and how that's moving, I think that's messing some things up. Coca-Cola, Pfizer, and what was the other one? Pepsi. All value plays, all on the high. Colgate. High ticker's actually going up. Again, you had a little bit of that bounce, but it's kind of dying down already. You went 11 points higher than the low. Still at 49.63. You're still going to get upgrades and downgrades, yeah. 100%, both before and after earnings. That's crazy. You guys know what I remembered? Because like SMCI, that story was weird because today they dropped because they came out with that like quarterly update that they do. And usually on the quarterly update, they raise guidance, right? I'm saying that's weird, but I was thinking about it and I looked at the chart. This was their earnings. And I thought about it. I was like, wait a minute. It was their quarterly update that brought them up ahead of their earnings. And then remember, the other day they got a $1,500 price target upgrade from $700, literally 3-4 days ago. That's the funny part too, but do you guys remember that? SMCI, it didn't pop. It popped on earnings, but remember, it came out that one morning, and they were like, oh, here's our little update ahead of earnings. And remember, it was ahead of earnings. They gave their update, and it was high guidance, and then it took off. So that's what happened today, but they just didn't mention guidance. And so people were like, oh, shit, and then they sold it off. And then SPY giving up a little bit. Surprisingly, Apple has a candle. More China plays going up here. So again, China benefited off barely, though. Well, NVIDIA bubble hasn't popped yet. The rest of the chips have. If you're not NVIDIA, you've given up all of it. But then, look at NVIDIA was at $500 at the beginning of the year. So some of the other chip makers came back down to beginning of the year prices. But for context, NVIDIA is still up over like 100% almost from there. Pepsi. JD still going as well, too. XCL, is that another? No, Exelion. XLP still going through the roof. Healthcare came down on that drop. That one's actually interesting. Why China? I think just because they got beaten down so much. That's it. China, that is more, it's already dead. You don't, like, you know what I'm, like, that's just, I think, a normal reaction. I think China news was bad. They were actually red in the morning. Again, value and staples, bro. Coca-Cola is insane. I literally seen that all day. Again, Pepsi and them are on Tuesday. SPY could go down a lot more. I mean, we're talking 4,800 flat, and you're still elevated at that point. So we get to 4,800 flat, you'll give up all of February's gains. Realistically, next 4,850 is probably your next spot if this crazy momentum continues. If rates still stay elevated, if chip earnings are even worse, earnings get worse, 4,850 I think is an easy target. And then we're going to start contemplating a lot of things. But even then, I mean, you're still highly elevated at that point. KO is earnings run up, as well as, again, these dividend names kind of catching their value bid today. And Tesla 147. Dude, JD, that one's going to go green. Baba's already green. Coca-Cola is literally going vertical. This is literally Coca-Cola. MO, Philip Morris again. So they're all looking good too. MO's earnings are on Thursday or Wednesday. And then SPY, it's not getting out of that little bounce zone. Oh, the Tesla. Oh, I forgot. We grabbed those Teslas, huh? For gas prices to reflect on the future. Oh, I don't know. Sometimes like RBA kind of shows up there, but it depends. And then again, your gas prices have a 1 month to 2 year delay on showing up on the CPI. So random. Oh, we have a Google put. That one's up 40%. The Tesla's up 100%. So we have till June on that one. And then May. Honestly, all the random plays have time. So that's kind of dope. So yeah, we'll hold them. AMD almost red year to date? No. I know they gave up the chip gains from the beginning of the year, but I didn't think they were. Yeah, holy shit. Bro, I think it is negative on the year. Wow. So AMD got it kind of brutal. I thought Intel kind of got hit hard too, but that's wild. So AMD got murked because AMD didn't have that bad of headlines. I don't think AMD did anything to attract. I don't think they did anything to deserve that. 4957, watch out. You're going towards the 4955 again. No, the China thing the other day, Intel was caught up in that too, but man. Philip Morris. Again, value still doing its thing. You just had the wick. You came back up, but just be on watch. You just were very tempted to go lower. Tesla, Pepsi news? What do you mean? New Tesla, Pepsi. 36 semis on the road? Or? Where's that coming from? Chad saying Tesla, Pepsi, 36 semis on the road. PepsiCo put 36 Tesla semis on the road to haul chips and soda. Had planned to have 100 in use by 2023. executive. Tesla's going lower. So Jesus posting one again, Pepsi spokesperson. Uber Tesla speculation now. I'm surprised Tesla's not moving. Keep watch on that. Maybe you get lucky. Oracle posting the Uber Tesla thing. NYPD news about the Trump thing, I'm sure. Yeah, guys are posting more on the Uber speculation, Uber Tesla, and something came out with Pepsi and Tesla. CPRI. Pepsi is not new. They were pilot projects on semis. Well. Ross on the high. That's a weird one. Why is Ross up? Did any of the other clothing people do good? I know Nordstrom's had the news from yesterday. Macy's dipped. I guess Lulu. Weird. Retailers. I guess retail sales was strong. It was just weaker in some areas. Department stores dropped, but then everything else. That's weird, though. So, again, retail is a standout today. Why? I couldn't tell you. Besides the upcoming earnings. And nobody wants the tech now. You're back up to that baby bounce level here. That's where you bounced the first time. 11 points off the low. I mean, again, you got to get above 72, then 82, and then 89. But 89 is the line in the sand. Anything below there is still very bad. I like KSS just as a buyout play. I don't know if we heard any news. They're still up today. They had a little baby pop yesterday. Wait, that's crazy. Yeah. Someone just sent it to me. Damn, he did that an hour. I don't know. It might be I don't know if this is marketing or not, unless this was him. What the fuck? If this is him, this shit just got weird. Bro, if this is him, this is his LinkedIn photo. Him and Bill Clinton. And then Chad just sent me, apparently he had like a manifesto. So there is a reason. He posted it on a Substack. He said, I have to set myself on fire outside the Trump trial. My name is Max Azzarello. I'm an investigative researcher who has to set himself on fire in front of the Trump trial. This extreme act of protest is to draw attention to an urgent and important discovery. We are victims of a totalitarian con, and our own government, along with many of their allies, is about to hit us with an apocalyptic fascist world coup. This sounds like a fantastical conspiracy theory, but they are not. And then he goes on there. So yeah, this is a protest. He's talking. Damn, he brings up SVB. Are you fucking kidding me? He literally brings up Peter Thiel. He's calling it. So some of y'all, you better be careful because he sound like some of y'all. He's like, it's a Ponzi scheme. The word Ponzi. The word Ponzi is used 17 times in his manifesto. He mentions Epstein 3 times. Just Google it. It's a Substack. It was posted about an hour ago, but it is pretty deep. Like it's very I ain't never really read a full manifesto, but this is like a full it's a lot of words. He might have chat GPT'd it. He filed dozens of perpetrators of crypto loans. Dude, he's suing crypto companies. He brings up cans of water called liquid death. Dude, this is nuts. So he's definitely it's a very wild act to light yourself on fire. He brings up The Simpsons. He said Harvard is one of the largest organized crime fronts in history. How do you find this? Just search his name or search. It's called the Ponzi Papers. Substack. You just Google it. It's just, again, people are circulating this now. Chad emailed it to me. But even when I Googled the guy's name, it comes up as the third link. M. Crosby, that's what it says it is. Dude, it's a lot, man. There's a lot going on there. Friday been identified. Max Azzarello, it's him. An investigative researcher. And then there's a pamphlet that he dropped before he set himself ablaze called The True History of the World. Haunted Carnival Edition. The fuck, dude? It's posted today. It looks to be posted right before he did it. If this is genuine and actually his, it seems as if he posted it and then did it. And that's it. So like he posted it and then went out and just did it. And SPY's still going lower. Value's still going up. Apple's about to give it up here. So see. Chad, where's it? I don't know, man. That's sadly, it's kind of scary. Because, I mean, again, when some of y'all go on these, like, tangents, I mean, I feel like he could have been a Chad, bro. This guy's bringing up SVB, crypto, the Ponzi. He's called the Ponzi Papers. He's just got really... That's it. Just he went down the rabbit hole and just, like I told you, man, you're all gonna have a phase of it. I've had my phase too, but not everybody come out of it. You're ready for your phase? Good luck, man. It's good. Have you bought gold yet? If you haven't gone through it, I mean, this is the time. Remember, I was just making a joke about this. I was like, this is the time where when gold goes crazy And then the government debt, you're going to have a new generation. Everyone's like, oh, man, then the world and the fiat, and then it's not worth anything. What's real money? Sound money. You haven't bought gold. Well, once you get physical gold, come talk to me. That's it. Because it's a real commitment. You know what I'm saying? Until you drop $2,000 on a coin, you ain't really believe no conspiracy about your money in the system. You know what I'm saying? You still trust the elites until you take that paper money and give them 2,300 of the papers for that gold coin that nobody. It literally. You want to know the biggest scam? Y'all, you know because they're like, it's the government, and the government is scamming you with fiat, bro. A gold coin is $50. Fucking says it on the coin. It's a U.S. minted coin of $50 of value, and we paying $2,389 for it. It literally says $50 coin. It's for $50. It's a $2,000 premium. But yeah. But once you do that, then you know. Then you know where your faith. Then we know where your allegiance lies. Once you convert that paper money for some of the... Oh, yeah. And then you let it sit there for its moment. We call it preparation. Son. So until you do that, you ain't really worried. America. Woo! I'll buy her gold coins, face value, final offer. I wouldn't be surprised one day if Janet Yellen, tell me this doesn't sound like a Janet Yellen headline. Well, we think that we want to ban the selling of anything above face value. We are going to stop the sale of anything above value of what is listed. We think this will balance out markets and make inflation go down. No. I could see her banning premium. They will forbid anything above face value on anything. And they're going to do it so you can't sell a bond for cheaper so that they could save all the banks that hold worthless paper. And then you know what that comes back to? Yeah. Gold. Yeah, that's why you should have had the gold. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Because the paper's worthless. And it's dead. And they spend worthless paper to buy worthless corporate paper. It's a Ponzi. Oh, man. I'm just kidding. Is that too close? Too soon? Too soon? Too soon. Too soon. Gold would end the Fed analyst action heading into close. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. 30 minutes till power hour.
Competition from
Damn
Sephora
it, it's not gonna,
and
never
its
mind.
addition of trendier and emerging brands is where most of the pressure is coming from, according to the analysts, saying that for Ulta, it's still heavily reliant on those legacy brands, many of which are now
So
available.
this is a company we should
off-price.
remember that has managed to navigate multiple different kind of cycles and innovation, waves.
Yeah, exactly. The DVD days are over. The streaming days are here, and there will probably be a next wave, and Netflix will likely have to iterate one more time. We're seeing it already with live sports maybe as the next thing that Netflix gets in. The NBA rights are up fairly soon. We'll see if Netflix plays there. They inked a deal for WWE, so it is quite possible that in the next 2-3 years or so, Netflix gets into live sports, which is something that they really have not done in their history.
Yeah, they've not done that in their history. It's interesting because they've kind of broken a couple of rules along the way in terms of things they said they might not do, of course, advertising being one of them. But we'll see how it goes from here. Alex, appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Mike.
A quick note to viewers, by the way. You may have noticed that the ticker on the bottom of your screen is not updating properly. We are having data issues with the Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ. We are working to resolve them as soon as possible. Now, as you can see, the Dow is up by 166, about 0.4 of almost half of 1%. The NASDAQ really pulling in the other direction, down a full 2% at this point, and I think more than 5% on a week-to-date basis. We're just getting started. Up next, going all in on cash with the S&P and NASDAQ on pace for their worst losing streaks in more than a year. 314 Research's Warren Pies is back with how far this pullback could go and why he says it's time to ditch the buy the dip playbook. We are live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
That was cool. I liked it. Dun, dun, dun. Dude, ARM 89. They hate me. All right, hold on. Let me grab water.
Investors are convinced would be a solution to Paramount's problems, nor would it provide, financial upside to them, certainly not in the near term, compared with an all-cash offer from Apollo, apparently for $26 billion enterprise value. What's new and different now is it brings in Sony, which I think is, regarded, certainly respected as one of the larger, more successful studios in the business. And so that just adds a whole new degree of heft, I think, to that arrangement. We don't know about any other financial considerations, and there certainly are questions as to what the new company would look like, what the management structure and so forth would be. But I think investors should take a Sony Apollo actual offer with a lot more enthusiasm than they would the existing Skydance arrangement.
Certainly, there might be some regulatory and antitrust issues that might have to be addressed in that, but certainly a lot more palatable. Any chance, though, Tim, that this is actually going to be, or we're going to hear something definitive from the company anytime soon? Earnings are only about a week away here, and people really want to know how much progress they made.
Right. And they're reporting earnings a little bit normally than they normally would. I think it's right at the end of April instead of into May. I don't know if there's anything behind that or not. But look, I don't know. I don't know what the exact ending date of the exclusive arrangement for negotiations is between Paramount and Skydance. I think part of the situation there is the interest of the chair of National Amusements, Sherry Redstone, to maintain some sort of control and to keep the company together. And maybe that's what Skydance offers. Versus Apollo and Sony, which might involve some sort of asset divestitures, some sort of shakeup of the ownership structure.
Right.
I don't know what the split of ownership would be. So there are a lot of questions around both deals, really.
Sure. Tim, you mentioned that.
Tim, Paramount, I forgot they did, didn't? Was it Apollo? They're the one that teamed up with it, or with Sony. But I think they did. They offered $26 billion that one time. Trump's up 9. Dow Jones, Trump. It is up 9. And then SMCI, Biogen's moving up. SMCI down 22. Bro, wicked. $200. That's like that reverse day. I remember that one day, I think it went up $200. I don't know if it was an upgrade that day or not. And then value's still going up. SPY's still dancing around, man. We still got an hour and a half left. It has flown by today, but my goodness. About Verizon's, if Netflix did good, I'm sure Xfinity did. Oh, maybe because of the signups. I mean, Verizon, I think their earnings was good last time. We hit Verizon plays. So, honestly, telecom's not doing bad. Verizon looks better than the chip index. That's I don't know. That sounds funny to say, but, Verizon was worse prior the last couple of years. So, we'll see. Oh, 30 minutes? Wait, what? Oh, it is Power Hour. I'm tripping. I said, oh, my bad. Oh, hell yeah, 30 minutes. Oh, I'm tripping. It's good. Last Friday, I slept late, so it went fast today. I thought an hour and a half. I was like, man, today went by fast still. Oh, we're good. That's crazy. You kept refreshing. You're like, what the hell, an hour and a half? Oh, my bad. Keep refreshing still. 30 more minutes? That's not bad then. 30 more minutes. I could take 30 more minutes. I was like, hour and a half. I could do that too, but it's like, man, Brew, that's not bad then. I mean, you look precarious, but if this is 3:30 ramp capital coming up, we'll see. Biden? What do you mean I'm taking over? I'll take over. Fuck yeah, I got 30 minutes. I can do this for 30 minutes easy. I did it for my whole life. You know why? Because my whole life I grew up in Puerto Rico, Philadelphia, tariffs. Fuck you. Yeah. You know what? And my grandpa, uncle, he got eaten by cannibals. He did. And they shot it down. I don't know why I'm lying about it. It makes no fuck. You know what? Donald Trump called the troops suckers. You know when he said that? He said that in 2018. That's so whatever I said today or yesterday or fucking whatever the fucking day is. I don't know what day it is. But whatever I said, don't forget what fucking Donald said fucking 4 years ago. Okay? And listen. And when he said it, the source was anonymous. So fuck you. Okay? For whatever I said yesterday as the current president doesn't matter. I mean it. Serious. Come on. Yeah, hyperbole. What matters? Yesterday and what I said as a president? Or what a former president said 5 years ago? It's still to this day debatable off a source. Answer me. Good. You got it. You know what I mean. That's all. Anyways, I got 30 more minutes of this shit. Let's fucking lock and load it up like it's, I'll send you money if you're locked and loaded. You know what I'm talking about? Come on, you need more weapons? You fucking hit me up. Let's go. It's game time. All right. Yeah. I got army guns. Buy SMCI calls if you have it in you. So, I mean, even then, there's going to be a bounce. There's going to be something. There will be a false rate rise or rate drop, just like August, if this is going to play out very similar. So if we're not going to have bad news that just knifes us and kills everything, you know what I'm saying? Which we haven't had in a very long time. If anything, if we're going to get this slow work down with data, Powell, earnings, there will be a false pullback in rates, just like August to October. And that's also, too, if you feel, however you feel about moves. Again, I got damaged here. We're going to see how earnings plays out, but it's like you're going to have an opportunity there to really reposition and figure it out before it gets worse. Hopefully, but then again, if I'm wrong on that, it's either going to be a knife up or down. But that is kind of what I am expecting with some of the volatility moving forward here. If Iran retaliated over the weekend, it'd get clapped. It's like ARM. Everything would get clapped. Oil would probably go to 90, depending on how big it is. Yeah, bro, ARM is down 15%. Absolutely wild. What catalyst? I mean, ISM, PMI data, if they could come in weak, show price pressures dropping, you get a low PCE, and then you get, the slate of earnings next week coming in good, I could see people calming down and rates pulling back, and then only to just get met with more opposition the week after. So one of these weeks is going to end up good, but then the next week is going to be, might bring back the pressure. That's kind of what I'm saying. I don't know which week. So good luck. And good luck to myself, too. It's down 16% on the day. So ARM's almost just as bad as SMCI. And it's still flushing. That's it. I didn't think it would even get down here. I thought it would hold up here, but now legit $76 is in play. Maybe tech. Well, some of it has. Apple has already corrected. So Apple is borderline in correction. I think Apple is in its own little bear market. So ARM still getting clobbered. Tessie even too. That's the other one. They're right at the levels. Again, any of those headlines did not help them out at all. Bonds coming down too. Microsoft, I feel like Microsoft hasn't even been that bad, but I mean, they've also had the slippage. Their earnings was here. So Microsoft's even trading below earnings. And then Apple, like I'm saying, Apple is corrected. Apple is down 20% from the highs. Like, that's what's crazy, because Apple is now lower. Apple is back to, where was that, April of last year? And then that was like even their rally of August, October the year before. During days like this, should we be looking to buy stocks or accumulate cash or what? Still learning. It depends where you're balanced out. I mean, so depending for the long term, like I'm waiting on my deposits, but there's definitely opportunities here. I mean, I wouldn't be too scared of it, especially until earnings are finished. But that's also the same thing too. You can kind of wait till earnings and get some of that, but generally, I mean, good shopping opportunities if it's actually down. So, like, you got to think about it. If with kind of the strategy we've been approaching, the problem here is anything that's dropped right now, you probably wouldn't have bought it during the year. Because again, if it had a premium, I mean, I wasn't really looking to buy those. So, the only things that are down right now are the stocks that really, really did good. So, but I'd be looking if it's cheaper than last year, if it has a discount and it's a high quality name. I mean, I'm still down with it. Apple, maybe 120, back to those October lows. I think that's low enough where it's still like high and low at the same time. But then again, it depends too. I don't know. Like, what if Apple, that's another thing. We're about to get Apple earnings. And like, dude, Apple hasn't had a good quarter in a year at least. If anything, Apple's trends they've been down, albeit they still make billions of dollars and are a very, very good company. But, you know, it's just the trends. It's not really the same Apple we were kind of used to in the last 10 years, almost 11 years. ARM 87, yeah, I got that in the bottom right. They're getting flushed on 15, 16 in a day. It's literally following behind SMCI. I literally hand in hand. Wherever SMCI goes, they go. Again, chips and the other earnings, main story. Where's TSM? Next support, I think, is 78 or 76 on ARM. TSM stable. I mean, again, their earnings were not bad, and they already paid for it too. Did Amazon break? SPY coming back down. Meta now. Meta, Intel, Delta Airlines. And then again, chips already, depending on the name, but ARM, that's just going nonstop into the lows. Delta Airlines just sold. Remember, UAL and Airlines did good. And then again, Meta, J&J pop. And then SPY down 1.0. NASDAQ down 2.25. Was that Tesla then? Yeah, Tesla's doing the flush. Something, again, I think SMCI and ARM are drilling, so chip pressure, it's just not stopping. Again, nonstop. And then now you got a couple of the other bigger tech. Meta still printing the low, and Coinbase now. I see Meta again, 1 point off the low. Remember, 49.55 is big. So 30 minutes, man, ramp capital going the other way. Like down. Will next week be better? I mean, you have potential for that, but so far, I mean, the pressure is on, you know, but you have, I can name you 20 big opportunities next week, and then 3 big data sets. So a lot of earnings, a lot of data next week, but for now, and then again, who knows, roll the dice on any government tensions, government global tensions. How much lost in the last couple of days? Maybe 4%. Maybe half a trillion. I mean, I think NVIDIA is down $118 billion as of late in total. Still no fear. I mean, generally, like I said, people are waking up, but they're not, like, afraid. This is still a high level. Your VIX is up higher than usual. But remember, we used to live at the VIX at 20. You live there. And then not to mention all the other names going up right now. But that's why, you know, these next couple of weeks, depending on what you get from earnings and all that, and then little green shoot. So, bro, you just looked over the edge by 1 point and then popped up there back to where you started. I don't think Monday calls is a bad idea. I'm going to wait because I want some more dust to settle. And because I have a lot of plays. Again, I had very ill timing on a couple of these. I got work this week. But I'm going to, I'm still down to grab stuff, but I'd prefer to let the dust settle. If it's an option, though, low-key, though, I'm kind of down with more shares. But I do think the options could protect you in this case if they're cheap enough. But the floor, I mean, the floor is lava. You don't have a floor on anything right now. That's the issue. If the chips and the earnings and the data is bad, I mean, we have a lot more downside. But to the vice versa, too, that's where it could be a good buy the dip if that stuff ends up being good. ARM again, 87.19. Sprouts on the high. So again, value plays, random ass. In-person stores doing good. Armageddon, pretty much. That's a good headline. It is Armageddon. ARM 80, well, that could be, I think 78, 76 is the next level. That's it. It's free falling unless it wants to pull a parachute. Volatility not significantly higher. Well, last night messed with us too. That's because again, if you even look at the VIX, the gap up, even VIX futures, they went ape shit overnight. So like when you look at the candle today, it actually shows a red candle. So I think that's messing with it because we had a lot of fear last night, and then that went away. But like I'm saying, it's the fear and the volatility. It's really like earnings moves and not as much like fear like the war showed us last night. Pfizer's divvy, is it May 1st? I have no idea. I feel like it'd be end of May. But XDivvy will probably be beginning of May, end of April. But yeah, they haven't announced it yet. And then earnings is May 1st. So they'll probably announce it on earnings. And then SPY, again, candles, pressure here near the low. You're looking back over the edge again, 3 points away. 49.55. That was the low of the day. We talked about this again, a couple of levels down to the 40s, but that is a little bit more precarious. It's going now. 0.7 away. ARM still flushing. NVIDIA now 760. NVIDIA's low of the day will be 740. It shouldn't break that, but then again, I do think all bets are off here. Again, 740, 749. This is the low of earnings, but NVIDIA is giving into the pressure now as well, too. Airline puts UAL. Well, if UAL does start to, because UAL had a monster move, but then again, if they might be able to hold up just because the earnings might have given them the immunity candle. 4956. SMCI still going. I haven't seen ARM there, but I think it's going to show up soon. Tesla now as well, 146. So low ticker still picking up. New low of the day has just been set, barely, literally by half a point, and then you bounced up, but still hovering right there. Dude, crazy. And NVIDIA drops 10%. Bro, it's down 2% middle of the day. So even as all of this was like developing, Again, NVIDIA, like intraday, this chip stuff really did pick up. Have they said AI? Well, so far, chips, they've just gently warned about demand. That's it. But they've done good, but then not, guiding up with crazy big numbers. Otherwise, we haven't heard about it as of yet. This is all just kind of the anticipation. ARM. Yeah, NVIDIA 760. 10 more bucks on NVIDIA, man. That's it. You're going to literally give up your earnings or start to chop in. So just like ARM, I thought ARM, that would have been unique for them, but now NVIDIA and the whole gang. Again, AMD too. AMD is literally negative on the year, I think. Anything lower. Another new low on ARM. How come it's not? Oh, my high-low ticker is not scrolled. I was like, wait a minute. How come it's not showing that? And then SPY looking down again. 4954, 1 point lower. Market on close will be wild. You might have got an early one a little bit ago. But we're getting close to it. 15 minutes left. NVIDIA just absolutely dumping now. So again, I'd watch AMD as well, but I think a lot of people are looking at NVIDIA down 10 now, and that's literally you're $7 away. It will be lower and then just literally gap fill mode. So right here. So last time I was here, head of earnings, it dropped and then popped up day of earnings. I still got a couple more dollars left, but it's getting there. Otherwise, it could go $100 lower. That gap there is still, like ARM hasn't done it yet, but it's getting close. That'd be the same thing if ARM filling that. And the NVIDIA down 10's a lot. I mean, that's what, $100 billion? $200 billion? Yeah, $2 trillion company down 10. That's $200 billion of market cap in one day. That's just on NVIDIA. Next, it's 450 or 750 flat, 749, and then you might be able to hold in those levels. Otherwise, like 650 or 680. SMCI 7 again. 714. Tesla, they got Tesla again. That one, anything below 140. I was telling you guys the other day, that's where it just gets ugly. Once it says 1.3 anything, that's the part I don't like on Tessie. Would be safe companies if interest rates stay higher, go higher. I mean, I want to say those value staple plays we're seeing today. I mean, a lot of people say tech too if it's interest rate sensitive, but you're not seeing that here. Let it settle out because it's even just beyond rates though, because it's clear just high rates, low rates. There's like more to the story there, but generally, a lot of stocks have proved they could survive this environment. So keep that in mind. You think NVIDIA is cheap at this level? Hell yeah. You can buy some? Cheap, good price, Habibi. Coney. Change, dude. Every time I see these values, I want to put them up on the high ticker, but I'm like, why? They're all literally just melting up. It doesn't even matter. Every single one of them. And now a little bit of a green shoot. We're ahead of 10-minute rigged. Again, off the bottom. What's the volume looking like on the SPY? Same as the other day. It's going to be higher, though. But, man, even these last 6 days of red, so this will be 6 consecutive days of red. I don't think we're going to bounce 1% in 10 minutes. But, man, it's all been done on a decent amount of volume. So 2 weeks, in 2 weeks, you gave up 2 months of the market. So I don't know, and that's for all the bears there too. Imagine all the bears for 2 months every day. You had to say, why? And they tortured you for 2 months. Well, you got half of that back in 2 weeks. So welcome. How does 6 consecutive red days happen? Bond yields blow out, get above 4.5 for the first time in like 10, 20 years or something like that. While inflation data starts to dramatically change, Fed repricing, and inflation data goes on the rise. And then companies that are pricing in high valuations for earnings, investors start to get worried. That's literally how it played out. So not bad very, very sentiment driven. I hope that there's some fundamentals behind it with rates and all that, but sentiment too, and that's why we're even saying here with earnings and buyback blackouts. Keep that in mind. You have no support from any companies. So you're not having all these come. Remember, a buyback this, buyback that. That drove a lot of stocks at various quarters. Right now, a lot of those companies, again, there's 20, 30 big names that are reporting tomorrow, and they have their blackout period already. All right, 30 seconds till 10-minute rigged. Oh, and war. Totally forgot about that. I guess you could throw that in on the side. And tomorrow. Well, the Israel-Iran stuff was true. It happened. I guess I think this was only 3 missiles, but it happened. Big day today, very big. Quite frankly, last night was a little bit bigger. It's kind of funny because you had like a sample of this last night, but in general, this is just, it's hammering home the idea that the market is on notice. You know what I'm saying? Like the market it's watching out for, these rates and how it's played out, and then these earnings, and then now, the element of the chips. Again, you just had some of that chip bubble. It got aired out. It literally got aired out a little bit. Market on close, $1.5 billion to sell. Wow. And I forgot, J-Powell too. Remember, that was part of it. J-Powell did acknowledge it. We are down 100 points since then, maybe 200 points more. And then even discussion of no rate cuts and rate hikes. Again, people from Goldman to John Williams, even Nick Timmerhouse is trying to make Goolsbee answer that question. 1.5 on the close. To the sell side, AXP ripping up. Again, that was earnings. It's TSM. Let's throw up NVIDIA and ARM. UNH2, that's just word to the value. ARM just shot up there, $2. So high, $1.5 billion on the sell side. You're getting your stupid candles here for the end of the day. All right, man, that's it. The day's wrapping up. Walgreens ran. Yeah, the Dow, baby. Dow loved it. Dow had a great day today. I'm pretty sure the last time you saw this was the beginning of earnings. where the NASDAQ was down 2% and the Dow was up 0.5%. I'm pretty sure this was January, February was the last time you witnessed this. Maybe like late December also. But that's why I'm like, just although there was the war and there is still the elements with bonds and all of that, there's this whole move reeks of earnings. Even the panic in chips to a degree, it seems like you're getting that set up. You could trade the Dow /YM. There's a micro too, I think. But /YM is the Dow futures. Monday is Verizon in the morning and a couple of others. MYM, that's the one. Anything could save the market? Yeah, next week. Next week, data, earnings. It wouldn't be saving, but you don't like a good lift in sentiment. You know, data to lift sentiment, that could go a long way. Especially after everything going on here. All right, you're up 10 points off the bottom. You went 2 points below the 49.55. Any play on GL? No. Globe Life? I still have that earnings, I think, or that play, unless it expires today. And then high ticker gassing again. It was $1.5 billion to the sell side. Young money. Yeah, I call it the young money. We could get an eventful weekend. I mean, it's lurking in everybody's mind that Iran might attack. So we'll see. JP Morgan. Bro, high ticker's going off now. I'm seeing a lot of different names. It's not just your random value names. Those are gassing extra hot, but low tickers stop moving. So final 5 here in 3 minutes. If it continues, it looks like you're getting your relief, but watch if it opens up the floodgates. Nike starting to drop, and then HLT, Hilton. So a couple names pulling back. TJX on the high too. Russell's in the green. Yeah, that's coming back up there. Hi. There's Amazon. Where's Apple? People closing shorts. Even people probably buying the dip too. If they want to go for the weekend move. And NVIDIA's still kind of guttered though. Hold on. I don't think you're out of the gutter just yet, man. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. Hold on. I don't know. And be careful. Remember that? Was it just the other day we had one of those like 10 points in 1 minute candles? So, I don't know. Watch out. IWM was green in the beginning of the day. So, I don't know. It's not that weird. Oh, we need a warning? Chatadonia, I can't believe it, man. Happy Friday. Today flew by, but yeah, it's time I give you a warning. So, Chatadonia, I love you all. It's been a wild, wild week. It's going to get only crazier, but I hope your week was good. I hope it was better than mine. I got murdered on a lot of plays, but don't worry. You still got the opportunity, but I hope your day is good, and you have been amazing, and I want you to have a joyful, pleasant experience. So I'm here to tell you that when I say earmuffs, it's going to get really loud in here. And why I give the warning is because people on YouTube have let me know that unexpectedly loud noises have caused a lot of problems in their lives. They say it's ruined their lives, their social lives, sexual lives. It's made their eardrums bleed. They'd have to get surgery and a lot of other effects. They said they voted for Donald Trump, or they switched voting for Trump and voted for Biden because of the loud noises. Like, it was crazy. They said it really, like, it was like the polls shifting. You know, so above all else, man, it's just been a reported unpleasant experience. So I don't want any of that to happen to you. I think you deserve much better than that. So when I say earmuffs, that's just me trying to protect you and let you know that it's going to get really loud so that you could take the appropriate measures to protect yourself in the event of any extremely loud noises that may be coming on unexpectedly. Okay, so earmuffs is the safe word, and I love you and God bless you, okay? Earmuffs. Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, yeah. It's not a drill. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. Out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 66 degrees and cloudy. Looking like the market, it was a pretty cloudy week, and it was a good day unless you bought into the chips like Josh, then you got murdered. You got absolutely murdered. So we'll see what the earnings brings. But good news is we're no longer to COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in a call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful weekend. Chad, you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. A wild week. April is awful. There's been the chip apocalypse, the arm apocalypse, apocalypse. But Chad, you got to bring it home. You have less than 10 seconds. Wrap up the plays. Future shares, options. What are you doing for the earnings? It's brutal, man. Brutal. But it comes to an end right now. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. My goodness, the end of a brutal week. I got work, but it's over for now. We'll see what the next one brings, but win or loss, it don't matter. I need a good game, baby. Sportsmanship. It don't matter if you made money or lost money, baby. At least you learned something. You living through history. Oh my goodness. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter. I need that GG, baby. We all in it as one, all in the same boat. And listen, without a GG, you just a baby back B. That's all. You either, if you ain't dropped the 2 letters, then you 3 Bs. That's all I'm saying, huh? Huh? Oh, they don't feel me, baby. Let's go. Gains or losses, where's the GG? Way to hold it down. Twitch. I thought I'd be back today, Twitch, but they don't want me back. But good game. You there in spirit, baby. Way to hold it down. Shout out all the birthdays too, baby. I know we had people in the Twitch. We had Lori. We had Mark, baby. We had a lot of birthdays. So happy birthday to all the Chads, baby. Even my Twitch Chads. Good game. Way to hold it down. My stream alerts, my donations, my members, my positive people, my honorary members. Good game, baby. GG, that's it. We got Odell's dying now. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Huh. Wow, Chad, actually, NVIDIA, 10% down, biggest close down since March of 2020. Netflix, biggest drop in 2 years, down 9.1. My goodness, Chatadonia, it's over. Thank God. Wow, I'm going to get to enjoy this weekend. I got worked, bro. That was brutal. I got a 1-2 punch to the face. And maybe a little bit of an uppercut. My goodness, Chatadonia, but that's good. I'm going to use this weekend to relax. I'm going to use it to be calm, rest and relaxation, get back in the game, see how we got to strategize a little bit, see how we going, baby. I'm going to be ready for Monday, but I could use a breather. I could use a Richard Wisniewski. You come back, you always do. God willing, baby. God willing. Let's see Let's see. I got to rest up, though. I'm going to go get me a massage. I'm going to relax. I'm going to drink some water. Get ready, baby. So let's go. But at the end of the day, Chattadonia, this was a wild one. We have a lot more. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Make the most of it. Get the rest of you need it. Celebrate if you had a good one. Oh, yeah, don't celebrate too much. I don't want you to get too crazy, but at the end of the day, man, we got a lot more, and what we just went through, what we're already going through with April, bro. Another week in the books of 2024. But it's wild. But, Chad, that's Friday, so that's it. That's all I have for you. Okay, you could go check out the links. You could go be on the watch list or not, but that's it. Just go enjoy your weekend. That's my prescription. I'm going to go enjoy. I'm going to take my own prescription. I'm going to enjoy my weekend, baby. So I love you, and God bless you, but that's all I have for you, okay? So if you got to go, you got to go, but that's it. No more stocks. I'm going to just woosah, man. I'm going to hit me. I need to play some 2K. I need to get my mind off of everything so I can come back and get back to it good, but that's it, baby. So I love you. Thank you again, but if you got to go, you got to go. Enjoy your weekend, man. I hope you make the most of it and really get a good one. But God bless you, and thank you all for being here, man. I hope you learned something if you got clapped on any of my plays. I mean, I'm right there with you, but I hope you learned something above all else. But we got a lot of work to do. But thank you again for being here, and I hope you have a great weekend, and that is all I have for you. So here's the news, man. Unfortunately, we got clapped, so I have bad news. I have bad news because I got clapped. I got fucked up, dude. I got fucked up. Oh, man. Oh, I got bad news. The bad news for Friday is that if you're a heathen, you need to go repent because we got Bible study on the way. Yeah, baby. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me, baby. Stop playing with me, baby. Shake it off. Shook it off before it happened, baby. I'll give it to the Lord. That's it. He gave me a weekend. I give it to the Lord. Let's see what happened, baby. I'll see you on Monday, mother. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Yeah, the bad news is for the heathens. I got uncle. I got new uncle. We gonna play a little. We got Bible study. So let's go, baby. So Chattadonia, I'm gonna go. Play you some uncle. Please go get your cloaks. Rebuke any of the heathens. And just overall have a good time.
Cool, baby.
Oh, it doesn't have... I need a playlist. Why doesn't it play it on the playlist?
All right, guys.
How do I get it on the playlist?
Riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up.
Oh, I don't know.
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. Ain't Q/ES. Get my pronouns right. All
right, well, we'll see. Get the cloaks, baby. If you gotta go, though, enjoy the weekend. I love you, baby. I love you. No more stocks, though. That was
running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude, tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a secrets, I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking of what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landed hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Cold. Hey man, it's a cop. Bitch, I'm popping and recording, bitch, it's earning season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. I could go and change your life before, not third day. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Talking AKs and 22s, what? I'm talking AKs and 10 Qs, hey. Or the best play, the slow move, hey. Want my whole life a damn school. So sit your ass down while your ass will quit the speed. You gon' get your ass clapped cause you confuse what want with need. When they think I'm bad down is when I'm rising to my feet. You saw me do this shit for free and still make 100 G's. I'ma pull up in a Jeep, one that's made by Mercedes. I'ma buy it when it's cheap and sell it for a preem. Know that water kinda D, so I'm so mad while I think. You gon' probably need a team if you gon' run it up on me. Don't bring a crew to a coat fight, better buy some more time. Hold it till there's no time, meet me at the goal line. Dropping this like oh nah, the devil on my phone line, but haters kiss the decline. I'm buying contracts at the money, they said that I'm stupid. If you really think that you should short it, you won't do it. There's a fine line between affording and stupid. Anything I say, please don't do it. I'm just trying to be professional. Living through recession, bro. Kinda feel depressing, huh? You should watch the estimates. Company consensus, earning season, set it up. I'm about to hit consecutive. Bitch, I'm popping every quarter, bitch, it's earning season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard we eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TLT. You could go and change your life before, not 30. Hey, you should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Got a house up in the hills, but I don't really like LA. You know I got a couple mil, but still it's 20 on the play. I break it down 100 ways, I'm talking 50 different plays. Assume a lot of them gon' miss, but one gon' keep me in the game. Damn, now can you get up off my back? They say they making lots of money, but they talking non-gap. Never thought I'd make a milli, now that's what I pay in tax. You ain't really gotta feel me, cause I know God got my back. Don't talk much, if it's a done deal. Plays I make are unreal, but the money's so real. You can hate it uphill, but the plays ain't conceal. I know you heard my mouth swear, you crackhead, you got no chill. I'ma never get this up like the girls I went to church with. Maybe I'll retire when a hostile take Berkshire. Don't fuck with your retire, I got Mivga on my shirt, bitch. But I didn't need an image, put a thumbs up on the Forbes list. Ha. Still reinvesting, feel how I feel, then you feel like it's a blessing. I just want the lessons, I just want protection. I'm up and I'm down, but the sound like progression. Farming never plans if he waits for perfection. Finger to the down, hold it down, we gon' get it. Walking to the car, it's a 2020 election. Living it, finger to the down, hold it down, we gon' get it. Hey man, that sound like opportunity. As it feel like opportunity. You feel the wind? Nah, you don't feel me though. It's a call, baby. Get that armor, keep it shining. Let's go. That's in bed. Lester. Check me your mind. Ayy, I got options, bitch. Talking like Honda, right to custom shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks. I has my shit vested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the biggest scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you cannot quit it till you get a deal. Need a will, otherwise you'll waste your time just spinning wheels. I do this opposite shit, they thought it was easy. Like I got here without reading, like I didn't give up sleeping. Tell me what the fuck's a weekend, tell me what the fuck's your reason for this dream you keep on dreaming. It's gon' leave if you don't lead it, huh? Got $1 in a dream, I need a couple cents. I'ma go and sell some preem, pay my mama's rent. But I bought that shit, watch me call the top and shit. I'm confident the cycle ends, and when it does I'll buy the dip and then I'll get a nicer whip. The guy disliking all my vids will probably be a lot more pissed, but I'm just gonna pray he blessed. Wish I had time to hate this shit. I'm busy chasing greatnessness. I'm trading when the fade begins and selling when they don't kick it. I be talking options, I got lots of those in life. I could get you started, but I can't teach you to drive. I turn on my monitors and swear I come alive. Cash is always liquid, always dripping, never dry. I got options, bitch, talking like Honda, right there, got some shit. I'ma get pushing cars on all my stocks, I hedge my shit. Invested in everything from value to the dividends. Living in houses in the hills, my life is different. Businesses, I've been doing that since I was little, yeah. Bigger than that, I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair, I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in, you don't gotta like me, but the message ill. This is real, never make investments based on how you feel. Pick a field, but you gotta get it till you get a deal. This is real. Yeah, pray for all of y'all. I hope you never lose your goals. The mock is valid, don't be afraid to take it slow. It's as it possible to make the money if you broke. And mine's the obstacle, the strangest secret that you know. Adaptable, I had to go DiCaprio, playing as the wolf, subtract the host, but add some dough. The rooster didn't come to roast, about to cope, but back with folks, it's rapid growth. I have a coat, I have a rose, I have some homes, I have to go contractual. Selling those, but not my soul. I sell the clothes to buy some more. I'm with my bros, divide the dough, my high and low, my favorite hoe. I hit it when she drop it low. I'm never at the cop it close. Only buy options as homes. You don't got those, leave me alone.
One more for the road, baby. One more for the road. Oh, Matrix is a good one. It just be playing. It was playing all the hits on that playlist, man. Come on, play one. Play for the road, man. Play for the road. Where's Marty? I like it on spot. Oh, what? Oh, shit. I have people here. I forgot. I just scared the shit out of me.
Baby.
Turn it. How you turn it? There you go.
All right, guys, listen to some blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired? Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for yeses, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking of what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god. Cold.
Chatadonia. I was gonna show you one more, but I can't find it. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. I forgot what I named it as. It wasn't coming back to me. I forgot the name of it. I was gonna show you one. I had one to show you, but I forgot. Oh, I have a country song. Yeah, that one. I remember that one, but the other one. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah. They say our currents and they saw me some hay, but that's okay. Cause I'm laughing too, but I like to hit a bang. You got a problem? What you really trying to say? You a bitch. You a homie. You gonna say you're my friend. Say you're my friend, right? This one's good though. This one makes me vibe. I vibe a little bit. Happy Friday.
Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? The people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But that don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about.
That's it. I'm not giving you all of it, man. There's a lot. It's a good song. I gotta make you wait a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Gotta make you wait a little bit. You know, you gotta relax a little bit. You know, that's only my second country song, man. It's a good song. I like it, though. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But the devil on my speakers. And how is your weekend? What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Uh-huh. Yeah, I only have one country song out, man. Well, what's going on, man? What's going on, bro? That's good. I appreciate it, man. I hope we got room for improvement. Always room for improvement. You can find that uncle's not out. That one wasn't uncle. That was me. Celebrating my daughter's birthday. She's turning 15. Good. She ain't the one cussing at you, huh? That's the little one. But that's good. Tell her happy birthday. Tell her you working on the lawn tire for her. Let's go. Car died last night. But we so effing back. Let's go, baby. Can't keep a good man down. Another week in the books. Let's go. What week are we? I have no fucking clue. That's crazy. I want to watch the Ryan fight. He's a good marketer, man. You know that? He's a good-ass marketer. He's the only mother effer in boxing. Like, serious. Like Jake Paul don't count. But, like for real. Like, he got that Kanye marketing in him. Otherwise, if it's not marketing, I'm praying for him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hope he's not taking it too far, and I hope this is more controlled, you know, because I'm like, bro, this guy's entertaining. He's speaking, you know, he's out there. I'm excited. I want to watch him fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. He's either a crackhead and is about to get his shit knocked out, or he's like, oh, this is like, nah, he just flipped the switch on some other, like, he just on crazy marketing mixed in with he's ready to go. Maybe he had to get that out of him. So, yeah, we'll hope it's marketing, but we'll see, man. We'll see. Otherwise, it could be the end of Ryan. I don't know. I don't wish that upon him. I liked him, bro. He used to be like a golden boy, like not like Oscar de la Hoya, but like, I mean, the irony. But wasn't he like he was a good kid? Like, wasn't he very like straight edge? Like, wasn't he like very like, I think prior to all this, like I don't remember seeing, like, all he would do is just like get girls pregnant and then divorce them. Like, I get it. I'm sorry if some of you don't understand that, but like I thought he was like a pretty, like, besides like any marital relationship issues, like he didn't really make headlines like that. Yeah, Oscar. That's what there's a lot of conspiracies around that, but it's weird, bro. But yeah, I don't know. I hope the whole lose your mind thing is all for marketing. Otherwise, he will get knocked. So that's it. He talks about God. Well, yeah, but like like I said, I don't know if it's marketing or manic. So I know I told you I had a lot of friends of mine who thought they talked to God. Shit, man, I can find you a couple of pastors who talk to God. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you know, I talk to God too. He don't ever speak back to me like that. Like, I don't actually auditorially hear it, but you know, at the end of the day, it's still like I said, I hope this is all just a stunt and he really comes out swinging. Otherwise, I don't know, man. We're going to see. Yeah, this fight, I think the fight's tomorrow. Not sure if it's marketing. Well, we'll see. Patrick Bet-David has a take on it. I like his takes on things. I like Patrick Bet-David. He's funny. He's got some good stuff. Yeah, tomorrow. What else we got for the weekend? What else you guys got? Anything else? He's just manic, but that's okay. I don't know, maybe marketing is not as bad as JoJo Siwa. Y'all want to tell me Kanye crazy? Y'all want to tell me Ryan Garcia crazy? What about JoJo Siwa? She wasn't even on the Disney Channel. No, we gon' Drop and give me 50. Hey. Oh, you want more? Dude, you want more? You guys want more on the beef? I got more on the Drake beef. I could break it down deeper. What if I told you the Drake beef is really about money? It's deeper than rap. It's business. It's business. It's business beef. What would you do if I told you that? All this beef. Oh, yeah, maybe it's 10. Maybe you say, call merch, baby. Got merch. I got 10. It's kind of 10. It is 10. You want the 10? I mean, it's after hours. This one's on the house, man. If you got a cloak, it's free. This one, if you got a cloak, it's free. So here's the theory. It's not about girls. It's not about no. Pretty much like Future, Rick Ross, Nav, all the people beefing with Drake right now, Kendrick, all of their labels are somehow owned under Universal UMG. So it's all related to UMG and then Universal Music Group. Right? No, they are. Even if they're different, it's all different umbrellas. It's all under Universal. But if that deal that Drake made recently for $400 million with his catalog, like apparently it had rights, like again, all the songs with Kendrick, Rick Ross, all those people. But essentially, going theory is that it gives it where Drake owns the rights to all of these rappers. That's why he was able to sell it and monetize it. No, they don't get cut on it. So he gets the cut, and then here's even better. There's another, like, I forgot the name of it. It's like another, it starts with an A. There's another subsidiary involved. It's owned by, I think, Larry Johnson. It's one of the managers, but essentially Drake could be one of the silent investors who owns a portion, and then that owns a portion of all the other categories. Yeah, this is why. That's why they say when Drake says he's Michael Jackson, he really means it. Because that's what Michael Jackson did. Michael Jackson owned the catalog of the Beatles. He owned the catalog. He bought Eminem's catalog when he dissed him. He owned all of it. So that's why they're saying when literally Drake is saying drop and give me 50, he's not talking about Top Dog, the manager, owning 50% of Kendrick. He's saying I own 50% of all of you guys. Ta-da! Wow. You willing to bet that the Domas owns Drake? I would. He has a child with a P-star. What do you think? The fuck you mean? You forgot about that? Y'all forgot. That's why I love the rap beef. Y'all forgot fucking Pusha T forced Drake to become a father. Yes, he had the child in advance. Doesn't mean he was a father. If it wasn't for Pusha T, Drake would not be a father in the public. Little would you know at all. And honestly, it comes back to Kanye, because Kanye is the one who told Pusha T that shit. And that's why you wonder why they hate each other. Drama, baby, drama. Isn't that crazy? But yeah. There's my little tin for you. I hope that was fun. I'll give you another one, too. Do you guys know, like, even in the song, like Drake's diss when he does drop and give me 50, this is just for the musical people who appreciate the history and behind the diss. Again, there's a lot that goes into the art. So in Drake's drop and give me 50 song, he literally has, like, in one part of the beat, he samples the melody in like the bass line of the drums. It's the same sounds from the Biggie Smalls, What's Beef. I could play it for you. I don't know if it's copywritten, but like the was beef and like the little like the bells in the background. If you listen to the Drake's diss, there's like you literally hear this. He samples it on the diss. It's a nice little touch. Very subtle. Very subtle. How do you know all this? I don't know. I listen and I like music. I like music, man. And that's why I said Drake's kind of crazy, bro. Drake's kind of crazy. What's beef? Have Uncle sample it. You guys gave me good ideas to tell Uncle to diss, but like, I don't know. Uncle ain't been pissed off enough to diss. Diss tracks are cool though. But yeah, man. Well, now that music history is aside, what else we have for the weekend, baby? What else you got planned? Nightbot says you're not saying that, Zach. Oh, because XX, that's why. Yeah, the Drake beef there. Who would Uncle beef with? Nobody. I don't think Uncle cares. That's why, like, maybe, like, he could, like, Sam Bank. Oh, remember the Sam Bankman diss? I forgot about that. That's the only one. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, I forgot about it.
Thank you, God. Thank you for this money. Thank you for the knowledge, man. They stopped calling me lucky. Thank you for the people that was out there trying to block me. Taught me how to score with holding L's like it's hockey. Y'all can try to stop me. Already had your chains. Know that God got me. Told the devil it's expensive, but it's free. Build a case on thugging, but Sam still be walking free. Unacceptable, incredible. Y'all still find them credible. Talking New York Times and a fuck you, Mr. Wonderful. Take that shit behind the shed, dog. I don't fuck with you. That's it.
I think that's the only diss track. That was in the heat of the moment. So like, Uncle got over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the time, Uncle like that, just like that low key freestyle. Like, you get Uncle like that's what y'all forget. Uncle, like, he used to be very like, you know what I'm saying? You get Uncle on a topic, he really get emotional. He'll spit it off the dome. He'll just come at you, man. So, but that's the only one. But no, that's not released. No. Uncle cooled down. He was like, that's chill. I thought I'd show you guys one day, though. I showed you guys a couple months ago. It's super aggressive, yeah. You forgot, Uncle's, he could come in, man. It's good, bro. Incredible. Y'all still find him credible. I think that's the best line, bro. It's a very simple line. Incredible. Y'all still find him credible. It's beautiful, man. Just the simplicity of it. The simplicity of it. You heard Uncle on 106 in Park. Maybe back in the day, he might have been on a Freestyle Friday. That shit used to be the coolest thing, man. I'm so grateful that, like, some of us got to live through an era where, like, thank God we didn't have iPads. And thank God we didn't have, like, I honestly, all of this, because it's funny, because I remember the stuff they told me I was going to die and go to hell and it was going to turn me into a bad person. It's funny how it's like nothing nowadays, but man, we are so lucky, like the MTV back in the day. And like, like we got the best of both worlds, bro. So like, you better like thank God today that you weren't too young and that you weren't too old. You're like, I wish I was old so I could have bought a fucking house for $1. Fuck you, Josh. I want to pray now. But like low key, man, you had the perfect time right now, man. But like if you got to grow up, even then, even if you were a little older, you got to experience like, nowadays, like shit just but like you got something good now. You got to see, like, you got to at least witness like cool shit. Like society was somewhat more like cohesive. You felt like you were in a community. There was like cool things. You didn't have like instant gratification, dopamine dumps. So like, yeah, you had to wait, bro. Yeah, you got to get Rap City. You had to wait for Freestyle Friday. You know what I'm saying? You had to wait for TGI Friday. Thank God it's Friday. They don't know, man. They don't know. That's it. That's crazy. Yeah, but man, it's a crazy time. Those old people would give their house to be under 30 again. I don't know, man. Old people don't give up anything. That's why they call boomers. They just, yeah, fuck you. If I had to work for you, work for fucking 30 years too. Fuck you. Yeah. Fuck you. What? Binge watching, I know. Do you know, have you seen that video? They were like, kids don't know what on demand is. Like, you remember on demand was a thing? So before you could get everything streamed whenever you wanted, that was a feature. On demand. They're like, what does on demand mean? It meant that you could like get whatever you wanted on demand. They're like, what do you like? Otherwise, you have to wait for like episodes. Or you have to wait till they put out the... Remember, people would buy TV shows on DVD. That's okay. Don't let me give you too much of a blast from the past. You guys got AI. You got everything. It's going to be a trip. But don't get me started on Netflix. Oh, Netflix. Man. So, just enjoy it, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Be grateful. But what else we have for the weekend, man? This is like weekend number 18, 19. I don't know what weekend it is. I'm excited for the weekend. This week has been crazy. I look forward to my 2K game. I can't wait to see my girlfriend. I can't wait to hug my mom. And I can't wait to be a crackhead again on Monday and just go and then see what the market and get ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to rest, relax, and then I'll be reminded about all of it on Sunday evening. And then even then, I'll get some good sleep. You got 2 weddings? Oh, that's a lot. But it's going to be fun, though. Drink water. Maybe get an IV. I don't know. I drink at weddings. I like to drink at weddings. I like to celebrate. But I haven't been to a wedding in a long time. Honestly, it's funny. Because, like, I don't even, like, drink that much. So, like, I don't, like, again, like, I don't really, like, I don't even like alcohol. Like, I'll tell you, like, I've definitely, you know, you get some MSOS before some Sam, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Chad? You know what I'm saying? MSOS before that Sam, you know what I'm saying? They don't know. So, if you ain't really versed with your tickers, you don't know what I'm saying. But, sadly... This is why I fucking hate it, you know? And I'm good at this, right? Like, I'm good at staying low-key. You know what I'm saying? I'm good at staying low-key. But tell me why, straight up, there is a video of me hammered. You know that? There's a video of Josh Answers hammered. Or, like, drunk. I wouldn't say, like, blacked out, but, like, I'm definitely drunk in this video. And... none other than all places. Yeah, you know who took the video? My sister. Because I was at her wedding. So it's not posted anywhere, thankfully. But she always reminds me. Bro, there's like she has clips of me just being drunk at her wedding. And just like, and then there's like one where like I go up to some girl and I like say something to her, and she even just like looks at me like it's very bad, very embarrassing. They clown on me to this day. But yeah, I have a lot of sisters. Let's just put it. I have even more goats now, and they're getting married, thankfully. So I got one more left in stock, available now. No supply chain issues. Baltimore Bridge won't stop it. I got you. You let me know. Gosh, I mean, I'm fun at weddings. I'll go. You said your wedding's in August? Let me go through your Chad facts, and I could maybe be down. I could be down to show up. Put me in, coach. I like weddings are good, man. It's good, but yeah, it's a bad story. Why the big sell-off today? Did you just wake up? If you did, I'm excited. Because it was like 2 weeks ago. You're like, I have not slept in 18 weeks. So I'm glad that you just got here at 1:40 or 2:14. But I don't know what time it is. I'm looking at the Eastern clock. 1:40. Oh, I got a beast mode. An actual goat? Yeah. It's a joke, man. It's just a joke. It's a joke. I don't have any actual goats. I would like one, though. I'd like a farm. That building in Baltimore, we were going to get it, but So you just woke up at 4:44. That's good, man. I'm glad that you got rest. Now, let's try something. Next week, let's try like a schedule, like a normal, you know what I'm saying? Let's just try to like wake up and at the same time every day. You know, it's good for the body. Your body kind of naturally does it, if not, you know, inhibited in any way. But yeah, man, just try like waking up every day at the same time next week. You know, last week was no sleep. This week was much sleep. Now is a good time to find some balance. Would I like to live off grid? Yes and no. I like the general idea, and I think it's smart. But, like, I'm fucking useless. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't fucking cook and shit. Like, I can, but, like, I don't want to. So, like, why I'm living on, like, it's hella inconvenient. But I think it's a smart idea. And, like, if I could have a butler, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's sad. I'm not even trying to throw my girl under the bus, too, because, like, low key, she got it down. She good at cooking. She, she kind of, I tell you, bro, she don't even stay at my house and she'll clean my house. I love it. It's beautiful. And, like, but, like, at the end of the day, like, if I really, like, that's I'm not, it's like, where am I going to source the food and all of that? And, like, growing it and, like, and then what if I mess up? Want to live off grid. Cool stuff to enjoy. Like, you want like an ATV? You want to go. That's why you hire farm hands. I mean, I don't know that many Amish people, dog. I'm not integrated in the community yet, but I could work on it. She cleans the crib without you asking. Yeah, it's fire, but it's not like I don't make her. She just has a disorder. Like, it's called OCD. Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's just hella weird, bro. Or, like, if she ever get, like, distracted or, like, if she has stuff to do and she doesn't want to do it, she'll just clean. So I'm like, all right, that's unfortunate that my laundry ain't done. You know what I'm saying? But that's, you don't do that. You got the natural intuitives. You'll learn fast. Yeah, I don't know, man. I do like the comforts of off the grid lifestyle. So it's not too bad. It's the best. It is nice. It is nice. But then again, I've learned to become cleaner. My desk got out of hand last week. I got it taken care of. But I've learned to become clean. I used to be very messy. But as I hammered home the waking up early and, like, really getting a good schedule down, I had to learn to be clean. But, like, I used to be really, really messy. So, like, you know, maybe that's something, you know, if you look around and it's fucking disgusting, you should probably clean up this weekend. That's a good way to get your mind off things and then show up good, man. Show your desktop. That's your fault, man. I'm going to fucking take the Joe Biden route, take no accountability, and fucking blame you. That's your fault. Okay? You're missing the point here. Instead of looking at how messy my desktop is, which it's really not that messy. It's really not that messy. You're missing the point that you have a stream host who cares about getting you content and getting you stream previews, and all of it's for you. None of this is for me. You know what I'm saying? All of it is literally for you. Every single piece of it on my desktop is for you. None of it is for me. I take it. I already had it. I consume it. I'll memorize it. I see that shit once. I go full Mike Ross. I ain't forgetting that shit. You know what I'm saying? I show it for you. I got something to show you. But, like, you know, I'm going to blame you. I'm full Biden. Hey, it's your fault. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Man, said Mike Ross. I wish, though. I ain't Mike Ross, dude. I wish, though. I wish. Maybe if I didn't smoke weed when I was younger, and, like, if I had, and, like, I didn't want, and, like, I really nerded out, like, if I was, like, if my parents, like, put me in, like, those, like, shits and, like, really developed this shit I had going, and, like, I didn't hang out with any potheads or anything like that, bro, I would have been Mike Ross. But other than that, now I'm just like, fuck it. I still memorize the presidents. You know what I'm saying? George Washington, James Adams, Thomas, you know what I'm saying? I could do it all. But not anymore, actually. I think I forgot. I might have. But unfortunately. A little, but now instead of Mike Ross, I became Bob Ross. With my hairline. Did Bob Ross had hair, though, bro? That's it, bro. I'm telling you. I gotta do something with it, man. Oh, my court appearance? I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I'm honestly lagging. I haven't hit up any like, I have a traffic lawyer, but I didn't hit him up. I need to do it now. Hold on, I'm gonna do it right now so I don't forget. Otherwise, but I kind of want to go. I didn't get sued, no. I literally, it was for a ticket, and I thought it was a fix-it ticket, but apparently I didn't get it signed off. I had the other guy do it, and I got my other ticket dismissed, and then this one, apparently I have to go to court for it because I didn't get it signed off. But like I could pay the fee and let it hit my record, but like I didn't do anything. Like, they want to, like, give me, like, I'm like, everything was, like, it was their mistake and shit. And then it was, like, literally, it's a fix-it ticket, and it was off of the wrong info. So, if I don't go, I have to pay, and it hurts my record. But if I do go, or if I send somebody, it's like, it'll all get dismissed. So, I get full Bidenomics. I'll say, hey, how are you? My name's Josh. I'm here. Yeah, it's me. I'm here for the court. What's up? Yeah. Who complained? The police. Bro, did I tell you I saw that same cop tow 4 other people? Dude's a menace. Dude is a menace. He literally towed, in the time that he got me, in the next 60 days, I watched him around the area tow 4 other people. This guy was just pulling people over and towing their ass. It's just zero tolerance. Midnight quota. You once saw the cop that arrested me on my school campus. What did you say to him? Why'd you get arrested? How do I adjust my schedule when I've been going to sleep since 6 a.m. since 2020? Well, why do you go to bed at 6 a.m.? But honestly, maybe just like 7 p.m., just down a couple melatonin, knock your ass out. It'll be like jet lag, and then just go from there. You got caught with lean in 2019? What the man, you were really like, you were listening to Rich the Kid and all of that, and you were just like, were you doing lean in school? Yeah, get some sleep. I was flipping it. Damn, son. He's like, I'm an entrepreneur. Son. He said the market was hot. Is that Bahu's alt account? No, man. Bahu don't know how to communicate. So, like, there's some people, man, who I be banned. Like, I'm telling you, they like a Woody doll, bro. Like, you pull the string, they only got like 7 inputs and outputs, and that's it. Anything else, they just fry. I'm telling you, it's crazy. Oh, Shad. I just reminded, I have a fucked up admission to tell you. I need to come clean. I need to tell you guys something. Oh, man. I have to admit it. Admit it? Bro, do you know what I'm drinking right now? Do you know what I'm drinking right now? It's awful. I'm so ashamed. So the other day I think it was like a couple weekends ago, I had to do a drive. I was going back and forth a lot, and I wound up at the gas station, and I needed something to drink, and I go, and I see something, man, and I was like, let me try it. So I tried it. It was strawberry banana. And surprisingly, I loved it. I don't know what happened. Something like, I feel like a crackhead. Something triggered, and I was like, this is the best strawberry banana I've ever had in my life. I don't know. I got it's fucked up. Yeah, it's a Prime, dude. I'm drinking a Prime right now. Yeah, no, I am. And I bought more than one. Like, dude, I don't know what happened. I tried it the first time, and I was like, wow. I like this strawberry banana. It's like a weird, artificial, fake taste that I can't get enough of. It has no caffeine in it. But, yeah, no, it's fucked. I bought more than one. I know, bro. They're not, dude, it's fucked. They're not paying me anything. Fuck them. You know damn well. I don't fucking, no. That's why I'm ashamed. That's why I'm admitting it. I'm just telling you. You'll get sick of it, but it wasn't as bad. I was surprised. It's really sweet. It is. iPad kids, I know. It's really weird, but no. I was surprised. It's cool. Just don't tell. I just told 1,000 people. It's fucked up, man. That's the thing. Anything I tell you is not low key. So, you download Roblox. I already had Roblox. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting to be one of those weird old guys. Maybe I just can't admit it that I'm old. I'm like, no, I drink Prime. I drink Prime. I'm fucking fresh. Dude, lit. Let me be lit. I don't know, man. Prime is legendary when you're high. Well, okay, the thing is, shit was supposed to be marketed towards kids, but they got you. They got you too. So maybe that could contribute to this whole, like, sleeping at 6 a.m. I don't know, man. You getting high and staying up till 6 a.m.? That's the only good thing I liked about weed. That's when I stopped smoking weed. Because, bro, there was a period where I would just, if I took one hit, I would pass out. Like, I would just literally fall asleep. It was crazy. Prime or Gatorade? Gatorade, bro. Gatorade. Oh, bro, tell me why too, man. I don't know if he's here. Bro, I'm playing 2K the other day, and one of the Chads who added me, he invites me, we get in the game, and we're playing with each other on 2K. Pause. And then tell me why homeboy tells me he owns a fucking weed delivery service. And I'm like, man, so many Chads. So he has a legal pot selling business. And I was like, he's like, yeah, I don't even smoke pot. I just sell it. I was like, man, I'll smoke crack, mother. I sell it. I said, wow, good for you. Kind of. I guess. Nah. Mm-hmm. So it's like we were puffing an LV. Y'all were getting high, bro. That is it. Halfway through, 10 minutes after realizing they met Josh, they were fucking pulling out their fucking vape pens. So that's it. 12 minutes later, they're like, you want some, Josh? They're like, it's the least we could do. Please, it's an honor. Here. Here, please, try some. Here. No, I'm like, no, man. I'm fucking getting high with y'all. Hey, y'all better watch out. Y'all be smoking with people you just met the first time way too easily. Way too easily. Gotta go enjoy it, Wolf. Good job. Good job, Nazi. Good job. You play anything else? Mainly, I only play 2K. I know how to play other games, though. Chads do a lot for work. Still got beat in ping pong. Don't know what you're talking about. Weird. No, I got worked, bro. You know that? The Chads fucking worked me at ping pong. This is stupid, honestly. I think that was my reaction. It's fucking stupid. That was just one of those things. It's like, why are y'all so unnecessarily good at ping pong? Like, because I thought, like, I generally think I have, like, good hand-eye coordination and athletic abilities, you know what I'm saying? And these Chads were just fucking badminton pros on ping pong. I don't know what the hell happened. Dude, I got worked. I got fucked up we played ping pong. No, everybody fucked me up, bro. It was disgusting. It was kind of bothersome. Not even like golf. That was just like, I'm like, how, like, do you guys have, like, who practices this, you know? Like, I'm like, it's literally like Biden lying about the cannibal. It's like, oh, I'm a fucking ping pong champ. Why would you lie about? Like, where do you practice ping pong? Yeah, no, but like some people are ill. It's because I'm strong. It's because I have too much muscles for such a small game. You used to play all the time? No. I don't know, no. I like foosball. We used to play foosball at church. I feel like foosball is a church game. I don't know why. The Lord and soccer and fake soccer go hand in hand. I feel like every youth church place had a foosball. Because I remember I really, one of my top memories is foosball in youth class, like church. Because I feel like foosball was very big in the church. Yeah, I played a lot of foosball, not ping pong. KJB really said he lost his mind. No, man. What really happened is that the president said something 2 days ago that was unnecessarily false for no real apparent reason. And the rebuttal that people have asked is, why did Trump say something allegedly 5 years ago? That is insanity. And they said that Biden cares about the troops, but nobody would tell us why he made that lie. But we'll ask you why Trump allegedly made statements 5 years ago. It's insanity. But yeah, that blew my mind today. Do I prefer baseball or soccer? Oh, that's tough. They're both pretty whack. Basketball. Next question. What kind of un-American question is that? Baseball or soccer? Honestly, if you asked me that 20 years ago, maybe baseball was American. Nowadays, they put a fucking shot clock just to get kids to watch it. It's just fucking wild. So I don't know, man. Basketball. What did Biden say? Biden said that his uncle's plane was shot down and that cannibals ate him. And the plane crashed due to an engine malfunction, not being shot down. And there's no report of cannibals eating him. I don't think he was eaten by the Little Mermaid's cannibal cousins. It was to get adults to watch baseball. Well, I think we were kids. I guess we're like the millennials. What if he's actually spilling the beans? He's like, no, I mean it. That's the story. They're trying to silence me. I like how you think. I like it. I feel you, bro. That's actually really funny. What if there was like all this shit that Biden was like misspeaking, and like this whole time he was just like, yeah, you're trying to silence me, and he's trying to send us messages, bro, and we're just not paying attention, and we just criticize him instead of helping him. Damn. You ever think about that? The next cult meetup. I don't know. I did. I got finally. Thank God. All the times of preparing in advance. But I did. I was reached out to the other day. A baseball stadium reached out to me because I inquired years ago about getting like boxes, but they were telling me I could only get a limit of like 25 people per box. So I'm trying to see if we could connect them. But I want to go to like a Colt baseball game because I don't like baseball, but I like baseball games. Y'all will understand when you're older. But I like the vibe, and I think that'd be a good fun time. But they said it might not be possible. But if we could get one, I don't know, 25 people, I don't know if y'all down. Why not a hotel? Ari, take me out to dinner first. Slow your roll. Let's go to a baseball game, and then we could talk about going to a hotel. Okay, calm down. Calm down. And you invite to the baby shower. Let's go, baby. What day is it going to be? I'm kind of down, man. Little baby Najee. Unlimited tacos. I'm kind of down. You got to teach me the guitar. Oh, excuse me. I love baseball games, and it was fun, bro. And, I don't know. It was a good vibe last time I went. I went to a Padre game, and I was like, dude, this is fun. I left at the 6th inning, though, 7th inning, but I fully enjoyed all 6 or 7 innings. But it was great. It was I was like, man, this is fun. I was like, I'll do this again. And I was like, this would be fun with the Chad, hang out, watch the baseball game. You guys get food. Some of you guys could have some beers and do your thing, man. That'd be a good time. Yacht party. I'm not going out to the ocean with a bunch of Chads. Maybe Colt Real Estate. I've got to meet them. That's the benefit. So, that's the thing, too. I don't know. After doing the what we did, a couple months ago, I'm very I'll do a Colt meetup, with Colt Real Estate any fucking day. I'm telling you, that was so chill. They made me feel very comfortable. Everybody was, it was a vibe. I'm telling you, I don't know if people just say that shit, but from how I felt, it definitely was it was unique. I don't think it's always like that. Bro, everybody, it felt in a weird way, it kind of felt like a school function in the sense, it felt like people I grew up with. I don't know how to describe it besides that, where just everybody was generally comfortable. Again, that was the first time you threw me into a room of 50, 100 people. Yeah, I could talk behind the mic all day, you know what I'm saying? But y'all threw me into the wild, and then I'm telling you, I felt so comfortable, and it was a good time, man, and it was awesome. So I know those guys, bro. I don't know how to put it. I'm down. We could go anytime, any place with that, but we still got to figure out and think how we're gonna do it if we have something a little bit more, broader beyond Colt Real Estate. Because again, those guys have been with us for a while and are kind of committed at a deeper level, and they're all fingerprinted because they have real estate licenses, So yeah, Miami. Oh, Miami. You still remember when you first started streaming? Yeah. I mean, the crazy part is, when it's all said and done, I've been streaming for a long time. So it was over 10 years ago that I went on an OBS and pressed live and threw up an E-Trade Pro. No exaggeration. So before the trading fraternity even, I told you, I was even on Twitch, Nade Shot and Optic. What was Big Timer? I think he still does stocks and shit like that. There was a time, bro. So I remember, man, I've always loved it, man. I've loved the community's fucking toxic, but I love it. I don't know. It's I've met the worst and the greatest people through it, but that's why it's kind of hard to forget. Were you one of the first to stream the market or see others as well? I think I was the first, especially open to close. Like on YouTube or even Twitch, you didn't really have that. I mean, hence the name youtube.com/the stock market. But like I'm saying, even like back in the day, like I've been around for a minute. It's kind of surreal. Like, cause I just started young and like I was tech savvy. And again, I mean, I made a lot of money in tech. And like I was on the internet for a while, but it's very wild to think, man. Like I'm old. I am old. Anyone try to buy our YouTube name? Yeah, several people. Even the one guy, he owns, I think, is it Streamlabs? I think like one of those streaming softwares. He got mad at me because I said no. He wanted to buy the channel, and he wanted to give me money too. And he wanted me to run it for him. And he wanted it to be, I was like, no. What the fuck's wrong with you? I love you. You can't buy answers. I mean, it's cool what we have, man. And like, dude, I'm telling you, it's like, it's a blessing, bro. And I just, we have a community, and I don't know. I think it's built different, man. And I know everybody would say that, but dude, it's crazy. And like, I love it. And that's why I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I know there's so many people who see it in whatever way, like whether you like me, you don't like me, you could view it for what angle you want it, you're envious, you're not. It's just like there's so many things, but it's just like, dude, you guys, and that's why I know some of y'all have been here, you know, it's just like, dude, I like being here. And that is something like, that's it. I'm just me, and I'm here, and like I'm just, that's why I'm so grateful for fucking homies. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like, you see it. I don't like people. I say, get the fuck away from me, and I'll ban them. I don't want shit to do with them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real, like seriously, like, even then, like, I mean, you don't have to even be like, what are you bringing to the table type beat? You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck out of here if it's really like, come on, and like, and I don't know. And that's why, like, it just, I'm very grateful for the people we have. And then, like, bro, this is where it's crazy. Bro, and this is like, I was saying thank you. And I really hope, man, and like, it's an opportunity, bro. And like, I know everybody in here right now, you're chilling with me Friday, an hour after the bell. You know what I'm saying? So like, you feel me, you know, and some of you do, some of you may not, maybe a small portion, but like, this is what I was saying the other day, bro. Cause like, dude, this is such an opportunity. And like, the fact that like, I really hope I can give you guys good things. And I really hope, and I've already seen good. It's not like I'm hoping on a pipe dream. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, like I got receipts. Like, I got good shit. And I'm just like, I love to see what people are doing, but I'm like, man, I could go on Twitch, go take every single person in the stock trading category. I see channels, even when Jerome Powell is on, biggest day for markets, I'll see streams with thousands of people. And like, literally on a slow day where hundreds of people will leave because I said Jesus and clap, you know what I'm saying? And hundreds will leave. And there will be more people listening to that than even the biggest day of the markets for a lot of things out there. And even just a lot of things even outside of the stock market. And I was like, man, that it really humbled me. It really, really did. Because that's why I said, man, like, I really hope I can encourage you all. You mean I could speak to 3,000 people, 4,000 people, and give them something hopefully better than the dog shit that's presented on TV and the news and the stress, and hopefully give them something. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that is an opportunity every single day, bro. I love it, man. So I'm very grateful. That's all I was saying, man. To have people there, even just for our moment of PHILO. That's all I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? It was good. Did you always vibe like this in your high school years? No, dude. I mean, I'm still growing, man. You know that? Like, you know, I don't know. I think I'm pretty honest about it. Like, and I always say it, like, don't let it fool you, man. Don't let all my knowledge of what I know, and I know some good shit in PHILO, and I know the word in the Bible, but like every day, bro, I'm tested, I'm molded, I'm beaten down, I'm builded up, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like I've changed a lot throughout my life, you know, and like I've said, there's good and bad. It's all me though, and I love it. You know what I'm saying? Like you see a little bit of it, like it's part of me, and sometimes it's funny. It just all depends how I use it. Like I used to be a lot angrier, but like I have anger, I have passion, and I have love, and in the same way I have so much love, I have anger, and that's how like I've seen that over the years, and as I could control it, and it's good, it's bad, and you know it's stuff like that, but. Nah, I didn't always vibe. And even then, man, you know, it's more, I don't vibe to this day. I oscillate. You know what I'm saying? I swing. I'm a pendulum, my brother, but the goal is to lower the swings of the pendulum and keep it in balance. That's literally the goal of life. I think we're all pendulums, but you know what I'm saying? Just it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, good and bad, progress, decline, good is a pendulum. But you got to keep the pendulum in balance, you know? So, yeah. But that's why I tell people, man, like, for real, I get it. Whatever you're going through now may seem big, but as life shows you, you know, it's like these are the things that mold you. You never know what it is, and you'll be surprised. But, you know, that's why it's just another day, man, another day. This too shall pass, both the good and the bad. Love and appreciate you on the beautiful Camille today. Coke till the casket drops, baby. Tell him, Najee. Horn, I love you too, bro. You have no idea. That was a trip, bro. Even meeting Najee, man. Amen, man. You're special, bro. We blessed, man. That's why finger to the sky. God is good, man. I know. And I know some of y'all don't like God, and y'all don't have to, man. And it's okay. I'm going to love you. But, like, y'all, like, you know, love, bro. And I want y'all to see this life and get good out of it. And I hope, you know, a lot of like, that's what I believe. You know, you could read a lot of crazy stuff in the Bible, and you could read and hear a lot of crazy people, and we have a lot of bad examples, but that was the thing that convinced me one day when it was like, love your neighbor as you love yourself, man, and that's all. And that's why it's like, dude, just, you know, I want y'all to see life. I hope none of y'all make it cut short. Again, man, some dude just killed himself today for what? And like, dude, a lot of stuff in the world, man, is just... It spurs so many other things. So above all else, man, I hope y'all balance it out with some love. You know, very least, maybe. Yeah, got it. Well, that's why you don't need to believe anything but to receive the love. But I do hope, though. I hope y'all think for yourself. I hope you live life. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you live to the utmost of your potential, and I hope you realize it too. But you won't know if you don't hear, baby. So I'm glad you could hear. Clocked out in the office, watching. Let's go, baby. Get the break in, man. Good Friday. I love it, man. It's good. Get that spirit awoke. You know what I'm saying? All of y'all. Above all else, just wake up a little bit. You know, otherwise you're going to have to, don't let the atomic rhythm get clapped to wake you up. But you know what I'm saying? Be aware, bro. You know, people been talking mental fog. I've been hearing that a lot lately. People been talking brain fog. And brain fog, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, it's a fight for peace, and you have to, like, be aware. Like, in life, you know what I'm saying? Like, the good, be aware of your potential. Be aware of the reality. ANET COO resigning. But, like, just be conscious, man, and be alive and be aware of the good things in life, man. And that's what I'm saying. That's it. Wake yourself up. You will be renewed, though. Renewed. And you will fly like the wings of an eagle. Amen. 8 years fire EMT, showing up to pain and death, teaches you that life isn't made of those moments, but it can be made better. And we team up and combine. Amen, bro. God bless you, man. I'm going to pray for you and good work. You know, that's good. Just keep your head on straight. Because dude, a lot of, like, those jobs, bro, are so tough. And, like, it really, like, you do literally, that is exactly what you show up to. Like, every single time. So, God bless you, bro. You see it different. Because, like I told you, bro, my sister, she tells me, like, the stuff from the ERs. And, like, I have another friend who's a EMT, too. And I'm like, damn. Like, the way they pull up to her, like, dude, you guys are... And, like, you really see another side. So, you stay positive, too, man. I know it's very hard. It is. I know. I started trading back in the day, way back Acura days, where they had the little baby on E-Trade, 10% commissions, a rebate, give it back type of days. Before you went on YouTube and found the plays, it was a Yahoo forum, and they'd scam you 100 ways. Back when Axon was the first result of somebody getting tased. Back when weed was made legal and the people tried to invest in the things that they blaze. And now the market is a maze. I think Joe Biden is kind of crazed. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'm going to go. Paramedics saved her life 10 years ago? Wow. Yeah. But Chad, you know what? Might be time. It's been an hour and a half. I can't believe it. But I have people in my house and I need to let them get in here, I think. So I love you. God bless you. It's time to wrap it up. Brutal week, but we will rest. We'll get our rest, and we will be back, baby. And there's a lot more in store. It's just April, but I love you all. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, baby. And why you don't ever forget, you have a God of a little. He only needs a little, never needs a lot, baby. And that right there, the power of small and what you could do and what it says when small goes big, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chadadonia. Wow. So enjoy your weekend. Get rest. Whether it was a good weekend or not, baby, you better get ready. We deploy on Monday again. But I love you, man, for real. Enjoy it. And I will see you guys and get ready for all of it. Make sure you open up the book too, man, okay? Don't forget, you can have PHILOs, you can listen to things, but the book, it's the word. Oh, yeah, baby. But on that note, I'll see y'all later, and peace. Yeah, read the book. What book? Which book you got? What book of John, King James? What book? Ban a book. Bring the fuck. Anyways, have a good weekend. Have a good relax. You sick or you sleep good. All right, bye.